Red Force, they have won the toss and they've decided to put in Jamaican team. The Jamaican Scorpions are looking to lift themselves off the bottom half of the table. They got a victory in their last game, so they'll be looking for more here. Trinidad Tobago, they'll be looking to push on as they try to break. As the umpires just about ready to take the pitch.
All right. Gordon Pierre has now exited and Sports.
Yeah. Jay, the commentators not hearing each other on the headset. Why had to press?
Hey, you hear me? No? No. Nothing. Good morning. We're live from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in South Trinidad, Aruba. The news from the toss is that Trinidad and Tobago have won the toss and decided to bowl first, inserting Jamaica Scorpions to take first strike. Play will start shortly.
Hello and welcome to all of our viewers around the world. We are here for West Indies Championship action. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they come up against the Jamaica Scorpions. Red Force in a position, not in this game necessarily, but they're in a strong position to finally, after I think it's about 20 years since they've won the regional 4-day competition. With me is my fellow co-commentator Vishram Parmasa. Vishram, you would have gone out there for the toss. What was the results?
Thank you very much, Liam. So, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force winning the toss and deciding to take the new ball, inserting the Scorpions to take first strike. Captain John Campbell.
Yeah, Captain John Campbell indicated at the toss that he would have wanted to bat first, which John Campbell would have indicated at the toss that he would have preferred to bat first as well, which is it comes at a bit of a surprise because we look around the conditions. It's a bit better now, but at the time of the toss, it was very overcast. You and I were out there. We saw, and there was a couple of minor showers, nothing to really speak about, but it's something that's going to be in the back of the minds. And we look at the team sheet. Trinidad and Tobago obviously had to make a couple of changes due to Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip heading off to county cricket duty. Jaden Seals went to Sussex and Anderson Phillips with Lancashire. So the two players coming in for those two, Shannon Gabriel, the evergreen Shannon Gabriel, is back into the squad. And Terence Hines, who's been struggling with injuries throughout the series, he's back, he's fully fit and he's ready to go. And another change that we're going to see, obviously, with Jaden and Anderson missing, is that Joshua James is going to be given a new ball.
Joshua James taking up the new ball from the northern end.
Bowled really well against Barbados, so it's going to be interesting to see how he goes here. You look at the team sheet, Vishram, you have Jamaica. How do they line up?
Yeah, the starting 11 for Jamaica Scorpions. John Campbell opening with Kirk McKenzie, and the remaining 9, Aldine Thomas, Jermaine Blackwood, Brandon King, good to see him, Javel Glenn, Odin Smith, O.J. Shields, Makino Menley, Brad Barnes, and Abhijay Mansingh.
Well, here we go. The start of action. Joshua James is in, and he is here to bowl to Campbell, who stylishly leaves that one. That one getting some movement away. 2 slips and a gully for James. We look at the Trinidad and Tobago lineup. Kamil Puran, Cephas Cooper, Amir Jangu, Jason Mohammed, Brian Charles, Terence Hines, who's in for Jaden Seals, Joshua Da Silva, the wicketkeeper captain, Joshua James, who's got the ball in hand at the moment, Kari Pay, who leads the wicket taking throughout the series so far, Yannick Carrier, and obviously Shannon Gabriel, who we should see with the new ball from the southern end. Oh, that's a beauty from James again, getting that ball to drift all the way across John Campbell, which is always dangerous early on.
Nice steady start here by Joshua. Just needs to bring the line a bit closer to off stump. Encourage John Campbell, who's had a very successful season thus far. Lots of runs to his name in this competition. 3rd highest run getter in the competition thus far.
It's good to see. He was off the circuit for a while and came back into the first class setup, and he's picked up where he left off. Obviously played a couple of games for the West Indies as well, a couple of tests, some one days, even played a T20 or 2. So he's one of those aggressive type openers. So he was involved in that big partnership back in, I believe it was about 2018 or 2019 with Sunil Ambris. That record opening partnership against Ireland. So he's had some experience at the highest level.
much better line there by Joshua, encouraging the batsman to play. Very solid defense. Had a conversation with the head curator Shivanan Ramuta earlier today. He said that the wicket, the only reason I think Red Force decided to bowl first was due to the fact that the overhead conditions. Wicket is very hard. Slight covering of grass. Expect for it to get faster as in day 2, day 3. However, we're not guaranteed for the game to go to that long sometimes, as we saw earlier in round 5, where the Red Force team defeating Barbados Pride within 2 days.
It's not something you see too often at this level, and it shows how dominant this Red Force team has been throughout this competition. They're in a really good position to go the final, make that final hurdle, which they've struggled to do in recent years. They're just 2 points behind Guyana, and that's a team that they're up against in the final round. So this game is important. It's very important for them.
Most definitely. So we'll be seeing a big clash coming up in round 7, top of the table.
At the end of the first over, Jamaica Scorpions yet to get off the mark. It's 0 for no loss. Joshua James, a good steady start, as we see. I think those 2 seats there are permanently just for Jed Gooley's dad and his sister.
Yes.
His mom is going to be around somewhere as well, and his girlfriend, always full of support. Not in the lineup today, unfortunately, for Jid. Started off the season well, started with 100, and unfortunately hasn't really carried on since. It's actually going to be Terence Hines, is it? No, Shannon Gabriel. It is going to be Shannon Gabriel to take over from the Southern End, just as we suspected. And it's good to see Shannon back. He's been injury-riddled for his entire career, but when Shannon Gabriel is at his best, he's really one of the best bowlers in the Caribbean. The best fast bowlers, in fact. He, he's played well over 50 test matches. A lot of 5-wicket hauls to his name. When he's bowling at his best, he's so quick. So we hope to see him do well here. We saw at the start of the tournament, obviously Jaden Seals and Anderson Philippa with the West Indies team, and Shannon came out and said he was recovering from an injury, but he said he's trying to make way for the younger guys, but if he's needed, he's always going to be available to play. He's now retired from international cricket, so that's not really a goal of his anymore, and he's here to just do well for Red Force. And inexperienced lineup without those 2 main fast bowlers, it's good to have a guy like Shannon Gabriel back.
Yeah, definitely important to have that experience as Shannon taking up bowling from the Southern End. It's 3 slips and a gully, a backward point, cover point, mid-off.
Starts off quick.
Strong, burly man. Definitely going to want to utilize his experience, and Joshua James an opportunity to be bowling alongside a man who's played over 50 tests, as you said. It's an opportunity for him to just gather as much information and knowledge. As you see, very overcast conditions.
Yeah, we mentioned that earlier, and that, as you said, is probably the main reason why Trinidad and Tobago decided that they're going to have a bowl first today, as Gabriel runs into bowl from the Southern End. Oh, that's a beauty. That's an absolute beauty from Shannon Gabriel, and he started off well. He looks to be in good fitness and in good shape, and that one just hitting on around that off stump, moving away from the left-handed Kirk McKenzie. 2 left-handers at the top of the order makes it a bit easier for the fast bowlers to maintain their consistency of line.
Nice wind blowing across. Will encourage the ball to come back into the left-handed Mackenzie. Wideish long on in play. As mentioned earlier, the wicket is rock hard. Shannon building up ahead of steam from the Southern End. Short of a length, and nice carry to wicketkeeper and captain of the Red Force, Joshua Da Silva. As we see Amir Django in first slip, Brian Charles, Kari Pierre, who's also the leading wicket taker in the competition thus far. Red Force, it's really been very consistent throughout the tournament. Kari Pierre leading wicket taker, Jason Mohammed leading run scorer. Even despite losing the likes of Jaden Seals, and this one, another good delivery, angled across Mackenzie, and it's good carry to the keeper. Umpire Lyndon Rajkumar standing on the sudden end. Shannon Gabriel continuing. This one, excellent line and length again.
It doesn't get much better than that. This is Shannon Gabriel at his absolute best. Usually he has a bit of a problem, at least he had a bit of a problem in the past where he struggled a bit early on to settle into good lines and lengths, but he started off well here, and that is very dangerous if you're a Jamaica Scorpion batsman.
It's really been a good start. Scorpion still not yet off the mark. Three slips and a gully await. That's two consecutive maidens to start this day-night affair at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. After 2 overs, Jamaica Scorpions being put into bat, a 0 for 0.
Yeah, that's right about the spot where Gabriel wants to be. He has the batsman playing, and we saw a couple that he had to play at. There was no leaving those and just beating the outside edge. So yeah, good start for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Jamaica Scorpions just watchful early on, as you would tend to be. They've not played at this venue just yet for this competition. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have an advantage in that the first game that they played in this competition against the combined campuses and colleges would have been right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in a day-night affair. So it's not the first time that they're going to line up in one of these. They also played one in Arnasville. Oh, John Campbell looking to...
Very unusual looking shot here in first session of day 1 in this 4-day affair. John Campbell has been successful, 402 runs to his name in this competition thus far. It's Joshua James. Bit fuller. Nice carry to Joshua De Silva. Very steady start.
Getting to work up ahead of steam though. He's one of those bowlers that's going to take his first over to just get himself going, and then in his third and fourth, even his fifth over, he's really quick. He's unassuming. He is a big guy, but doesn't really run in as hard as some of the other guys like Shannon Gabriel, for example. But the ball rushes you. You get some bounce as well due to his height. And with a wide ball signalled.
Losing a bit of control there. We're on pitch number 3 at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. There is a bit of moisture expected on day 1. As you can see, the scuff marks from Joshua James landing on popping crease. Very steady run up, short of a length and guided to gully.
Let's see if Cooper collects that ball. So it's a pretty strong lineup though, Trinidad and Tobago. We spoke earlier obviously about the fact that they lost the 2 main threats with the ball. Well, I think everybody has been a threat with the ball for them thus far, but You look at the starts that they've had, and I think that's been a big reason for their success. The starts that they've had from Seals and Phillip. Obviously, they're unavailable. You get back the experience of Gabriel, but you look around, Jason Mohammed's still out there. Amir Jangu, who's been in the runs. James, this one driven from Campbell, not really getting anywhere near it, near the middle of the bat. Pick up 2.
Straightish mid-wicket. So he's off the mark, John Campbell. And so are the Scorpions, 3 without loss in the 3rd over. It's important in this first session that the Red Force team try and utilize this brand new ping ball. Try and make some early inroads. Scorpions, of course, would want to dig in deep. And that's the fall of the first wicket. Short, wide, and John Campbell cutting straight to backward point. Taken by Kari Pierre. Aidan is our producer, and Liam is my co-commentator. What's your thoughts on the fall of the first wicket?
Yeah, soft. Very soft for John Campbell. I think it was a bad ball from Joshua James. Short and wide. And John Campbell cut really hard at it. And obviously, Kari Pierre is one of the safest pairs of hands in the Caribbean. He's not going to drop those. So that is the fall of the first wicket. Joshua James strikes. He continues to impress with the wickets. And John Campbell has to go. That's a big wicket because John Campbell has been in great form.
Yeah, most definitely. He definitely would be disappointed. It's an excellent batting track here. Just needed to give himself some time. And I mean, from the very first delivery in this over, he seemed a bit, his mental space didn't seem there because he tried to paddle one. And now short and wide and cutting it directly to Kari Pierre, who made no mistakes. As you see, number 53, Brandon King, taking center stage here at the Brandon Lara Cricket Academy.
And this is something that I wanted to see for a while because Brandon King has a good first class record. He is a good player at a red ball level and pink ball even. So he has a job to do for the Scorpions. His experience brings a bit of calm to the Jamaica Scorpions team. He's someone who I think a lot of us would want to see in that test team for the West Indies in a couple months' time, maybe, once he continues to impress. And he's got a big job on his hands. Joshua James, not the best ball, not his best ball that he's bowled. We saw him last round against Barbados bowl some absolute beauties and pick up some wickets. But when you're in form, everything just goes right.
Yeah, it definitely does. Campbell picking out Kari Pierre. Straight. Good height. Well taken. So just the start the Red Force would have wanted after winning the toss and deciding to bowl first. Wicket in the 3rd over. New batsman is Brandon King. Facing up his first delivery from Joshua James. This one a bit of extra bounce there.
And that's what you're going to get from James with that extra height. He's about 6'6", 6'7". A really big guy. If cricket didn't work out for him, I'm sure he could have played in the NBA. But it's a good over from James at the end of 3 for 1. John Campbell, the first wicket to fall. Let's have a look at that again. Yeah, definitely flying over middle stump. But a good line. Let's have a look at it once more. Yeah, just above. Almost missed the tie pad, and that's one of those little grey areas where it hurts so much. Yeah. And there we see Jed Gully's mom. I know she would have been here soon enough.
Shannon Gabriel continuing the attack from the sudden end. Cook Mackenzie and Brandon King at the crease.
Four games simultaneously. Windward Island Volcanoes are up against the Barbados Pride. They're 111 for 7. So well played from Mackenzie, just riding the bounce. And they hit down to James for single. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they're up against the Guyana Harp Eagles. Guyana 138 for 6. So it's been a morning of wickets so far. And obviously the combined campuses and colleges, they're up against the Academy. Over in Trinidad as well in UV Spec. They're 111 for 2 after 35 overs. So first session, just finishing up in most of these games. They're just back into the second session now. And obviously this one starting a bit later, the night affair. We've seen just recently, back in December, even into January, that test series between India and Australia. That's down the leg side, and Brandon King is going to pick up 4 runs. Just await the signal from umpire Raj Kumar, and it is going to be leg by. So 4 runs to the Jamaica Scorpions total. It's badly lined from Gabriel.
Yeah, Shannon just straight down the leg side, coming off the tie part, and with his pace, it goes all the way into the boundary. Welcome runs for the Scorpions.
There we see some of the medical staff on hand here. Some of the ground staff as well. Yeah, I was speaking about that test series between India and Australia where that pink ball swung so much. And, Mitchell Stark was one of those bowlers who really enjoys the pink ball. To me, it tends to swing a bit more than the red ball. The red ball swings a lot, and the pink ball swings even more.
Yeah. And even more so in this day-night affair, where conditions later on this afternoon would be more conducive for swing bowling. Packed offside field. Much better line there by Shannon, outside off. Nice true bounce.
It's a pretty good wicket, and it is a bit soft, as you mentioned, with that preparation moisture. You could see Joshua James' footmarks, even Shannon Gabriel, his footmarks starting to show now. But it's gonna get better throughout the game, and the only other thing that you might have to consider is dew in the night.
Yeah.
How that's gonna affect the pitch, but as of right now, I think throughout today it's gonna get a bit harder, and it's gonna be quite easy to bat. I think just recently we saw the game here between the combined campuses and colleges and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, where Jason Mohammed got a big 100, Jid Cooley got 100, a couple of guys got some half centuries as well. So it's a wicket that has runs in it, and even just before that, there was a North-South trial game to get this team selected for the first round. Jason Mohammed scored a double 100 here as well.
Yeah, he's been in good form.
I think the South team scored over 600, so it's a wicket with runs in it.
A relief surface here at Branlar Academy. A lot of work has been put into the outfield as well. This one just worked into the onside here. Brandon King off the mark. Yeah, as you can see the square, there's a lot more grass as well now. It's been worn out over the late 2024 and now into 2025, and a lot of work, a lot of grass has been grown onto the square itself. We're in pitch number 3. Nice lush green outfield.
It's one of the best outfields. Definitely, probably. I think it's the best in Trinidad for sure. And the Queen's Park Oval has been seeing some issues recently with just after Carnival, a couple of occasions where they had parties on the field itself, so they're still recovering from that. But I think this field is one of the best that we have, and
certainly the drainage is impeccable.
Yeah, world class. As Gabriel runs into bowl to Mackenzie. And right on spot at the end of over number 4. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force off to a good start. Scorpions are 9 for 1.
Yeah, it's a good start indeed for the Red Force. Just a few errant deliveries, a wide and 4 leg buys. But besides that, they would have been happy to get an early inroad into the Scorpions. More so the demise of the captain, John Campbell.
A couple of fans coming around. Good old Sire. That's the brother of the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board and vice president of Cricket West Indies as ambassador, just recently re-elected, as well as Dr. Kishore Shallow.
And Mr. Bassarat in attendance. And then Joshua James continuing. It's been a very successful start to Riyadh Emirates regime, taking over from David Furlong. What's your thoughts on his progress thus far and the progress of the Red Force team?
I think it's been excellent. He's been a breath of fresh air, and it's not to say anything was wrong necessarily with what Mr. Furlong was doing, because he was very successful in his own right. Won a lot of Super 50s at his during his tenure. But Riyad Emirates, the way that these guys have played throughout this season, that sort of dominance, that sort of arrogance that they've played with, it's what has them in this position right now, and I think that's what Emirates brings to the table. He's still pretty young, just early into his 40s now. Well, just recently he would have been playing at this level, so he knows what it takes to do well here and to win games at the first class level, and he's bringing that sort of breath of fresh air into these guys. And even with the teams that he's been selecting, alongside the selectors obviously, we see Joshua James has played every game. He's been brought in. Even during the Super 50, Riyad would have been assistant coach, where Joshua James would have played a lot of games as well. So it's good to see that he's investing in young players. Obviously, Justin Manick would have gotten the opportunity to play in the first game on LBW appeal. Maybe just hitting him outside off stump, or maybe a bit of height as well.
Yeah, definitely a bit of height. A lot of extra bounce on this wicket. That's very hard. Just climbing, hitting the inner thigh guard.
Yeah, I think height. Is what the umpire is going to go with there. Maybe because of Joshua James's height.
Red Force competing here for the title, the second on the table. At the top is the Happy Eagles. Guyana Happy Eagles. And both teams will clash in round 7. Winner takes all.
That's going to be a game. Guyana Happy Eagles, obviously the kings of 40 cricket in regional 40 competition.
It's really good to see Trinidad Tobago Red Force, the 40 team, being a lot more competitive. And I think that has to do a lot with Riyad's influence. It bodes well for West Indies cricket and our Test cricket as well, as we recently witnessed the resignation of Craig Brathwaite as Test captain.
It's going to be interesting to see who takes over his mantle. Just want to say good morning to a couple of the young Trinidad and Tobago cricketers. Kyle Ramdu, Andrew Rambaran, Jabari Mills. You see Kian Isaac.
And that's
it's in the air and it's caught. Jason Mohammed takes the catch, and Joshua James has completely turned over this Jamaica Scorpions top order. Brandon King goes for a duck.
Yeah, this one just angled in and playing a bit too early on it. It's just stopping maybe the moisture in the wicket and just scooping it straight to mid-wicket there. Jason Mohammed just taking a couple steps to his left and safely pouching that one. And that's the fall of the second wicket. The Jamaica Scorpions are in some deep trouble here at 9 for 2 at the end of the 5th over. Two most experienced batters, John Campbell and Brandon King, back in the pavilion.
Yeah, this is a top start for Trinidad and Tobago and Joshua James. They've done exactly what Riyad Emirates would have wanted. And Jermaine Blackwood, it shows you the experience of this lineup as well. 3 West Indian batsmen, 4 Kirk McKenzie as well. All 4 of these guys would have represented the West Indies, and they're coming in right after each other. And that is it for Brandon King. Not what he would have been looking for, especially when he wants to get back into our Test team.
Jermaine Blackwood coming out to the middle now. Very good start here for the Red Force. After winning the toss, would definitely have wanted at least three wickets in this first session. We've already gotten 2 in this piece of 5 overs.
I'm surprised, though I agree with picking Shannon Gabriel and Terrence Hines back into the team. I'm surprised that we've gone 7 rounds or 6 rounds of cricket now, and Filton Williams has not been even called into the squad, because I think he's a guy that really impressed in the North South. He bowled on a wicket that was almost impossible to bowl on because of how good it was, how easy it was to bat on, and he picked up wickets. He picked up 3 wickets, and he just has to keep working, I guess. But I don't think we're too far away from seeing Filton Williams suit up for Trinidad and Tobago again.
Keep knocking on that door as we see Shannon continuing. This one played out to cover, no run.
Mackenzie has not been facing too many deliveries in this game. He faced that first over from Gabriel. Since then, he's just faced 3 deliveries. So he has a job on his hands here, because he's seen his 2 senior batsmen go. It's now all about him. Obviously, Jermaine Blackwood brings that sense of calm as well, just as King does, because of his experience at the highest level. Was the West Indies vice captain as well for a long time, so he has another job on his hands. But I think Kirk McKenzie knows what's going on out there now. He's been watching from the other end, and he sees what Joshua James has been able to do. Well, that's a beauty from Gabriel, sharp and short.
We don't see a lot of not much swing movement, but there is a lot of carry, definitely a lot of bounce, and maybe just a little bit of sea movement on that occasion. As we see a strong wind coming across from the east, going across the field, bringing the ball back into the left-hander. Shannon Gabriel having represented West Indies for a number of years. Continuing this one, well played, solid defense, back to the bowler. Shannon Gabriel will be infamous again a game against Pakistan. Final ball of the day.
Shannon slog sweep Gabriel.
Final ball of the day to draw a test match, and he played a slog sweep.
It's unfortunate that he had a lapse in judgment, and that's what he's remembered about as, by most people. But there's so much memories of Shannon Gabriel throughout his international career. There's obviously the time he broke Dhananjay De Silva's hand because of how quick he was bowling. Picked up 8 wickets against Sri Lanka in a test. That's a beauty from Gabriel. He continues to bowl well here into his 3rd over, and he's been all over Kirk McKenzie.
He's definitely building pressure, and it's good to see that the dot balls. Kirk McKenzie just keeping the bat close to his body there, so at least he's not playing away from his body, allowing the ball to go through. But it's well bowled by Gabriel, building dots, building pressure.
Jermaine Blackwood just having a walk down the wicket to have a word with young McKenzie. Just batted a 3 for the West Indies at test level before he played against England. Not a really bad series against England, and since then he's not really gotten his way back into the test team, but was decent against Australia in a tough series.
Definitely a tough though, anytime going to Australia.
The infamous Shamar Joseph test, where he led West Indies to victory. Mackenzie would have gotten 40 odd in that test as well.
It really was a wonderful performance by Shamar Joseph with a broken toe. Inspiring not just his teammates but many around the world. He's now with the Lucknow Super Giants.
Just the 1 game last year, you would look to improve on that, play a couple more this year. But he's getting invaluable experience down there in India, as Gabriel runs in from the southern end to finish his 3rd over. Driving, and it was in the air for a while, but not carrying to Kamil Puran at backward point. At the end of 6, it's 9 for 2.
Excellent start here by Red Force. First 6 overs of play. Joshua James 2 for 3. Shannon Gabriel very economical. in South Trinidad, Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Jermaine Blackwood taking up strike for the first time. He'll be facing Joshua James, man who's taken the 2 wickets so far in. And you would say the 2 wickets that has fallen has really been loose shots by the Jamaican Scorpion batters. First one was short and wide by John Campbell, cutting it directly to point. And Brandon King playing a bit away from his body and being caught at mid-wicket.
You know, I think a lot of that has to go, all the credit for those 2 wickets has to go to Shannon Gabriel. Well, that's a beauty from James. Off the gloves almost of Jermaine Blackwood and not carrying to Django at first slip. Let's have a look at it again. Oh no, just cutting him in half actually. He came back in off the tie pad.
Definitely a bit of seam movement with the moisture, the early moisture. But I agree with you in terms of the pressure that Shannon is building on the sudden end. So definitely bowling in partnerships. You know, just don't bat in partnerships, but the bowl in partnerships.
Yeah, you've seen it so many times over the years where, you know, Jimmy Anderson would be bowling dot balls on Stuart Broad, would be picking up wickets on the other end. That's a beauty again from James. This one just getting some extra bounce and beating Blackwood outside the off stump.
Yeah, he's definitely in the middle of a really, really good spell. Here is Joshua James. This one angling in and just slightly straightening. Well taken by the silver behind the stumps.
He's been excellent in this competition, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's
behind the stumps and with the bat in hand.
Yeah, behind and in front of the stumps. Yeah, he's been very, very good. Joshua James continuing. It's been very steady. Making early inroads into the Scorpions. As you see the sun starting to peek out here in Turuba.
I think the Scorpions would be grateful for that. That wicket would just dry up a bit. And Blackwood and Mackenzie would know that they're going to have to work hard for it here because of that start.
Yeah, it's vital that they build a partnership now. And it's not just about runs, but batting some time, getting yourself in. This one just down the leg and luckily not getting anything onto that. We've seen many batters just being stifled down the leg side. This one, yeah, I mean, sometimes as a batter you feel disappointed because you don't get bat onto it and you could easily pick up a couple of runs. But you know, if you, depending on the amount of bat or glove that you get onto it, it could easily be taken by the wicketkeeper and could be the end of your day.
That's one of the worst ways to get out with a bad ball like that. James runs in again. This one taking the outside edge with Kamil Puran. Does well at backward point.
So lots of dot balls building up here. Good pressure by the Red Force opening bowlers.
No, you see how good that they have been, and then you think, you know, they're gonna get tired soon. They'll get out of this, and it'll be easier when the spinners come on, or even when Terence Hines come on. But Terence Hines is a top bowler at this level. He's got 5 wicket holds to his name at this level before, and obviously Carey Pay is the leading wicket taker. Brian Charles has been great for the past few seasons, so it doesn't really get any easier. And then not to mention Yannick Carrier, who's the leading leg spinner in the Caribbean at the moment. He is it's not going to be easy to face when this wicket dries out and it starts to turn a bit. So it's not going to be an easy game for the Scorpions. However, with the experience of Kirk McKenzie now, who's growing into his game nicely, and Jermaine Blackwood, they've really got a good chance.
Yeah.
And obviously Odin Smith as well, who's batted lower in the order, but just come up with some valuable runs. He's going to have a part to play later on.
Hence the reason Trinidad Tobago Red Force second on the table. Don't expect a long spell here by Shannon Gabriel. Probably into his maybe his 4th and final over, maybe one more after. Fitness has always been a bit of a concern for Shannon. He's finding the right grip.
Fast bowling is never easy on your body, and a guy with a body like Shannon Gabriel, who's very strong, very big, tall. It's never gonna be easy to maintain, especially at the pace he bowls and the effort that he puts into it. It's not gonna be easy for him to maintain his body for long periods of time. So I think he understands himself now. He understands his body. Injuries are gonna happen, and I think what's most impressive to me about Shannon Gabriel is that yes, he's had a lot of injuries, but he always bounces back. He always comes out of it. You see a lot of guys nowadays pick up a couple of injuries and then they're done. They give up. But Gabriel, he works really hard. And I think that's one thing you can't ever really, judge Shannon Gabriel on, because he works so hard to get himself back to a position where he could play.
Yeah, very important indeed, his work ethic. As we see Riyad Emrit taking a stroll and having a little conversation with Joshua James on the long fine leg boundary, imparting his knowledge. So it's a very slow start here in Tarouba. Jamaica Scorpions being asked to take first strike, a 9 for 2 in the 8th over. TNT Red Force winning the toss. Very attacking field, 3 slip on a gully.
I like this from the Silver. He's kept the attack on into the 8th over now. He's kept the attack on the Scorpions as Gabriel down the leg side, an appeal. It seemed to come off the tie pad. There was definitely some sort of deviation, but Joshua the Silver didn't really look that interested. Let's have a look at it again.
Yeah, definitely brushing thigh guard and through to keeper the Silver. Just a stifled appeal.
Then we see Daniel Prentice, one of the best photographers in Trinidad and Tobago. He's always present at these games. See a couple other photographers around the ground as well. Gabriel's really bowled well, just into his 4th now. He's bowled 2 maidens already. That shows that he's building pressure, and we mentioned the bowling in partnerships. They've been excellent together. Oh, that's a beauty from Gabriel again. Joshua the Silva, can't believe it. What is Kirk McKenzie doing that he's not getting to hit these deliveries?
Yeah, it's a very good angle here by Gabriel. Just continue going across McKenzie with good pace.
You can see he just stood there. He's like, what do I need to do again? He's been excellent today. And we mentioned Shannon Gabriel at his best is almost unplayable, and this is very near to his best. And it's good to see, because he's not played a first class game all season. It's his first game of the season, and he's looked like he's been in rhythm. And the hardest thing for a fast bowler is getting into rhythm. And once you get into that rhythm, it's really easy after that.
It's unfortunate that he hasn't taken up a wicket as yet, and it is 4th over. But he's bowled well and continues to do.
Deserves it. Right on spot. Mackenzie has looked comfortable though when those balls are straight at him, but those deliveries just leaving him outside the off stump have definitely caused him a problem. It's been 4 or 5 occasions now where Gabriel has just beaten that outside edge on that 4th stump line.
And the Red Force opening bowlers have been very consistent with their line and lengths. It's just on and about outside off stump, just short of a length as well.
Was a 3 sips and a gully. Amir Django at first, Brian Charles at 2nd, Kyrie Pierre at 3rd, Cephas Coopers at gully, Puran at backward point, Jason Mohammed's at cover, Karai at mid-off, Terence Hines at mid-on, short mid-on, and Joshua James down on the fine leg boundary as Gabriel runs into bowl. And that's an absolute beauty once more. It was shorter, had Mackenzie on the back foot, and was beaten outside the off stump. What a spell this has been from Shannon Gabriel.
Seaming away from Kirk McKenzie, doing well not to get any bat onto that. And at the end of 8 overs, the Jamaica Scorpions are 9 for 2.
I think Gabriel is bowling so well, you'd want to see him bowl another. But he's obviously coming off an injury, first game back. He's going to be a bit winded at this stage. Does he come back and try another one where, if he's tired, he may get a bit wayward? Or does Joshua the Silva give him a rest and get Terrence Hines into this game early on.
I think once he's willing to bowl his 50, I think he should be given that opportunity.
I'm looking at him there. He's looking tired. Tion Webster's just come out with the towel and some water for him. We'll have to wait and see. And I see Brian Charles warming up at first slip as well.
Substitute Chit Cooley also coming onto the field.
I'm not quite sure. I think Jason Mohammed is actually the fielder that's off the field at the moment. I don't see him. No, he is there. Kamil Puran. Cephas Cooper. Not quite sure. Yeah, it's Cephas Cooper. He's off the field at the moment.
Joshua James to continue into his 5th over. Two wickets for 3 runs. Very impressive, Joshua James.
Not much more you can ask for. So 2 slips, a 4th slip, and a gully down the leg side. That's interesting to me, Vishram, because you see Django and Brian Charles at first and second. There's a gap at 3rd slip. Kyrie Pay has gone into 4th. It's almost 2 gullies.
Yeah.
When you look at it. Pay more at a 5th slip even, and Kamil Puran at gully. So that's definitely some sort of planning that Riyad Emirates and the boys have gone over. It's not your regulation slip coded.
Sherman is also a very attacking batter. Likes to field ball on bat. And this one just leaving it outside the off stump. It's very important that he plays the situation. Scorpions 9 for 2. First session of day 1. It's important that they build a partnership here. As the wind has just died down a bit and the sun is coming out, so temperatures rising.
Yeah, that start, that first 3 or 4 overs, that was the ideal swing bowling conditions. And fair enough to the Red Force, they took advantage of it. But since Blackwood has come in, he's looked good. Just 9 deliveries now. But he's been pretty much in control. Doesn't seem to be fazed by anything. Just had that one from James that came back into him and hit him on his thigh pad, but there was no real danger in that.
6-3 field with mid-on, a mid-wicket and a fine leg on the leg side. Joshua James attacking the stumps.
Beauty. That's a beauty. You can see that James put some more effort into that one. Just straightening and beating Blackwood outside the off stump.
Yeah, a bit of extra bounce again. And I continue to see throughout this 9+ overs that there is a lot of carry in this wicket. And that's important. It's day 1 of a 4-day affair.
You can see as well with that one that it almost rushed into the gloves of the Silva. He was caught a bit by surprise. And that's not been the case often for Joshua Da Silva in this innings. Good delivery, that one coming back in, but Blackwood covered it well.
Scorpions unable to rotate the strike here as well. That will, assist alleviating some of the pressure that's building. There are plenty gaps on the field, but it's really been a good start here by the Red Force opening bowlers, consistently penetrating right on about outside off stump, short of a length, nagging away. It's important that Scorpions continue to bat and bat as long as they can, but this one well defended out to gully fielder, and that's the end of 9 overs. It's 9 for 2.
And it's going to be Brian Charles to replace Shannon Gabriel from the southern end, just as we suspected. I'm surprised it's not Terrence Hines, but he may bowl from the end that James is bowling from. Cephas Cooper is back, so he was getting ready to go into his role at bat pad. Jed Gully's short stay with us. He's back off now. Looking at Jermaine Blackwood's first class career, 56 test matches and an average of 30. You look at the current West Indies team, it's a young team, but nobody really averages 30 in test cricket just yet. I think Blackwood has been pretty successful. In first class cricket, he's averaged just under 32, 9 centuries, 53 half centuries.
What I've been impressed by in this particular tournament is that the scores have definitely increased. We've seen,
A lot of hundreds.
yeah, and that's important. The likes of Jason Mohammed, despite his age, he's still there and he's still the leading run getter in this competition. So it shows his determination and his will.
Yeah, you see, obviously Joshua Da Silva, he scored 3 back-to-back centuries as well. So we've seen a lot of guys putting their hand up. Obviously last year, Mikhail Louis would have been the guy. I think in recent times the batting has really improved in West Indian cricket. We look back to the Super 50, where Justin Greaves scored 300s in a row as well. The guys are putting their hand up and getting themselves into positions to get selected. I think after Graves did what he did, there was no choice but to pick him. And even Amir Jangu had a good Super 50. Came in, got his chance to the West Indies, played 1 day international and scored 132 not out. So these guys showing that you've got to score hundreds if you want to be selected.
Brian Charles taking up the attack from the sudden end. He's consistently bowling just short of a good length, and this one just played away, no run. With a bit of a moisture, you could definitely try and get some purchase out of this wicket. Or just spinning just ever so slightly. And that one a bit more turn there on that occasion. You can definitely see the scuff marks created by Joshua James. So an opportunity here. He's bowling to the left-handed Kirk Mackenzie with a slip and a short leg. Bit too wide outside off stump, all left. And that's the end of 10 overs, 9 for 2 after 10. Scorpions being asked to bat first.
That's about 10 minutes shy of the first drinks break of this game. So the Red Force would love to pick up another before the end of that. But I think looking at this first 10 overs, it's been all Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, very slow going by the Scorpions. Unable to rotate the strike. Out of those 9 runs, they would have had 6 extras.
I think it's just about them being watchful. It's not been easy the way that Gabriel has bowled, the way that James has bowled as well. So they've had to find a way to just survive for a bit. Obviously, losing those 2 early wickets would have set them back. Because we know how Mackenzie bats, we know how Blackwood likes to bat as well. They like to score. They like to keep the runs ticking. And they've been in a situation now where they really have to consolidate. They don't want to lose another wicket before the end of the session.
James into his 6th over, and this one worked into the one side.
Blackwood wants 2, but Yannick Carrier gets around quickly. Just a single, so Blackwood's off the mark.
It's good to see the intent in his running. You know, definitely taking that first single very quickly.
He's been around for a long time, but he's not an old guy. He's just 33 years old, which is not old by any stretch of the imagination. So he still would be, he would have aspirations of getting back into that test team soon. And the only thing that's going to get him there is the runs. So in a couple of the earlier rounds, he was bowling medium pace and picking up wickets as well. So he's putting up his hand as an all-rounder.
Extended spell here for Joshua James.
Straight to carry pair. Kamal Puran down that fine leg. What's your thoughts on Kamal Puran since he's come back? He had a good innings against Barbados for the combined campuses and colleges in round 4. Got about 35, but he looked really good. And switched over to the Red Force for round 5 to play against Barbados again. And that time he got his half century.
Yeah, good opportunity for Kamal Puran. He's been around domestic circuit in Trinidad for a number of years. He's been scoring heavily in club cricket in Trinidad, and now getting his opportunity with the Red Force team. It's an opportunity for him to, you know, as you said, scoring a half century and representing Trinidad for the first time there. hopefully he can carry on from there.
Yeah, he would have played back in 2023, I think it was. Made his debut and he scored a couple of runs. He's got a couple of 30s and things of that sort, but didn't really carry on. Had this entire season last year with the CCC team, and that was the problem. He was getting starts but not carrying on. So I think if there's one thing for him to improve on is when you get to 30 and 40, you go big and you get hundreds. I think he's new to the setup, to the first class arena, so he's gonna learn, but he's really shown some impressive signs. Here's James again running away from the northern end, and Mackenzie's looking for a quick single. He noticed it was Shannon Gabriel just on his heels at mid-off, and they were able to complete an easy single.
Yeah, very good strike rotation. Good awareness there by Cook Mackenzie.
Still no Terrence Hines just yet, but he will be getting himself ready. Terrence Hines, another one of those bowlers who's unassumingly quick. He's very skiddy and gets that ball to move away from the right-hander quite easily. Oh, that's a good shot from Blackwood off the back foot, punching. Hines has some running to do. And they pick up 2 runs. So at the end of over number 11, the Jamaica Scorpions 13 for 2. James completes his 6th over 2 for 7.
Yeah, deep into his spell now. You can see that he's getting a bit tired. Probably get a bowling change from this northern end very soon. Brian Charles to continue from the southern end. He'll be bowling to Cook Mackenzie. There's definitely a bit of turn. Scorpions 13 for 2.
Current run rate of just 1.18. I don't think they'll be too concerned about that. You mentioned earlier they're in a bit of a consolidation period. There's Mackenzie on strike. Brian Charles, a good first over. And a maiden, he's going to want to continue.
With the amount of turn that was seen in the first over, probably consideration for a gully.
Or even a second slip.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you there because 1 or 2 of them turn rapidly. And that would really... it's an attacking option.
Yeah, especially as you have the team 13 for 2. This one a bit too full. And just defended out.
Mackenzie, I saw recently in the Super 50 he opened the batting for Jamaica and he had some problems with the off spinners bowling around the wicket to him. Offhand, I can remember Mikel Govaya got him caught at slip. So I think Govaya had 2 slips as well. So I think it's a good option.
Yeah. Probably look at taking out the cover point, encouraging the batter to try and drive the ball and maybe create an opportunity. See Brian Charles continuing.
Give someone some air. It's well bowled. You just saw Terrence Hines there.
Just building the dots, building pressure.
Driving over Django, over Mohammed in fact, at short cover, and it goes into the boundary for 4. First boundary off the bat for the Jamaica Scorpions. For Cook Mackenzie, he moves on now to 6 of 36 at the end of 12, 17 for 2.
Yeah, Cook Mackenzie, they're taking the aerial route, going over cover, stand and deliver stuff. And that's 4 to the Scorpions. So Cook Mackenzie just slowly getting into the run of things.
Oh, there he is. Terrence Hines is gonna take over from Joshua James at the northern end. Hines first game for the season for him. He's been struggling with injury. Early on, he came back from the ILT 20 over in Dubai, so he is available now. He's back into the team. He had a pretty good competition locally with Trinidad and Tobago, with Queen's Park Cricket Club over in the Trinbago Knight Riders T20 Festival up in the Queen's Park Oval, where he led his team to victory in the final, picked up 3 wickets. So here he is into his first delivery, and he starts well. Right on spot. He's played 19 first-class games now, 29 wickets. A best of 5 for 32. He's got himself a first-class 100 and 650s as well, so that's the all-rounder that you want.
He's gotten opportunities at CPL level as well. Trinbago Knight Riders.
Made his T20 international debut late last year as well against England. This one flicked away. Some work for Karaya here, and it's into the boundary for 4. So badly lined from Hines there, and the Jamaica Scorpions starting to pick it up a bit. 2 boundaries now in the last 2 overs. Score moves on to 21.
Yeah, badly lined delivery and well played by Jermaine Blackwood into the gap, deep square leg, and for 4. So runs starting to come by a lot more freely now as we approach the end of the first hour of play here in this 4-day affair. Terrence Hines, he's seen as more of a dead bowler for Trinbago Knight Riders, and he had a successful stint at that point in time, as you said, and he was recruited by West Indies team.
You look around, and a lot of the guys involved in this game would have represented the West Indies at some level, even if it's on a 19 level. Because it's good to see these guys battling it out at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Kari Pay would have played a couple of games for the West Indies. Hines, Gabriel, Karaya, Mohammed, Cephas Cooper played at the under 19 level. Brian Charles was selected for the test team, didn't get any games yet. Django Da Silva, Joshua James played at the under 19 level as well. And then you look at the 2 batsmen out there, both played at test level. That one.
Yeah, just angling into Kirk McKenzie. He has a bit of a slingy action, bit of a Fidel Edwards there. A Lasset Malenga.
And that's what makes him, to me, a good dead bowler, because he's able to get those Yorkers into the toes at that low trajectory. Yeah. It's hard to get underneath a bowler like that. That's a beauty from Hines. Outside the off stump, McKenzie. And you can see he's walking off in a bit of disgust with himself, because he knows that's a delivery he could have left.
Yeah, it's wide outside the off, but the length is what drew him into the shot. And bit of a fall shot in there, but survives luckily for the Scorpions. That angle around the wicket, angling into McKenzie, especially with slingy action. Terrence Hines trying to target those pads and stumps.
That's a beauty again. So that is the end of a brilliant over from Hines to start. At the end of 13, 22 for 2. That one seemed to just straighten a bit.
Yeah, with the angle, and just as one pitching, just seaming away just ever so slightly through to wicketkeeper Joshua Da Silva.
So we're going to take a short break now, as the first hour has come to an end. They're going to have a bit of refreshments. So at the end of 13, the Jamaica Scorpions 22 for 2. We'll be right back after this.
So we're ready to resume action here. Jamaica Scorpions being put into bat by Trinidad Tobago Red Force at 22 for 2 after the first hour's play. As I welcome Mr. Vinud Mamchan.
Thanks a lot, Vishram, and I'm welcome with a beautiful shot of the back foot. It was a bit too short on that occasion there by Brian Charles, and Blackwood just stood tall for once there. Look at this. Back and across, making some room, and just pushing it through the offside into the boundary for 4. Lovely shot.
Definitely, and finding the gap as well.
So it continues to be a bit overcast here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. Thankfully, we haven't gotten any rain. Charles has been a standout performer for Trinidad and Tobago over the years. We want to get into Wicket's column now.
This one worked into the onside down to the backward square. Terrence Hines picks up.
And you can see Blackwood just playing him off the track, playing him late, looking to read him off the track. And the mere fact that he was able to play late, it gave him the angle. It gave him the ability to access the space on the onside down to backward square. Let's see how Mackenzie, who has been there for all of 39 deliveries, is put a value to his wicket.
Yeah, definitely, and that's good to see. It's important as an opening batter that you give yourself every opportunity to play yourself in.
I want to welcome all our viewers from across the world, especially those on Flow Sport. And this match, of course, is going. It's going directly to 32 countries in the Western Hemisphere. Of course, all of the viewers on the West Indies YouTube channel as well.
Cook Mackenzie playing a sweep shot earlier in the over and unsuccessfully so. It's important that he continues to play straight as possible, especially in this first session. Scorpions already losing 2 wickets.
Well, he has done all the hard work, and he doesn't want to give it away at this point in time.
It's come to the end of the 14th over. Scorpions 27 for 2. Runs are slowly coming by.
And of course, the 2 gentlemen up there in the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board box is taking in the action. They've been there for the entire day's play so far. Amar Samaru to your left, the former comptroller of customs here in Trinidad and Tobago, and he's brought along a friend with him.
Terran Signs continuing from the northern end. He's into his 2nd over.
Hines. Ooh, that just followed that. Hines has been very impressive so far. I looked at his first over, and he was getting the ball to seam about, and that's good. Perfect conditions for that.
Yeah, this one a bit short and wide, and drawing Blackwood to fall shot outside the off stump. It's a bit too wide for him to be playing at. Jermaine Blackwood, a man with test pedigree.
Much better. So allowing that to go by.
Thoughts on Jermaine Blackwood as with his time with the West Indies team? And
well, he was always a forthright batsman, a batsman who would have come in many times in situations similar to this and play as if it were 100 without loss or 100 for 1. You know, he's a brave man, battles hard.
Short in demeanor. Shannon Gabriel working on that pink ball. It's important. As we see, Terran Signs In the midst of his spell, 3 dot balls in this over. Nice angle, just moving very gently away from the right-handed Blackwood.
I like the areas. I like the areas that he's operating with, just on that corridor of uncertainty. And Hines has the ability to move the ball both ways. His very first delivery today, he was on spot. It was as if he was bowling all night at Sinat's Auto, where he could be found. Sinat Auto has built an indoor turf practice facility for guys like Jid Cooley, Andrew Rambaran, Carrie Pear, of course Terence Hines, Yannick Karaya. These are the guys who frequent that establishment, and in the day they will sell car parts and cars, and in the night they play cricket. Here's Hines.
Sounds like a dream.
What a talented player he is. Outside the off stump, allowed to go by.
So after 15 overs, Scorpions being asked to bat first at 27 for 2. 2 wickets to fall. John Campbell caught Carrie Pierre, bowled Joshua James, and Brandon King batting at number 3. Losing his wicket without troubling the scorers. See a bit of smoke coming in from the east. Brian Charles to continue. He'll be bowling from the southern end. It's a slip, a short leg. He'll be bowling to Kirk McKenzie, the left-handed Kirk McKenzie. See, mid-on is about 3/4 way back to the boundary, tempting Kirk McKenzie into going over the top. Charles just angling in and with a bit of drift. Breeze is blowing across, so it will drift into the left-handed McKenzie. Charles hoping to drift and turn the ball away. Continues on this one. Nice loop to this delivery. Well left.
So Charles just teasing McKenzie outside the off stump, probably hoping that he plays a rash shot, because he has been in there for quite a long while. But McKenzie showing him that he has a lot of time.
Showing patience like Grape Job. McKenzie facing up again, and this one a bit more air. Yorker length. Just defended out. So in the field we have a mid-on and a mid-off. 3/4 way back to the boundary. Short cover. Cover point, a backward point. This one short and played out to cover, no run. So Kenzie hasn't been able to rotate the strike as he probably would have liked to.
So just one correction, Vishram. This broadcast is not on Flow Sports. Flow, they're handling the connectivity, is actually on Rush Sports 2. And I must apologize for that. My good friend Rivelino Simmons just called me, and good old Rivos always corrects me. Thank you, Rivelino. So it's 27 for the loss of 2. It's the end of the over, and it continues to be very overcast here. And are you surprised? No sign of Carrie Pear just yet?
Definitely, he's been the leading wicket taker in this competition thus far. But utilizing Terence Hines from the northern end, Brian Charles from the southern, especially with the left-handed Kirk McKenzie in the wicket. So probably Carrie Pear will be very close on the horizon. As you mentioned, your friend there correcting you. It's very humble of you to accept when you're wrong.
Of course.
Yeah.
That's important.
It's important to learn from our mistakes.
So it's going to be Hines to continue. Here he is. Ken continues to get that delivery to just seam away.
Yeah, just a bit too wide though. Two slips and a gully in play.
I think there's value in putting a third slip now because of the deviation that he's getting. Of course, I agree with you. That last delivery was a bit too wide. But there's value, I think, in putting a third slip because Trinidad Tobago are on top at the moment. 27 for 2. Oh, that's a good delivery. Had him squaring up there.
Yeah, but definitely a bit straighter as well. And where would you take that fielder from to get that third slip?
I think at this point in time, I would just move Shannon Gabriel a bit wider and take that short mid wicket and put him into the third slip position because you want to tantalize him too. Let him play across the line, leave a gap there, and with the ball moving away from him, he'll definitely be playing across the line. So I'll move the short mid wicket.
You'd have done some captain senior days.
Oh, that's a brilliant delivery there. Oh my. Hines is unlucky, isn't he?
Yeah, beautifully bowled Yorker length
Ooh.
delivery.
That was a almost perfect Yorker. The only thing was that the stumps weren't disturbed. This is an excellent spell here from Terence Hines.
It's creating pressure with the dot balls as well.
Punched nicely through the covers, runs here. And it goes over the ropes. Lovely shot.
That's a beautiful shot, short and wide, and he's getting onto his toes and punching it off the back foot. A trademark shot there by Jermaine Blackwood. Strong outside the off stump. He loves it short and wide and plays that beautifully along the ground for 4. So well played here by Jermaine Blackwood. He moves on to 17. He's looked very solid. 17 of 29 deliveries. The Scorpions are 31 for 2 after 16.4 overs. Cook McKenzie on the other end, he's very, very solid, 6 of 49. Hines continuing. This one just defended out to mid-wicket. Jermaine Blackwood looking for the single, but declining as Jason Mohammed just strolls in. Picks up the pink Duke ball, shines it into the second hour of play here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in South Trinidad, Tobago. Jermaine Blackwood, 17 of 30. Terence Hines, final delivery in his third over. This one is short and wide and punched again, but this time fine, and it goes into the boundary for 4 more. Short, wide, and punched. Second shot.
Yeah, but he loves that shot. And he would have played that on about 3 occasions in this inning so far. That's, serving it up to him there, Vishram, is like ackee and saltfish. He's going to devour that. Hines will learn quickly. He's an experienced bowler. And he's a bowler who tries different things. But as I look to my left, I'm seeing the clouds gathering. One hopes that it blows away. The good thing is that the wind is up.
There's a strong wind coming from this easterly direction, blowing across. So hopefully, as you said, it blows across those rain-bearing clouds. Brian Charles to continue. Jermaine has been very, very solid in his innings so far. 21 of 31. It's a good strike rate. Just under 70. Mackenzie has been very solid. See groundsmen just preparing themselves. Hopefully.
Well, they are the experts. They are the weather gods at any cricket ground, the groundsmen. You take your cue normally from them. And this is played away. He bludgeoned that really, not really timing it. Gets a single, gets off strike. And in any part of the world, the umpires will normally take advice from the ground staff because they basically live at the ground. So they know So Brian Charles. You can see that the wind that I spoke about, it's fluttering the garments of the TNT Red Force players. I think so. TNT Red Force, they would have enjoyed the exchanges so far. I like this move here by skipper De Silva, having that backward short leg or leg gully, if you please.
Very attacking with a slip leg gully and a short leg.
Yep, and it's refreshing to see. I've looked at Alec Atenes as well as a captain when we did Windward Islands games, and he's also a refreshing leader, because I think that in the Caribbean we've become too defensive, and that has come about because of the lack of success, so to speak, over the years, and the captains are normally a bit too defensive. I've covered test matches where with the West Indies having 7 players down, the new batsman comes in and there's a deep point on the boundary. I can't understand. I'll never forget that. And when you see aggression like this, it means that it's positive cricket.
Yeah, definitely. As we know that there's a vacancy in the West Indies captaincy position right now in Test cricket. Your thoughts?
Looking at the players who normally make the team, well, that guy, he will get a good view if he stops on top of the hill. That's just behind the stadium. You look around at what they have right now, and of course, Alec Atenes might be someone who I may favour. And also throwing his hat in the ring might be Alzari Joseph as well. But we've seen certain things from Alzari Joseph that has been less than impressive in terms of behaviour on and off the field. Well, not off the field, but on the field, actually. As this has worked away fine. And it's going to go very close to the boundary. James is there. So, I think, had Joshua De Silva been in the team on a more consistent basis, when I say that, he didn't play in Pakistan. So had he been a little more consistent with the bat, I mean, he has been tremendous this series with 3 centuries, and to add a century in the domestic T20 as well. So that's 4 centuries in recent times. But Joshua, obviously, had he been a little more consistent, he would have been my choice. But I think at this point in time, Alec Atenes might be just ahead.
Front runner for captaincy position is the call from Vinud Mamchan, man from Dominica. Terrence Hines continuing this angle into the left-hander. The wind blowing across, hopefully being able to drift it away.
Loud appeal. Let's have a look at that again. Hines was convinced. De Silva is saying he's not too sure. Well, let's have a look at that. Probably just sliding down the leg side.
Yeah, definitely going down the leg. You can see the angle from the delivery wide of the crease. And that slingy action just drifting away down to the leg side. This one a bit fuller, wide outside the off stump, and Cook Mackenzie seeing an opportunity to score runs, but missing out there.
I think a little frustration probably creeping into the game of Mackenzie.
55 deliveries, just 7 runs to his name.
He's done a job because his team lost 2 very early wickets. He's still there, and that's important. This is a 4-day match. 360 overs available to you.
Just into the 19th over. It's important that he put a price to his wicket.
That one peels off a thick outside edge down to a deep gully, or more backward point, in the young boy, Jason Mohammed. as they say, the youth man in this squad. As you can see, a thick outside edge again. Hines getting the ball now to deviate away from the left-hander.
Must compliment his fitness though, Jason Mohammed.
He's been very, very fit indeed. Almost as fit as Azim Bassarat, the president of the Trinidad Tobago Cricket Board. Oh, this is well played. That's an excellent shot. Meat and drink. Poor delivery there from Hines. It was short. He had enough time to go home, change his clothes, come back and play down through backward point for 4. Look at that.
Yeah, very, very simply played. Finding the gap between backward point and gully. Angling it all along the ground for 4.
Partnership so far for 33. And there's the man himself. Well, if you can get as fit as President Bassarat, then you're doing a good job.
Recently re-elected. Congratulations to Mr. Azim Bassarat.
Of course, he's held the reins well here. What has eluded him, though, is a regional 4-day title. You know, he has gotten success at the under 15, at the under 17, at the under 19. In instant cricket, when I say instant cricket, T20 cricket, 50 over cricket, and this season may well be his season to lift the title. I keep saying that last game at the Queen's Park Oval will be a decider.
Yeah, most definitely. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force coming up against the Guyana Happy Eagles.
I think the Eagles are a couple points just ahead at this point in time.
It will be a round 7 clash. Title decider. Brian Charles pulling to the right-handed Blackwood. This one up short and pulled along the ground to deep backward square.
But that one, there was generous turn. That one turned so much that the ball ended up behind square when he was looking to go through mid-wicket. So Blackwood is going to attack if there's a delivery or opportunity to attack.
Kenzie sweeping and it's a loud appeal. Not out given. It's a dangerous shot playing across the line.
Remember, the ball is turning away from him. So keep that in mind. As that one just held its own. I think that might have missed leg stump. That one held its own. Brian Charles needed that one to turn. Well, the rain is here with us. The ground staff, they are walking towards their respective positions on the cover boundary. And the umpires are still just waiting for a word from them. And this is what we spoke about. The umpires, of course, having a word, and they have nodded in the affirmative that the covers will be coming out. So at what's it now? 2:28 in the afternoon here in South Trinidad. The rains have come, and I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. This rain is what is called white rain here in Trinidad. And white rain tends to stick around for quite a long time. I remember being on commentary, Rishram, and I was told that, well, I had mentioned, we were actually in Guyana. I had mentioned that this is white rain. And the Guyanese commentator gave me a very colorful expression and name for it that I can't repeat on air. But recently, my good friend out there in Dominica, Lockhart Sebastian, was on air with me with the same situation. He said this is called fifine in Dominica.
Wonderful, wonderful. Reminds me of the fruit as well. Like chenet is a name throughout the Caribbean for it. Guinep. Aki.
Yeah. And, down here at Brian Lara, there are a lot of apple trees that we will get to as this match progresses. We're going to take a short break for rain, and we're going to come back shortly.
Welcome back. And just after a short rain delay, we're back out. Trinidad and Tobago taking the field at the moment, 43 for 2. And let's hear about that first session.
Yeah, well, definitely, I would say that session prior to the rain would belong to Trinidad and Tobago. You're seeing a mini fight back by the Jamaican Scorpions at the moment. They were actually 9 for 2 in the early piece. Brilliant bowling by one Joshua James out of Tobago. I looked at him, Liam, and I know this is a big comparison. But something I saw in him today that reminded me of Glenn McGrath. He's putting it on a spot, but not only putting it on a spot, with some pace.
And he's also getting it to do stuff as well from that spot. He's getting the ball to move away, straighten at times. He's getting some to lift off that same spot. And that's what Joshua James has brought to the Trinidad and Tobago bowling attack. And what I'm most happy about for him is that he stepped up when you lost your two West Indian fast bowlers in Anderson Phillip and Jaden Seals. He's got the new ball and he's really stepped up and taken charge of this game.
Yeah, definitely so. So Trinidad and Tobago will be hoping to get a breakthrough immediately after the rain break. Sometimes just after a break, players somehow lose concentration. Batsmen, that is. Trinidad and Tobago will be looking at anything like that. It's going to be Brian Charles to continue.
And Mackenzie, 11 of 59 now. He has been out there for quite some time. And he's not done badly. He's had a tough time out there. Lost 2 wickets earlier around him. Shannon Gabriel was in the middle of a really good spell. So he's done a good job in terms of being there still. But he will want to carry on a bit. That's the end of over number 20, 43 for 2. And you look at the way Blackwood has gone about it. And I can tell you one thing. That 22 of 38 does not reflect how hard it's been for him. He's had a tough time as well, but he's come out and he's played confident cricket. He's played and looked to score runs, and it's worked out for him in the end. He's on 22. Terence Hines is in the middle of a good spell as well. What's your thoughts on Hines' first spell early?
Yeah, well, Hines, actually, I was very impressed. I found that he bowled too well not to get wickets. There was one Yorker I was on with Vishram Pamisa at the time, and we were speaking about that Yorker. We just couldn't understand how it didn't hit the timbers. And apart from that, though, what has really impressed me the most about him, he's operating, he's living just in that corridor of uncertainty.
In the air and over the top, it's going to run very close to the boundary, but Kamil Puran does the field and they pick up 2 runs.
Well, that's the way Blackwood plays. You give him a delivery that is in his arc and he will play shots. And he gets 2. Normally you always find him in a counter-attacking phase during his innings. He'll come in. Pamisa was asking me about my thoughts on his test career, and I was saying many times he would have come in with the West Indies struggling in similar positions, and he would have just taken the fight to the opposition.
That's not bad from Hines. A bit straighter. That last one outside the off stump. This one maybe a bit too straight, but I'm just getting back into it after that bit of a break.
Again, that area from the very first game here, that was the official game where they opened the stadium. That area where the bowlers are landing always gave way, and every game, every first class game that I've seen here, I've seen that. Normally they come out with a rammer.
Yep.
Yeah.
A couple of times I've played here as well. It's been an area that has always had some issues, even on the other end as well.
Not Christopher Ramsaran, a rammer.
It's I'm not quite sure what causes that, but it always is a bit of a concern for fast bowlers and their ankles. So something that can cause injury.
Well, had this match been at the Queen's Park Oval, good old Kyle Ramdo would have been with the rammer. Man
that's a beauty. That one came back in sharply.
Kept a bit low. Hines has been brilliant.
Yeah, just forcing Kirk McKenzie to play at that, and that's what he's done well. He's made them play. You look at his figures, 20 runs and 4.3 overs, but it's not bad because he's made the batsman play. He's not bowled any waste deliveries really outside the off stump where they're just leaving him.
That doesn't reflect just how good he has bowled.
Yeah, he's trying to make something happen, and that's the type of bowler he is. Off the outside edge this time, Cooper is at gully.
Credit there to McKenzie. He played that one just under his nose. He allowed it to come on to him. And when you're facing bowlers who are swinging the ball and seaming the ball, one of the keys to dealing with them is playing as late as possible. And I think this is what McKenzie has decided to do against him.
He's got to be careful though, because the later he plays, it's going to peel off the edge as well. So here comes Hines. Go on for the Yorker. An appeal, not out, says umpire Shannon. And that one is, I think that's going down leg.
Yeah, with the naked eye, one could say it was going down the leg side. Let's have a look. Yeah, it would have definitely gone down the leg side, but it leaves McKenzie with a bruised toe. Look at that. Bang.
Yeah, she's struggling a bit. You can see him just limping back to the stumps now, but that's what you're going to get from Hines. That low arm action, that low trajectory that he comes from. He's not the tallest guy either. He gets that ball to just slide through.
Yeah, it's kid's on. If ever a guy's bowling figures hasn't reflected how well he has bowled, it's today.
That one coming back in as well. McKenzie looking to flash at it. And maybe off the top of the bat. He's still struggling a bit with his toe.
He's been brilliant. Do you think there's value in Hines going to over the wicket, looking to angle the ball, because he gets such great deviation into the left-hander and away from the right-hander? Is there value in Hines trying to angle it and just getting it to straighten?
Yeah, I think it's an option, and I think it would open up his LBW chances a bit more because of the angle. So something to consider definitely. I see the golden arm Jason Mohammed getting warm.
That's a man with a golden arm. Good old Shadow. If we may just go across the Caribbean a bit, Liam. Guyana Harp Eagles and a lot of Trinidadians would be interested in this. At this point in time, they were bowled out just on the stroke of T for 193. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they're 4 without loss. The Windward Islands Volcanoes, they've been bowled out for 186 in Grosy Lay. And that's against the Barbados Pride. Of course, across in UWI, the combined campuses and colleges, they're 171 for 4 against the Academy.
Yeah, that Guyana score is going to be interesting to the people around the Caribbean, because as we mentioned earlier when I was on with Vishram, that's the clash. Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana on top of them at the moment by just 2 points. It really shows that going into round 7, where those two are going to have to go against each other, that's going to be the game that decides it all. But if Trinidad and Tobago could win here and Guyana not had a great start to their encounter against the Leeward Islands, it could really this round could really decide a large portion of what happens next week.
I say a very good afternoon to a friend of mine who is logged on all the way from Ireland, Niall O'Brien. You remember Niall O'Brien?
Yeah.
Played for Ireland.
Top player. Him and his brother Kevin.
Yep. Niall is now a commentator, punched away. There is no run.
His brother Kevin O'Brien as well would have played for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Steel for a couple of years in the CPL.
Yes.
It's been a good over from Chaz into his final delivery now. McKenzie goes, and that's a beautiful shot straight down the ground, and gets 4 runs for it. It was overpitched by Charles.
Yeah, that was in the zone, so to speak. And he just went down tongue. So that's 4. Breaks the shackles, does he? We wait to see. Umpire Raj Kumar, who prides himself as a bodybuilder. signals a boundary.
Hines to continue. So you see a couple of the supporters here at the Brian Cricket Academy.
Not many people in at this point in time, but I tell you something. Once Trinidad Tobago they're playing on the weekend, I'm sure that the fans will show up. The weekend starts actually on a Thursday in Trinidad, but they just came out from a long weekend, so they're probably recuperating. So they may come in on Friday.
Here's Hines again. Good delivery. Oh, and he's dropped it.
Oh my.
Well, Terence Hines is in his own hands now. He's disappointed in himself. That one was hit back quite hard at him. Let's look at it again.
He should have taken that. On a normal day, Terence Hines would take that blindfolded with his hands tied behind his back. Oh my. He has been unlucky.
Yeah, he misses out there, but he's making things happen, and that's what is important. And Jermaine Blackwood, though, however, that's a big chance because Jermaine Blackwood is a dangerous player. He can take this game away from the Red Force just like that. And you give him a chance like that, it's a big mistake, I think, for the Red Force.
Driving beautifully, adding insult to injury now. The lanky James is there and they come back for two.
I wonder if Joshua James... I wonder if his favourite player is Coach Emmerich. 'Cause I look at him, he works closely with Emmerich on his bowling. But I look at his choice in shoot number. Riyad Emmerich would have rocked 51 for Trinidad and Tobago, and a lot of teams around the world for many years, and James seems to emulate that.
I think Emmerich's vehicle number is 51, huh?
Are you trying to get him arrested?
No, I didn't call I didn't call the other two digits. I just called two. Emmerich could never be arrested.
Or robbed. He's a man of the people.
Yeah, definitely.
They love him.
Yeah.
They love him around Trinidad and Tobago.
And
except when he was playing for the Ghana Amazon Warriors.
Yeah. What's going on? They're sprucing up on the southern side here of the Brian Cricket Academy. One hopes that the guy doesn't paint our camera. Pushed away.
Good running from Blackwood. Hit straight to James, but he took off quickly. And good communication between him and Mackenzie. Hines is going to go back to round the wicket here. It has caused some problems for Mackenzie because traditionally we know Hines is going to move the ball back into the left-hander. But if he could get one to straighten, that could really put Mackenzie in some problems.
Yeah, I would like to see Hines go to over the wicket to the left-hander. Push it across him.
It's moving, and James a lot finer. Could be evidence of a short ball or maybe a double bluff. Also a good shot there from Kirk Mackenzie through the gap. Kamil Puran is very quick and he gets there very quickly. 2 runs. That's a good looking shot though from Mackenzie.
Yeah, again, Mackenzie standing tall and just pushing it into the gap. And one hopes that that drop catch doesn't play on the mind of Terence Hines and that he can put it behind him and continue to bowl because he's in the midst of a really good spell. I'm also looking at the time. It's now just 5 minutes past 3. So I think I was told by Gordon Payne, our cameraman, that they will take a break at 3:20 for tea, is it?
Well, I think it would have been 3 o'clock, but because of the bit of delay, because of the rain, they were off for about 20 minutes or so, so they may just take back that time now. I'm not quite sure. They didn't really get any word on that, but I'll have to wait and see as Brian Charles is going to continue.
And this is what I like with Michael Raghunatha, the third, the match referee who is at UE. Michael sends information before you can ask him. You know, this morning he was sending me information for a different venue. He was saying that Pittman is off with a headache. I mean, look at service. Top man, Michael Raghunatha, former FIFA referee, His professionalism comes from that. So Charles is going to continue from the fine. Still no sign of carry pair.
Slip in for Charles. Carry pays that slip. And it looks like Jason Mohammed is at leg slip. A short leg as well as Cooper.
I would like to see Shannon Gabriel brought in for a short spell just before that break.
Yes, definitely something to consider. Or even Joshua James, who's bowled well. But I think Gabriel would be better because of that extra pace that he brings to the table. And you could really shake up these two batsmen right before, where they're just probably getting a bit comfortable with Brian Charles at the southern end. Gabriel just the 4 overs earlier on for 1 run. A lot of chances as well. And I think Gabriel's spell is what allowed James to pick up wickets because of the pressure that he was creating on one side on the dot balls and the plays and misses. They tried to score off of James and it didn't work. Ooh, that was in the air. And just through that gap of leg slip and short leg. Blackwood would say he played that there purposefully.
Yeah, but obviously the plan is working for Charles. A workhorse on the Trinidad Tobago team, Brian Charles.
It's a tough wicket to get wickets on. It is a very good batting track. We've seen that in the North-South game that they had earlier before the season started. The first game as well against CCC, where Red Force scored 500 plus runs. It's not an easy wicket to get wickets on. You have to be good and you have to be consistent and able to bowl for long periods of time to pick up wickets. And this is no slouch of an opposition either.
Driving in the air. Just wide off James, and he gets himself a boundary. So you can see Mackenzie starting to increase his array of shots as he's gotten used to the pace, the bounce, the turn, everything on this track.
He's been there for some time. 70 deliveries he's faced now. He's on to 21. Blackwood has gone past him quickly, but I think Mackenzie knows that he wants big scores. And his goal will be to try to get back into that number 3 position on the test team, or even as a possible opener. Just seen the recent resignation of Craig Brathwaite. And I think that tells me that he's not looking to play for too much longer.
Well, he did resign as captain. 50 partnership up, 114 deliveries. So the Silver needs to make something happen here. Hines is definitely going to continue. It's going to be difficult to pull that ball away from him right now. Man coming back from injury has really bowled well.
He's into his 7th over now. He's had a bit of a break during that rain delay, but he doesn't even look phased. He looks full of energy. That's what you get from Terrence Hines. He's a live wire in the field as well. He's always talking. He's always, getting the boys ready for war as he's into bowl. That's a good delivery.
And there you can see the ball just shaping away from the right-handed Blackwood. Down the ground, and Blackwood goes with this, and that's 6. That's the first 6 of the innings overpitched. And as I was saying before, once you come into his zone, he's going to go with you. He's going to play his shots. That's the way he bats.
Yeah, he doesn't allow any bowler to get on top of him easily. And Hines has bowled well, and he's looked to take the attack to him now.
Good response.
Yeah, much better from Hines. Just back of a length and forcing Blackwood to just defend. Tough delivery to score off. Looking for the single again, but Shannon Gabriel quickly getting to that one.
Yeah, once Gabriel is around, you don't chance running.
I remember last year, 2024 season, Gabriel came in and played one of the later round games because of the same thing. Seals had to leave and Anderson Phillip was on, I think he was injured. And Shannon Gabriel took a one-handed catch off his own bowling back onto the pitch. And then back in the Super 50, he picked up a one-hand run out, directed from mid-on. He's really improved as a fielder as he's gotten later into his career.
I'd still like to see him with a little burst before the break.
Well, I see him stretching there, and he seems to be getting ready to come in for a quick spell. So Joshua Da Silva seems to be thinking along the same lines as you.
Well, Parmesan was very impressed with my captaincy ability.
I know you were captain back in your days of the Brumble Boys. That's a good shot there
That's
from Blackwood.
That's a beauty. Child's play there for him. Again, too short, and earlier in the over, he overpitched. Other than that, the 4 deliveries in between were pretty good deliveries. So 71 for 2. We've seen 25 overs bowled here, and we've seen a recovery from Jamaica, who are 9 for 2.
Yeah, it's not what I think anybody expected from these two, because you look at that rain break, and obviously we've heard many times before that the rain break brings wickets, and that lapse of concentration in batsmen. But I think Mackenzie and Blackwood have come out after the break and have been excellent. And I think they're into the 5th over after the break, not the 6th in fact, and they've been on top of the Red Force. That's Brian Charles to continue. It's gotten a bit dark. Diving stop, and that's brilliant from Kamil Puran. Chance of a run out at the non-striker's end, but Blackwood gets back in time. That was brilliant from Kamil Puran. Surprised though, I'm surprised we've not seen Kari Pair just yet. We know how important he has been to this Red Force bowling attack. He's got the most wickets in the competition. A couple 10-wicket hauls as well, so he's been really, he's grown strength by strength, and he's hit a new peak this season almost. Good reactions there from Cooper at short leg. Cooper's been the designated short leg for a while in this team now.
Seems to like it.
Yeah, ever since. He's a team man. He's a real team man. Whatever the team needs of him, he's going to do without complaining. That's the type of player Tifus Cooper is.
Did you ever feel that for a short leg for national youth teams that you would have played for?
Oh, brilliant from Charles. And I can't say I have.
So you basically were in the position that they normally reserve for Shannon Gabriel.
Yeah. Shannon and I, we can't be on the same team because they can't put 2 short fine legs.
Pushed away. But you were on the same team at Woodland Cricket Club once. And if you put a short fine leg at Woodland Cricket Club, that's really a long leg. It's a small ground. 71 for 2 at the end of 26, and
it looks like it's going to be Shannon Gabriel.
Yep, he's walking purposefully up to the umpire.
When does he not? Shannon Gabriel always has a purpose to walk. And It looks like it's gonna be. Yeah, it is
There's a
him.
slight limp though.
I think that's style more than anything. That's
What a lovely character is Shannon Gabriel. Always has something to say to make you laugh.
he's the real energy of a team. You love when Shannon Gabriel's on your team. You're always happy, always making jokes. A real. Then we see some of the ground staff.
And there's Mr. Kent Gisiawan of Woodland Cricket Club.
See Mr. Devo as well, who plays over 50 cricket, I think it is, with Woodland as well. I can tell you what, Kent is the
And
designated
Gabriel, who plays for
umpire.
Woodland. Everyone seems to be playing for Woodland. What about Stephen Ramke soon?
I'm sure he's around somewhere.
Good lad. Treasurer of the Trinidad Tobago Cricket Board.
One thing of note with Shannon Gabriel, as we see the umpire rushing him a bit, he takes his time. He doesn't allow anybody to rush him. And his overs usually take about 6 minutes to complete, which is, it's a bit slow, but that's what you're going to get with Shannon Gabriel. You can see the umpire as well telling him to just hurry it up, Shannon.
I think he's having a conversation with the umpire.
Yeah, he takes his time, but he's very particular about his bowling. Here he is, first ball into his new spell. Driven, and not getting much connection there, Blackwood.
Over pitch, its eyes lit up Blackwood. Mackenzie goes down to tell him that he just peeped outside and saw Suzanne, the caterer, with the food. So just hang on.
Two steps on a gully, a backward point, a short cover, a mid-off, short mid-on. Almost a straight mid-wicket. And a fine leg for Gabriel. Oh, short stuff. That's what they wanted. That's what they wanted to see from Gabriel. They want him to come in and bowl a very aggressive couple overs before the first break. And Blackwood did well. Got behind it and played it with soft hands. Not much better. There we see a couple more supporters around. See the way that Gabriel has bowled is really, he's shown real purpose in the way that he's gone about it. Here he is again. Blackwood drives, but straight to Puran. Kamil Puran's a top fielder. Very quick and very fit as well. I remember back in 2023 and 2024 when I was training with this Red Force team, and when fitness test came around, the two guys you always look at to see how good they're going to do is Kamil Puran and Kari Pay. Those two guys are supremely fit. I mean, everybody on the team is fit, but I think Puran and Pay are at a different level than everyone.
Well, they're just about 15 yards away from each other. So anything in that region, Blackwood will have to watch it. And Mackenzie.
That's good from Gabriel. He's not going to feel that. He has guys to do that for him.
Strong man, Gabriel. Takes his time. He looks across to the umpire. Tells him 2 more.
You can see the umpire, he keeps looking at him because he wants him to just hurry it up as much as he can. They want to get as much over as possible before the first break.
Well, Gabriel is telling him basically by his language, his body language, that he has paid his dues and no one is to hurry him on a cricket field.
And he comes. 2 deliveries to go. Blackwood drives again, and Kamil Puran does very well. Took the sting out of that. Got a bit of hand on it, and Kari Pay backed him up.
We just spoke about the proximity where the two guys are. There you saw them in tandem with Puran knocking it down to pair.
So just recently in the T20 festival here in Trinidad and Tobago, Gary Pay picked up a hat-trick in the final. Him and Terrence Science picked up 2 wickets apiece. And I remember Pay almost took an amazing catch. Dived to his right and almost got it on the second attempt, but that's just the type of fielder he is. As Gabriel comes in, good delivery. That's going to be it for the 27th over. The end of 27, the Jamaica Scorpions 71 for 2. Gabriel back in with a maiden. He was his 4th maiden of the day. He's just conceded 1 run and 5.
There he is. It's been good, Sean Gabriel.
Takes his time and goes back down to the backward square.
No one is the hustle. So the action continues from the fine. It's going to be Brian Charles to continue.
Oh, that's nicely played there from Kirk McKenzie. Hines is going to have some work to do. And gets it in quickly. 2 runs. Brian Charles unhappy with that. It was a bit too short. Still surprised that we haven't seen Pay. It's not often you go into the 28th over of a first class game and Kyrie Pay has not seen the ball yet, but the fast bowlers have done well.
Charles, a man who could break this partnership. His captain has shown a lot of faith in him. 10 on the trot.
As I said earlier, it's a type of pitch where bowlers are going to bowl a lot. A lot of positives for batting on it. Not a lot in it for the bowlers. As McKenzie goes over the top, a slog sweep, and it goes over the ropes for 6.
Terrific shot indeed. A bad delivery. And McKenzie has been in there for quite a long time not to cash in on that.
I think it would be good to see Kyrie Pay at least for 1 over before the end of this session. It's a slip now and a short leg. Better from Charles. 1 delivery to go. Partnership 70 between these two. Oh, that's good from Charles, forcing McKenzie into a reaction at the end of over number 28, 79 for 2. And the big man makes his way back to the northern end.
Takes his time again. 79 for 2. We've had 28 overs bowled. We take a short break. We come back.
Good start from Gabriel. A quick single. Puran caught on his heels there. and Jermaine Blackwood gets off strike. But I think this is a good thing because for Trinidad and Tobago at least, because Mackenzie has had his issues with Gabriel early on. Beat him outside the off stump quite a few times, so I think Gabriel would be happy to see Mackenzie on strike. 29 of 83 now. He's looked good. He's been really solid. So Yannick Carrier getting himself ready. Not sure if he's going to have an over before the end of the session. Just await some information from the match referee. We're not quite sure just yet if they decided to take an ADT and we're into session 2. We just await that information, but Gabriel continues. Three slips and a gully now, so he's gone back to the attack for Mackenzie. Here he is from the northern end, and rushing Mackenzie there a bit.
Blackwood, 64 deliveries for his 41. He's led the fight back here. Good support from Mackenzie. And it's Gabriel looking to angle it across him. 3 slips and a gully. Waiting for the edge.
An appeal for LBW. Maybe just pitching outside leg stump.
Yeah, Gabriel went up last, so it wasn't that convincing.
Well, I think Gabriel got up last, and that was the problem. Because he was into his follow through, but yeah, definitely pitching outside leg.
That was quick.
You could see the energy from Shannon Gabriel. You don't often see him in this good rhythm in recent times because of all the injuries that he's had, but he's really in good rhythm today. You know, a lot of times you turn up, you see Shannon Gabriel bowl, and there's a lot of missing his run up and misfooting, missteps, but he's looked really good. He's been consistent from both ends so far. And you can see it in the end product. He's getting good pace. He's getting good movement.
Trying to be frustrated here at this point in time. There's the Gooley family. Always here at the cricket supporting Jid Gooley.
I don't think they support Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, Jid is not on the final 11 today.
And you'll see them here for the next 4 days because that's the kind of people they are. They're good people. And they're here to, Jid might not be playing this game, but they're going to support the team no matter what. It's all about the country looking to bring home its first Regional 4-Day title in the last 20 years.
Yeah, since 2006 actually. 19 years. That's quite a drought.
It's not to say that they've been bad. They've just not been able to get over that final hurdle. And
will Riyad Emirates be able to break that immediately, taking over the reins?
I think if Riyad Emirates could do that, we have a general election coming up in Trinidad and Tobago soon. Make him the Prime Minister. Because yeah, it has been a long time, and not quite sure what it is, but they've just not been able to get over that final hurdle. And funnily enough, they're up against their arch rivals Guyana, who have won this well over. Oh, that's a beauty from Gabriel.
Ooh, what a delivery! Gabriel showing that he still has it. 80 for 2 at the end of the over.
That one, there's not much more Mackenzie could have done about that. He did well not to get the edge.
Is that Kyle Ramdu who's driving there?
Kyle Ramdu is in Tobago.
It's coming at tremendous speed into the stands.
Ramdu is currently representing the Kingsbury Royals alongside Nicholas Sukhdev Singh. Andrew Ramran, who would have been on this Red Force team for the first game, didn't get the opportunity to play, but was a part of the setup. Keon Isaac, Jabari Mills, Mark Dial, a player who's been present for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force for a number of years.
Good man. Good old Suki. Very disciplined young man. And he would not be going out at night at all in Tobago. He'll be focusing on his cricket. What a local bully. And I say that in inverted commas. He has beaten every domestic bowling attack. Just hasn't been able to transfer it. Ooh! That beat everything. I could have beaten Stuart Young and Kamla Prasad Bisesa. 80 for 2. Look at that. I tell you something. They have batted well in terms of staging a recovery, but with pieces of cloves of garlic in their pocket.
You saw that ball there went for 4. Carey Pear was celebrating. I think Carey Pear could have sworn that Bratton Charles bowled him, and then he realized, oh no, I have to get this. Wasn't able to get it in time. The two guys out for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, DT on Webster, and obviously Jitguli. Webby has been in and out of form.
Generous turn on day 1.
Something to note going into the rest of this game. And Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would also have to think about this because they might be batting last on this wicket.
Well, the way they've played cricket this season, they like to bat once and go big.
And they've gotten good starts. Cephas Cooper, Kamal Puran, Vikash Mohan when he's been in the 11. Even in that first game, Jet Goody got 100. Batting at number 3. They've got runs from the lower order as well. Brian Charles, Seals, Carey Pear. And then the middle order has been clicking as well. Amir Jangu, Jason Mohammed, Joshua Da Silva, Karaya at times.
So we've had 150 dot balls in this innings so far. Nothing wrong with that. This is not limited overs cricket. This is first class cricket, and it's good to see guys batting and, you know, taking their time, because the Trinidad Tobago bowling has been good. It has been spot on.
It's going to be Gabriel in for a third over. And at this stage, I think that they would have taken tea. They would have taken an early tea, and we're into session 2. So here is Gabriel again. Good delivery. Blackwood on the back foot. Wasn't all that short, but Blackwood is all that short, so a lot of those deliveries he's going to play on his back foot. Busy character. He doesn't look very busy.
Well, he's painting the conference room at the southern end, and he probably thinks that looking at these two bats is better than looking at paint drying. Gabriel seems to be enjoying this spell.
He's done everything well. He just needs a wicket now. It's just a matter of time before we see Carey Pear. That's a good delivery. And the going down leg says
Was there bat onto that as well?
I'll have to take a look again. That one came back in sharply. Yeah, might have been a bit of bat.
I think it would have missed leg stump as well. With the angle.
Gabriel liked it though. So you see that car. So earlier on, leave us now. Yeah, no leg by signal by umpire Shannon there, so they get a single. Shannon Crawford. Mackenzie looking to drive. It's straight to Karaya. And, not able to effect the run out.
Gabriel. Quick single.
This is good from Jamaica. They've started to just drop the ball and run. And trying to score off Shannon Gabriel. That's the way that they're going to score off of him. They're not going to get too many bad deliveries, so they have to make something happen.
Some of the workers here at the Brown Cricket Academy.
Two deliveries to go in this Shannon Gabriel over. It's not been bad at all. It's just been finding ways to score, as I said. Drop the ball and run. Play with soft hands and just take off. Here is Gabriel again to Mackenzie. Good delivery. Not really seen him employ that short ball as much as we would have liked. This went a long over. Shannon Gabriel takes his time. And he's in full toss.
Ooh. Blackwood is struck. Now, what would have been interesting is had that gone to Hines and if he had taken the catch, what would have happened?
He would have been out. Because the ball never hit the floor, but
No, what a hit.
there was no getting out of the way of that.
I'll tell you something though. Blackwood, as Jamaica continues to have the luck, I think Blackwood saved him from being dismissed. Because the way he played that, he was not in control. Hines was deep at mid-off. And
Yeah, it
Hines,
could have been a chance, yeah.
yeah, he would have had enough time to see it move across because it wasn't struck with a high trajectory. Just borrowing some water there, Joshua De Silva, from the visitors.
The subfielder there, Trevor Royal. Big left for an orthodox bowler. Jamaican physio has a striking resemblance to Stephen Jacobs.
Yes.
It's a-
And
Awesome.
Jared Basso.
I'll leave that one outside the of some. So Blackwood on strike. Seems to be okay. A slip, a leg slip, and a short leg in Brian Charles. Set to continue. He's into his 12th over now. An extended spell. And they're driven nicely from Blackwood. Karaya can't stop that. That's 4 runs.
So he goes on now to 48.
That's 4 runs again, and that's going to be a 50 for Jermaine Blackwood. A really well played innings, and he's really taken this game away from Trinidad and Tobago. Came in at a spot of bother, and his experience has taken him through to another half century. Half century number 54 at first class level.
Look at that. Back just making room. Charles.
Straight to Django at cover. I think it's time that we see a change from the southern end. Brian Charles has done well, but I think he's just been a bit wayward in this over.
Saying good afternoon to Kyle Ramdu. Hope that Ramdu enjoyed the spaghetti and meat sauce. Was not meatballs, but meat sauce. That's important. Charles.
But I heard that Jared Basso ate all the balls.
Well, I just brought the sauce. 97 for 2 after 32 overs.
Gabriel to continue into his 8th over now, his 4th in the second spell. 4 maidens, 5 runs. No wickets just yet. He's bowled just like Hines. He's bowled a lot better than the wicket column that is next to him. When we look back a couple overs ago, just when we came back out after the rain delay, when Terence Hines got that chance with Jermaine Blackwood, dropped him on 20 odd. Well played there from Blackwood. It's he's been good. He's recovered well from that chance that he gave up.
Trinidad fast bowlers have really done well.
That's well played again from Jermaine Blackwood. Some work for Joshua James here. Pick up an easy 2 runs. And Jamaica closing in on 100 now. $99 for 2. Partnership on to 90. Showing his experience here. Jermaine Blackwood, 55 of 80. As we mentioned earlier, 54th first class half century. Not much guys with more than that in the Caribbean. Oh, that's a beauty from Gabriel. What has that missed? And a brilliant take from the silver behind the stumps as well.
Ooh, that cut him in half. What more must Gabriel do? Well, match referee on King has just indicated to me that during the rain break, tea was taken. And that was 14:28. That's 2:28 to 2:48. And dinner will now be taken at 20 minutes past 5 to 6 o'clock. So
we'll have a 3-hour session to close things off. Got the end of play is scheduled to be at 9 cut-off time. So might be 8:30. Between 8:30 and 9, depending on how much overs they get in today. In the air! And Kai Pay just short of him at mid-off there, with Gabriel making things happen.
this is Blackwood for you. He plays shots. You always feel you're in a game with him.
He's not the type of batsman like Jason Mohammed. When Jason Mohammed gets a start, you know it's going to be a long day. He's not going to give you a chance. But Blackwood's a bit riskier in his approach. His runs may come a bit quicker, but sometimes it costs him a wicket. In terms of Mohammed, now if he gets to 30 or 40, just know he's not settling for anything less than 100.
We've seen that 3 times this season.
And twice in one game. A double 100 that he scored in St. Vincent.
Good old KB. Can't remember when last he returned such economical figures. If he can just get a few wickets, you will think it's a superb day for him.
Yeah, I think he deserves it. He really does. And it has been a tough wicket to pick wickets on, but he's still, he's found a way and he's done well to limit them. The combined campuses and colleges against the West Indies Academy, they're up against them in UB Spec. They're batting 207 for 6. Leeward Island Hurricanes, after bowling Guyana for 193, they're 54 for 1. And Barbados Pride bowled the Windward Island Volcanoes for 186. Barbados in reply of 41 for 3.
Well, that's an interesting game there.
Former West Indies captain Craig Brathwaite, he just got 1. Drake's got 6 and Wickham's just got out for 12. Kyle Myers is in action.
So we're going up to 20 minutes past 5 when we'll take the dinner break. So we take a short break now as Yannick Correa comes in. When we come back, you will be joined by a man you can bank on, Vishram Pamisa.
So Brian Charles is going to get a rest now. He's bowled, I think, 12 overs on the trot. And that last over went for a couple of boundaries. So Yannick Correa is going to take over from the southern end. The sun has come out now in all its glory. And They need a wicket. They need a wicket, Red Force. They know that. And now they're going to go to their most aggressive bowler, their attacking bowler, Yannick Carrier. As I welcome back for Shram Pamisa.
Good afternoon, viewers on Rush Sports 2 and all our streaming. It's been an excellent recovery here by the Jamaica Scorpions. 9 for 2 earlier this afternoon. They're now 99 for 2, a partnership of 90 runs, scoring at a decent clip of 3 runs per over. Bowling change, Yannick Carrier. I think the Red Force really just kind of going through the motions at a point in time. There hasn't been much bowling changes. An extended spell by Brian Charles from the southern end. We haven't seen the likes of Kari Pierre, who's the leading wicket taker in this tournament, with the bowlers yet, and this partnership has just blossomed, and that's a beautiful shot, stroking it out to long off for 1.
That brings up the 100 for the Jamaica Scorpions. Yeah, you're right. I think it's been a surprise that we've not seen Pay. And I don't think it's going to be long now. Now we may see a return spell for Joshua James as well. He's 6 overs, 2 for 7. He was excellent early this morning. Oh.
It's 2 very opposite innings. Jermaine Blackwood counter-attacking innings, 55 of 84. Cook McKenzie, it's been very stable. 31 of 94, building slowly, but building a partnership which was critical for the Scorpions. So you see Karaya going past umpire Rajkumar from the southern end with a little loop. It really is a beautiful batting strip here in Brian Lara's Academy. South Trinidad, lots of runs has been scored throughout the season thus far.
Yeah, there have been a lot of high-scoring games down here. And the second game, in fact, of the competition that has been played here, Shannon Gabriel is down a deep cover, reacts pretty late, but Kari Pay has done a brilliant job there. As they pick up, was it 2 runs?
3.
3 runs, in fact. No, it's 2. Blackwood is still on strike, so.
Oh.
And Blackwood, he's on to 57. It really has been a good innings. We spoke about the experience and the calm that he's going to bring to this Jamaica Scorpions team, especially after those 2 early wickets, and he's done exactly that. There's still 1 chance that was put down by Terence Hines of his own bowling, a tough one, and Blackwood seizing that opportunity that was given to him.
He's shown good intent as well, running between the wickets, always looking for that single. It's important to rotate the strike, prevent bowlers from building up dots, creating that pressure, the illusion of pressure.
Driving again, straight out to Shannon Gabriel. Fires it in the return. A bit expensive from Karaya to start. 5 runs off that over. 4 runs, in fact. At the end of 34, 103 for 2.
It's really been a beautiful partnership here. 94 runs. They win some trouble at 9 for 2.
And there it is, Kari Pay. That's the change that we've been speaking about. Shannon Gabriel is going to get a bit of a rest, and Pay is in from the northern end. Need him at his best today. They need wickets.
We saw earlier that there is a bit of assistance for the spinners. Brian Charles was able to extract some turn from the wicket.
We've not seen a spinner bowl from this end just yet. Shannon Gabriel would have dug up some footmarks on that side earlier on, but not as much as on this end. 3 fast bowlers would have bowled from the southern end.
Jermaine Blackwood calling for his cap, as we're probably likely to see spin on both ends.
Yeah, Karaya should continue, and now we're going to see Pay, so we mentioned the leading wicket taker in the competition. You'll be looking to add to that tally. Trying to seize a spot in that West Indies Test team. It's not going to be easy for him with Joe Mawarkan and Gudakesh Moti doing so well in recent times. But Bay is not far off. He's done really well in this competition.
All three names that you just called are left arm orthodox.
And that's the battle for spaces on that team. The off spinner that Brian Charles would be up against Kevin Sinclair, who's also done a decent job with bat and ball.
Starts with a 5-4 feel, slip on a short leg, short cover, backward point, cover on a mid-off that's about 3/4 way back to the boundary. So he says mid-on, a short mid-wicket, and a deep backward square. Just going along with the angle into the wicket. He's pulling wicket to wicket, hoping that Blackwood will play across the line, take some sort of risk. There you go again, just slowing that delivery, variation of pace.
One thing that Kyrie Pay has added to his game this season that I've not seen much of is he usually is the type of bowler, as you mentioned, to hit that spot and vary his pace well. But he's got one now that he's getting some more to turn, and that has it's proved problematic for a lot of batsmen in the Caribbean. He's been able to get that ball to rip straight across the right-hander. He's got an arm ball in his arsenal as well. This one hit straight down to Puran at long off. They get one. So that completes a good over from Kyrie Pay to start. At the end of 35, it's 104 for 2.
Yeah, that's a good start from Kyrie. Always appreciated his work ethic.
Just like Brian Charles, he's the type of bowler that could bowl all day for you.
Correa to continue from the sudden end. Both batsmen now choosing to remove their helmets. Have a certain level of comfort batting with the cap. Wonderful recovery here by the Scorpions. Correa with a loop. Oh, and that's nicely spinning away. A sharp appeal there, but not out given by umpire Crawford.
Let's have a look at it again. It's a beauty. And that's what the leg spinner is going to bring.
Wrist spinners, generally, it's a difficult art to control.
And once he gets into a rhythm, he's very dangerous, and he's picked up a lot of wickets this year. Chance of a catch! Charles drops it! Well. He tried on the second opportunity and was unable to get there. So Jermaine Blackwood gets his second chance of the game.
Really, it was a difficult chance initially, palming it up. But on the second attempt, once he got there, he should have held on.
Yeah, just out of his reach, got a hand to it. At first, it was tough. It was high. It was fast at him. He did well to get a hand on it, and almost got it at the second opportunity. So tough luck there for Brian Charles. But that's the second time now that the Red Force have dropped Jermaine Blackwood. That's it. That's the fall of the third wicket. Mackenzie goes for a hard-fought 31. Yannick Carrier picks up the wicket on the edge that the Silver was grateful for. And that's the fall of the third wicket.
And there we see Yannick Karaya, man of the moment, taking the breakthrough for the Red Force team. As the partnership just feeling to make triple figures. It's a partnership of 96, a very, very hard-fought innings indeed by Kirk McKenzie. Opening the batting through till the 36th over, losing his wickets, a shorter delivery, pushed through with a top spinner there by Karaya and taking the edge through to wicketkeeper De Silva, well taken behind the stumps. So the Scorpions after 35.3 overs are 105 for 3 as we have a short intermission. So we're live here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The Jamaican Scorpions 105 for 3 after being put into bat earlier today. The Red Force now being able to get another breakthrough after a wonderful partnership between McKenzie and Blackwood. Important breakthrough there for the Red Force team. Such is the value of having a wrist spinner in your team. Generally creates more chances. The mystery of a wrist spinner. Yannick Karaya, 35 on his back. Bowling to Javel Glenn. So really good start indeed here by Karaya. Bit of batter pad by Rajkumar saying not out.
Let's have a look at that again. I thought that looked close. I'm not quite sure what umpire Rajkumar saw, but that looked pretty good. Maybe just going down leg, but or maybe a bit of bounce, and I'm not sure, but it looked pretty good to me. Driving is Glenn straight to James, who got himself behind that one nicely. That's a single. 106 for 3 now.
Very positive approach here by Javel Glenn.
It's a positive player. He's gotten himself some runs in the recent year. He's had a good Super 50. He's had a decent 4-day series as well. He's cemented himself into this Jamaica Scorpions team.
Cloud continues to build here. Cloud cover, that is. So after 36, Scorpions 106 for 3. Wicket takers Joshua James earlier today 2 for 7 in his opening spell. And Yana Karaya able to prize out Cook Mackenzie.
Glenn coming off his second first class half century in the last game. Got a 68 against the West Indies Academy. And followed that up with a 39 in the second inning. So he's showing some promise. His 5th first class game now. He would be looking to get himself some runs as we take a look at that cloud cover that you just mentioned. It's been dark all day, pretty much. And I think the advantage of that for the batsmen is going to be that twilight period that we usually see around 5:30, right before the sun sets. It's not going to be that much of a transition for them now because of how dark it's been all day.
Pierre to continue. Slip, short leg.
Shannon Gabriel at backward point. Mohammed at cover. That is Django at cover. Hines at long off. Mohammed there at short mid wicket. Long on is Kamil Puran. Deep backward square James and a backward square leg of 45. That's Yannick Carrier.
Very solid defense there by Javel Glenn. At several points in time during the course of the day, I thought that Joshua De Silva could have been a bit more proactive, a bit more attacking with his field placements. Even with a new batter on strike, we just have a slip on a short leg. There has to be a way of trying to create that illusion of pressure onto the new batter, because Jermaine Blackwood is set on the other end in order to get wickets.
Yeah, I agree with you. And throughout this, as we see the ground staff getting ready to go to the covers, throughout this competition, I thought De Silva's been one of the better captains in terms of being proactive and maybe just slipping up a bit today, because you're right, there's not really been much pressure put on in terms of fielding positions and even bowling changes. I thought he was a bit too
Persisted a bit too long with
with Brian Charles, yeah, and even Shannon Gabriel came back in for a second spell. I agreed with that. That was a good change to me, but I think it's been way too long to not bowl Kari Pay and Yana Carrier, and we've already seen what they've been able to do. Pay has been good, and Carrier coming and had a chance to get 2 or 3 wickets in that last over.
Yeah. Hopeful that whatever rain subsides, as the umpires seeking the advice of the groundsman, play will continue.
And with the spinners on, they'll want to get as much overs as they possibly can to try to force a mistake for the Scorpions here.
We're in the second session of day 1 in this regional CWI 4D clash between the Jamaica Scorpions, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
That's about an hour and 10 minutes away from the dinner break. And I think if you're a Jamaica Scorpions fan, you would love to see no wickets fall again. But on the contrary, for the Red Force, they'll be looking for 2 more. That's a good delivery to start the over from Carrera.
Yeah, there's definitely some turn on off on this wicket. And it's a nice consistent bounce as well. So there is turn, there is bounce.
If anybody's gonna extract turn from this wicket, it's gonna be Yannick Carrier, the wrist spinner. He's gonna make something happen or find something in the wicket.
This one just looping it and stroked nicely into the offside for a single. Can definitely get some overspin and top spin from Carrier.
No, I thought that single was a bit disappointing for the Red Force. I thought it was a bit too easy for Blackwood. Just got forward and opened the face on the fielders. Carey Pair there, usually a really quick and good fielder, didn't really get in quickly enough.
Yes, tells you a lot that every ball in this game you have to concentrate even after just finishing an over. Going out into the field, probably just on his heels a bit and allowing that single. Good strike rotation.
Especially, yeah, exactly. Especially when you got a batsman like Blackwood who's always looking for runs. He's never really looking to play down too many. He wants to score, wants to feel bat on ball, wants to keep the strike rotating. You've got to be on your toes.
Yeah, very impressed with Blackwood's innings thus far.
Good shot there. Down to Django at long on. They get one.
Red Force seem to enjoy it as well, as they've given him 2 chances.
Yeah, that Brian Charles one, I thought he did really well. And just out of his reach. He got a hand to it, but one hand diving backwards, never easy. I thought Hines' one was a bit easier. Still was not. Straight to pay again. That it still wasn't, regulation, but a fielder like Terrence Hines is a pretty good fielder, pretty solid. You would expect him to take that catch.
Yeah, definitely. 8 out of 10 times. Carrera. Good over thus far, just conceding 2. A nice loop on this delivery.
Cut straight to Cooper at the end of 38, 110 for 3. The ground staff are still there. They're not going on just yet. You look at the clouds, it's getting a bit cloudier. So we'll just have to wait and see what goes on with that. In the meantime, Trinidad Tobago Red Force will be looking for wickets. In fact, they seem to be leaving their posts at the covers now. Have to keep an eye on them.
And those darker clouds are just drifting by. Hopeful that it relents. Carripier starting his 3rd over. Very economical. He has a deep backward square and a long on.
You just brought up the mid wicket. Oh, that's brilliant from Pair. Excellent fielding from Carey Pair.
It's very good off his own bowling. Definitely need to use some guile on this wicket.
The ground staff are officially leaving the covers now, so looks like whatever threat of rain has passed over.
So just slowing it up outside off, guiding it to the backward point region. Gets 1.
Glenn slipped there. I hope he's okay. He looked at turn for 2-1, slipped and fell, so he seems to be okay. Just checking on his spikes. There you see head coach Riyad Emrit.
And the outfield is very lush green outfield here in Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Taruba Trinidad. Pierre to Blackwood on this one. Again, he's just wicket to wicket, good control. He's generally a very economical bowler.
Well, bowl again, so he's that type of bowler that's going to hit his spots. He's very consistent and can make something happen, similar to Joshua James, his spell earlier. He was hitting his spot and getting things to move off of that spot, whether it was bounce, whether it was swing or seam movement. Pair is going to do the same thing. He's going to get one to drift back in. He's going to get one to just straighten, maybe one to turn. He's going to vary his pace from that length as well, and he's not going to make it easy for Blackwood and Glenn to score off of him.
Yeah, that's his variations. His variation in pace. Maybe a bit of an arm ball.
There
that's
it is,
a
that's
big-
the arm ball. And he's given, Blackwood goes. After 2 chances, Carey Pearce strikes. The man with the golden arm this year, he picks up the wicket of Jermaine Blackwood. That's 4 down.
The leading wicket taker in this competition, getting through the defense of Jermaine Blackwood. And up goes the finger of umpire Shannon Crawford. And that's the fall of the 4th wicket. The Scorpions 111, Nelson for 4.
Yeah, that's a big wicket for the Red Force. And it's going to bring Aldine Thomas in at number 6. So, that's the one they wanted. He got 2 chances. One before he got to 50, one just a couple overs ago off Yannick Carrier. And they're glad to see the back of him because he came in and he caused some problems. He scored freely. He had them up and down in the field because he was so quick to get his singles. And in fact, it's Brad Barnes who's going to come in at number 6. Another good batsman.
It's an excellent innings there by Jermaine Blackwood, but he'll be disappointed not to carry on after getting a good start. Getting to 60 odd. And, he would have been hoping to carry on to triple figures. Unfortunately, meeting his demise. So the spin duo of Karaya and Carey Pearce starting to create some penetration into this Scorpion innings. As the new batter, Brad Barnes. Meets Javel Glenn. Glenn is on strike. He's 5 of 12 deliveries, so 2 new batters at the creases. An opportunity here for the Red Force team to become a bit more attacking. But as we see that, we have a deep backward square, a deep mid-wicket and a long one in play.
Good start from Karaya in this over.
It's a bit of an in-out feel.
Brad Barnes also coming off a half century in the last game against the West Indies Academy. He got a 50 and in the second innings he got 5. He's been a good bowler, 3 for 25 as well as
And he
2
goes.
for 80.
That's a maximum.
Well, Javel Glenn hits them, they stay hit, and he's seen a positive matchup for him with Karaya and got this one all the way over mid-wicket. A good shot, a lot of power into it, and that's 6 runs.
If I was Karaya, though, I wouldn't be disappointed because the fact is I do have fielders on the boundary rope and he's still willing to go over the top. So maybe a bit of a miss hit or a little variation and he can sky it. They create an opportunity. So there is some risk involved in the shot. This one looping again outside off, and that's nicely stroked. Joshua James cuts off the boundary but can't prevent 2. So very positive approach here by Glenn. My co-commentator Liam Mamchan, always quick on his stats.
I really like the way that Glenn went about this, 13 of 15. And he's not letting Red Force bog him down, especially after 2 quick wickets have fallen. He's going to play shots. And it's a bit risky, yes, but that's just the way he plays. Shannon Gabriel was not awake there, down at the deep square leg boundary, and it goes for 4. Well, Carey Pearce, no fault of his. He put in a good effort. Was unable to stop it in the end. 4 runs.
Yeah, a bit of an apology by Shannon Gabriel, realizing that he wasn't fully focused on that delivery and should have been him running across to prevent the boundary.
Yeah, Pearce covered a lot of room to get where he was, and unfortunately, just evading him. Got a hand to it, but not enough to stop that. And Glenn, 17 of 16. Pretty aggressive player. That's the way he likes to play. And as you mentioned, it opens up opportunities for the Red Force to get him out. And now they've got their 2 strike bowlers, barring Anderson, Phillip and Jaden Seals, who have now left for county championship duty. This is the 2 wicket takers. Good delivery there from Karaya. Glenn doesn't have a clue there.
That one seemed to kept a bit low. Bit of variation and bounce there.
We see Keon Utley coming off an injury. Back with the team.
His brother Yannick Utley tuned in and watching. So good afternoon to Yannick.
Yannick Utley is one of the most respected cricketers in Trinidad and Tobago. He's a serious player, and obviously would have represented Trinidad and Tobago for a long time. Played for the CCC as well, and he's so underrated. I don't think people quite get how good Yannick Utley actually is.
Yeah, definitely. Yannick Utley would have gone to St. Mary's College. Also captain West Indies under-19 team at the World Cup.
He's a brilliant captain, a brilliant cricketing mind. He's currently the captain of Blackwood United, the local club here in Trinidad and Tobago. And I also represent that club as well. So when you listen to guys talk about Yannick, their eyes light up. The kind of respect that they have for him, the kind of admiration and you know the way that everybody's in shock and in awe of his cricketing mind.
Yeah.
Not much better than him.
Very disciplined guy as well. Carry Pierre to continue from the northern end. See the right-handed Brad Barnes taking up strike. His first delivery. Very strongly built man.
I would have played under 19 cricket against his brother Brian Barnes, who would have been the captain of the Jamaica under 19 team. Top all-rounder as well. Good delivery from Pay and appeal. Not out, says umpire Crawford.
That's
Well,
very, very close one indeed. Going along with the arm. Another arm ball just sliding on with the angle.
let's have another look at that. That one actually turned. It straightened. I don't know what that missed, to be honest with you, Visham. That looked pretty good to me.
Yeah, close one. Just spinning past the outside edge. Just maybe a bit of an umpire's call if we had DRS in play.
Yeah, definitely. If I was the captain, I was going upstairs.
That's where we need our corporate sponsors to come along so that we can get DRS and stuff involved now at this level. Could only improve the standard of play and improve West Indies cricket.
100%. They're going to go for a quick single here. Hines caught sleeping on his feet a bit there. And Brad Barnes is off the mark.
So unable to prevent the single, and it's always a great relief to come and get off strike and get off the mark actually.
100%, especially at first class level. You don't want to score a duck here. Here is Pay again to Glenn. Good delivery. No real foot movement there from Glenn. Just getting the bat in front of the ball.
Deep
Or
square.
behind the ball, in fact. Yeah, Joshua James down at deep square. Long on and long off as well. Here is Pay. And work for James here. Karaya escorting it to Joshua James there. So at the end of 41, it's 125 for 4.
The outfield from the Red Force hasn't been the most impressive here this afternoon. It's been a bit tardy. They've been caught on their heels a number of times. Dropped a couple catches. Scorpions have capitalized. They were 125 for 4. They were at one point in time they were 9 for 2. So they're in a much better situation.
And the 2 quick wickets falling again. The last wicket fell at 111. That was Jermaine Blackwood, and not long before that they saw the end of Kirk McKenzie as well. So the Red Force coming back after that drinks break and picking up 2 quick ones. All of a sudden this game is another turn.
Wonders of this sport. Gentleman's game. Cricket. Started with the red ball. Now we have the white as well as the pink ball.
What do you think the next color ball is going to be? I don't think we're far from seeing an orange one.
Yeah. But this has been also a very good initiative here by Cricket West Indies to have ping ball for the games throughout the region.
I've seen quite a few. Good single there from Glenn. Trying to get off strike as much as possible, rotate the strike, keep things moving. And now Karaya would be licking his lips here with this matchup. Right hand on strike. Just got the left hander out. That was Kirk McKenzie. Thought the way McKenzie was dismissed was a bit soft, considering how well he's done in this game. Cooper! Oh, definitely off the pad. Thought there would have been some bat on the pad there, but the Red Force weren't interested.
Brian Charles in first slip. And there's Carey Pierre at backward point. All spinning away from the bat of Brad Barnes, so men will be in play. Oh, that's a beauty. Absolute rip-off a delivery there by Yannick Araya.
Let's have a look at that again. It seemed to pitch somewhere on leg stump, middle and leg almost, and beat him outside the off stump.
And it's a lot of turn, but it's sharp turn as well. Spinning past the edge, a brute of a delivery.
Yeah, I personally, and that's what I wanted to see. That's exactly what I was just about to see. I wanted to see a second slip. So good thinking from the Silva and Karaya here. And they're seeing what the ball is doing and they're putting things in place. That's a good shot though from Barnes. A good reaction.
Strokes it out of Jangu at long off. Rotating the strike, which is important. But yeah, that's good attacking captaincy. Keeping catchers in play.
Carey Pierre has some work to do here because he's gone from second slip to deep mid wicket. And he has some running to do. Oh, that one a bit flatter, and the Silver unable to collect cleanly at the end of 42. 127 for 4. Have a look at the bowlers. The pick of the bowlers: Joshua James, 6 overs, 2 for 7. Gabriel, 8 overs, none for 7. Charles, none for 39 and 12. Hines, none for 35 and 7. Karaya, 5 overs, 1 for 22. And Pay, 4 overs, 1 for 6.
Red Force team conceding 12 extras thus far. Total of 127 for 4.
Just a one wide. Other than that, it's been like buys. No real buys for Joshua Da Silva. He's been tidy behind the stumps. So, Pay to continue. 4 overs, 1 for 6. He's up to Brad Barnes, and I thought Brad Barnes is lucky to still be here after that LBW appeal we saw earlier. I've seen a couple now that have not gone the Red Force's way that have looked pretty close.
Pierre continues to show his consistency in his lines and his lengths. Just on and about this off stump, wicket to wicket bowling. Slight variation in pace.
Oh, that's well played from Barnes, but straight to Yannick Carrier at cover. Have a look at the career here of Carey Pay at first class level. He has been a real stalwart in Trinidad and Tobago cricket for a long time. He's been in and out of the first class team because of the availability of Akil Hussain and whatnot, but once he's in the team, he's excellent. He's all, you know what you're gonna get with Carey Pay. Made his first class debut back in 2016 against the Leeward Islands. He's played 32 games since. Now 101 first class wickets. He's got himself a first class 100 as well. Edging! One bounce into Brian Charles.
Every over he's looked very penetrative. So perilously close to the off stump.
Brad Barnes is not having a great time out there at the moment.
Seems as if it's just a matter of time that Pierre picks up another. So I'm just sliding on, straight onto the bat, and into the offside for no run.
Made an over completed by Pair at the end of 43, 127 for 4. Pair, 5 overs, 1 for 6. Pretty good.
Yeah, very consistent. Caraya's thrown up a few loose ones, but he is a wrist spinner, so therefore there is a little more challenge to control the ball. The art of wrist spinning, very difficult art indeed, mastered by the great late Shane Warne.
Speaking about leg spin in the Caribbean, I don't think there's much better than Yannick Caraya. It's between him and Hayden Walsh. Both have been good. I think Caraya maybe just edges him in terms of bowling.
Yeah, Hayden Walsh very, very good on the outfield. Caraya is also very good with the bat as well. He does, but cricket now is such a three-dimensional sport, especially the shorter versions. You must be good with bat, ball, and in the field.
You're right about that. Caraya usually bats at around 6 or 7 for Trinidad and Tobago.
Would have gone to El Dorado. So you see 2 slips in play. Jason Mohammed in second slip. Brian Charles first. Sifa Scooper in short leg. And there is a lot of turn on offer. Thoughts of maybe a silly point as well, because there is extra bounce on this wicket.
Caraya's been around for a long, long time now. He's made his debut, his first class debut, all the way back in 2011. So he's in his 14th season. So it's 79 games, picked up 76 wickets, and has also scored well over 3,000 runs, 500s and 14 50s to his name. He's got an impressive career. And, he's become more of a bowler. I remember when he just came into the team all the way back in 2011, straight up until about 2016, 2017, he was more considered a batting all-rounder, a batsman who can bowl. His role has changed a lot over the past few seasons, where he's become much more of a bowler. He's worked hard on his game and he's been excellent as a out-and-out leg spinner who can come in and give you a few runs. An appeal, again, umpire Rajkumar not interested. Seemed to have some bat on that one.
So going down the leg. Too much turn on that occasion. Previous delivery was a no ball. Cardinal sin there by Caraya, especially for a spin bowler.
Well bowled.
What are your thoughts about the possibility of introducing a free hit in wide ball
White close cricket.
wide close? Yes.
It's interesting to me because if I don't see why not. I don't see the need for it either. It's just one of those things that you don't want to change the rules of what cricket is, what cricket started as. You don't want to change that too much, and I think as a batsman you would love it, because it's a game where you spend a lot of time trying to build concentration, build focus. You don't really get the opportunity to express yourself. If you get a no ball and you get a free hit, it's almost that chance to just get it out of your system.
Yeah.
I think batsmen would love it.
Traditions of Test cricket.
Yeah, I think you don't want to stray away from that too much.
We've looked at finding a way to bringing a lot more spectators in to take a look at these games, because Test cricket, these crowds that we get now is not as popular as it was once. Remember, in the days early 2000s, 90s, the Queen's Park Oval will be packed to the rafters to see the likes of Ambrose and Walsh. So there's a slight delay in play here.
I'm not sure if Yannick Caraya is okay. See him with hat in hand, and there's still a ball to go in the over. He's not gonna continue. We all hope that he's okay. The physio is on. Just wondering, and didn't really see anything happen to him in the over, so just wonder if he's feeling a bit ill. We see the physio with him now, and he seems to be coming off.
That's going to be a big loss for the Red Force because he's the one that's created a number of opportunities here.
And he was in the middle of an excellent spell as well, so we all do hope everything is okay with Yannick Carrera. Hope to get an update on that soon. He's leaving the field of play with the physio, and it looks like Brian Charles is going to come in and finish his over.
You can see the disappointment in the man. 1 for 25 in his spell, cut short.
It seems that he's heading straight to the dressing room as well, so whatever it is, he's gonna... I don't see anything that physically happened while he was on the field, so it might be something that has been acting up that he's been having before. We wait and see.
Try to get an update as soon as possible. As Brian Charles closes off the 44th over. Scorpions being put into battle here today, 130 for 4.
It's going to be paid to continue from the northern end. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 6.
Match officials today. So Shannon Crawford and Lyndon Rajkumar. Match referee Mr. Rion King from Guyana.
Slip on a short leg, a short mid wicket, mid on, deep backward, square, long off, short cover, Gully, the subfielder, he's in at regulation cover and a backward point for Carey Pay. Brad Barnes 3 of 15. He's not had a great time with Carey Pay. This one flicked out to Gabriel. This time he is quick to react. A chance, not really. Brad Barnes wanted 2 there, but
it's good work by Shannon in the end, restricting them to just 1.
he backs himself as a top fielder, Shannon Gabriel. There's Pay again.
Good strike rotation here between Barnes and Glenn.
And the Red Force would know that a couple of dot balls here could really just slow things down, put them under a bit of pressure. Pay a fresh off a maiden over. And Karai was doing well up until that he was unable to complete the final delivery. Good delivery there from Pay. That's the tune that I've been talking about, that he's been able to extract in recent times. He keeps adding to his game as he improves and he gets older.
Yeah, that's good tune. And now Barnes have to be careful of the straighter one, the one that just drifts on with the arm. So both edges of the batter in play here, the inside edge as well as the outside edge, and that one with the extra bounce on that occasion. So it's a good field placing as well with the slip and short leg.
Carey Pay continues to be dangerous, continues to make things happen for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force here. 2 deliveries to go in the over. Good delivery again, right on spot.
Very solid by Barnes.
And what I like about that is that the delivery before that was pitched in the same area, and that one just got bounced. This one was more regulation, so that's going to be in the back of the mind of Barnes now.
Yeah, definitely. Just variation from the wicket itself. This spell reminds me a lot of a spell by the Indian Jadeja. Very similar attributes, bowling wicket to wicket.
Just going to come in and be consistent. So Brian Charles is going to replace the injured Yannick Carrera from the southern end. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
You done? So Brian Charles continuing from the southern end. Javel Glenn, 21 of 30. This one sliding on with the arm, just defending it out to short leg, no run. Still a lot of cloud cover here. South Trinidad. This one stroking it out to the offside, no run again. So just building some pressure with these dot balls. Jamaican batters usually like to strike boundaries. Bit of an in-out feel. He has a long one and a deep square. Glenn stroking it, taking a quick single, and successfully so to Joshua James at mid-off. So that's one more to Javel Glenn. He's batted well since coming in number 5. He's on 22. Bit of a partnership developing here now. 21 runs off 42 deliveries. Brad Barnes, very slow. 4 of 20, but it's important that he spends time at the crease. Nowhere else that you can score runs other than in the middle. So when he just gets a bit of an outside edge and it's running away down to the third man boundary. Chased by Carripier, holds it in, and that's just 2 more to Brad Barnes. End of another over. So after 46, the Scorpions are 134 for 4. Reminder that the dinner break will be at 20 minutes past 5, which is approximately 35 minutes away. Did have an interruption earlier today for inclement weather. It's been overcast throughout. But I haven't done overrate isn't too bad either. Current run rate scoring at 2.91 runs and over. Carripier to continue. It's been economical. It's been potent. Javel Glenn. Initially when he came out, he was ultra attacking. Just got into the groove. Just biding his time, waiting for that loose delivery. Naturally attacking batsman is Javel Glenn. This one just stroking it back to the bowler, no run. Strong wind blowing across the field from left to right on your screens. This one stroked straight to mid wicket. Jason Mohammed in play. He'll be licking his lips to bat on this wicket. Spear continues. So welcome back, Liam.
I think you're right about Jason Mohammed. It's a wicket that's it tends to last as well. It doesn't really get much worse. It doesn't deteriorate that badly. And remember that North South game The South team batted on, I think they began batting on day 1 and batted straight up until day 4. The first session at day 4 and still able to bowl out North. So, oh, a chance for Cooper there. Brilliant effort from Cephas Cooper. Let's have a look at that again. Just evading him. Final delivery of Carey Pearce over. And they just hit straight back to him at the end of 47, 135 for 4. Let's have a look at that chance again. Well, it just seemed to bounce.
It's good work by him in the end, preventing a single. I see for Scooper there.
Great reactions.
Yeah.
A very reactive position.
As an opening batsman, you definitely have to have good reaction skills. His reaction time very sharp. Normally you'll be facing up against fast bowlers. He's had a good season, Cephas Cooper.
Yeah, so Brian Charles to continue. Yeah, you're right about Cooper. He's been good. As we see the lights, the floodlights here at Brown Cricket Academy beginning to turn on as it gets a bit darker. Just about 35 minutes left in this session before dinner. The Red Force would be looking to nab a wicket or two again. The Scorpions would not want that to happen whatsoever. They want these two to bat as long as they possibly can going into the evening session. The night session, that is.
Charles with a little more air in this one. Stroking it out is Javel Glenn.
Good delivery again there. Right on spot. What I like about Charles is that he's a no-nonsense guy. He's going to get bowl those dot balls and he's going to rush you. He's back and he's ready to bowl already. He's not going to let you settle in and not let you think too long. Oh, drop catch again, is it? Or was it more of a spectator's catch here? It seemed to be a bump ball. But a good effort from Charles. There we see the floodlights. Charles in again. No run. Straight to Django at short mid wicket. And that's the end of 48. It's 135 for 4. And with that, I'll leave you in the capable hands of Vishram Parmesan, Vinod Mamchan.
135 for 4 in 48 overs. Scorpions being put into bat earlier today. Carey Pearce to continue from the northern end as the lights take effect here in Taruba. Strong breeze blowing across the field. See the flags fluttering. Pierre continuing. He's been economical. He's been very miserly with his spell thus far. Wicket to wicket bowling. So we welcome Mr. Vinod Mamchan.
Yeah, well, Vishram, I saw that in my absence. You grabbed 2 wickets. Pierre has had a tremendous season, hasn't he?
Really has. Came off a very good CPL as well.
Mm-hmm.
And just continued his good form. Continues to show his consistency. And he's also, he has quite a good leadership skills as well with him.
Yeah, and he's definitely one of the best fielders in this Trinidad Tobago outfit. One of the better fielders in the Caribbean. I'll go as far as saying that. Javel Glenn, an all-rounder. 23 of 39. He has Brad Barnes there with him, so Red Force would not want a stubborn partnership to build here again. Having said that, there's a loud appeal for court behind. He's gone! Umpire Shannon took an inordinately long time to raise his hands, but he goes. What say you, Vishal?
Vinud Mamchan, the man with the golden arm or the golden voice, entering the commentary box and taking the wicket of Brad Barnes.
Well, after you got two, I had to respond with at least one. Excellent delivery, though. That one drifting in, of course, with a tremendous wind from the eastern side of the ground. And on pitching, it just turned away ever so slightly. And that's the end of Javel Glen. 135 for 5, and the Red Force are large and in charge at Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Yeah, dream ball there by Kari Pierre. Drift. And spinning past the, not just passing the edge, but taking the edge. And very well taken by Joshua De Silva.
Well, De Silva's had a great day behind the stumps, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's done well throughout. He'll also be jumping at the bit to take a knock on this wicket. Lead his team to first innings and then press on. It's been 19 years since the Red Force have won the regional 4D competition, so these men will be desperate.
Yeah, it's the only title that has eluded them over the last 2 decades, if I may say so. And they really want to put that right, so to speak.
And the Happy Eagles are in some trouble as well.
Yep. Probably it's a good time to just make the rounds around the Caribbean. Let's see what's happening. And just to bring you up to date, combined campuses were bowled out at the UE for 238. The Academy, there's 7 for 1 in response. And play will end shortly there. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes, 109 for 2, as you said before. Happy Eagles bowled out for 193. Strong response there by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. And the Windward Islands, they were bowled out for 186. Barbados, they've recovered from, I think the last time we spoke, they were 42 for 3. They're now 80 for 3.
So partnership developing there.
And this time,
another one, a huge appeal, but this time given not out by umpire Shannon Crawford. And the disappointment shown here by Joshua De Silva.
well, let's have a look at that again. Ooh, just ask our director to slow that down for us.
Yeah.
It is. Oh my.
Must have brushed something. And the only thing in
We'll have another look at it.
looked like a bit of glove.
Let's see. Just back and across. Oh my, that's bat.
Yeah.
The umpire, and it goes up to De Silva. Probably he's not happy with his behavior. But I'll tell you something. When De Silva sees that replay tonight, when he nestles in his hotel room, he would be disappointed as well.
Yeah, that's a shocking decision there by umpire Shannon Crawford.
Should have been 6. So it's actually 5 down at the moment. Kari Pierre, you feel it for him, and Joshua De Silva.
Yeah, he's in the middle of an excellent spell as Kari Pierre. 2 for 9 after 8 overs. Would have been back-to-back wickets and would have just cemented Red Force position in this game. As you see, Brian Charles continuing from the sudden end.
Charles has bowled a marathon spell here. None for 42.
Just hasn't looked as penetrative as Kari Pierre. This one looping, and Glenn looking to strike it over cover, unable to make contact. Charles sliding on with the arm, defended out by Javel Glenn. The new batsman is Aldine Thomas. Be counting his blessings. Being given not out of his first delivery. And this one stroked away and finding the gap, and they're able to cross over for a single. So Glenn Moves to the non-strikers end. It will be Aldine Thomas taking up strike now. A right-handed Aldine Thomas.
So he lives to fight another day. Thomas. Well, at the end of the day, we always say the umpire is in the best position. But I'll tell you something though. Looking at the replays, there was too much of an acute change of direction of that ball when it was parallel to the bat. To suggest to me that it was drift. It can't be drift because the ball had already pitched and was turning. Now, if it's turning big, it's going to start to turn big immediately.
Yeah.
It can't, go along straight and then turn without touching something. I think umpire Shannon would want to take a look at that himself later on tonight. End of the over, 137 for 5 more thoughts from Vishram Pamisar.
Yeah, there's definitely a bit of deviation of the bat into the keeper's glove. So the disappointment there by Joshua, and he's still having a conversation with the umpire Shannon Crawford.
I think he unfair. And rightfully so. They're probably just having a polite inquiry. Probably asking umpire Shannon what he would like for dinner. And recommending some good places in South Trinidad. That's the national flag flying high. Yeah, and of course the TNT Red Force team making the country proud with their efforts this season. And they continue to do that here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Yeah, displaying the strong wind that we continue to feel here in Tarouba, blowing across your screens, left to right, enabling the drift from Carrie Pier, drift away from Javel Glen, and hopefully looking to spin it back in sharply. This one a bit flatter and stroke nicely down to long on for 1.
Well, just got an update that Carrier, Yannick Carrier, is off. He likes to be called Carrier. He's off the field at this point in time with a hamstring injury. One hopes that it's not very serious. You know how long a hamstring takes to get better, so to speak. But the man with the golden arm this season is Pear, and he beats the edge yet again.
Yeah, it's another beauty of a delivery. So this is why it's surprising to me that he came on so late into the day's play.
Yeah, we were calling for him. We were asking, we were making polite inquiries as to why he was not on into the attack.
And as soon as he came on, he's shown the difference, shown supreme quality and control with the ball. Wicket to wicket bowling, spinning the ball sharply.
So it keeps a bit low, and he's still able to scoot it out. Aldine Thomas. Javel Glen on the other end, that's on 25 or 49. Should have been 6 down, but it's 138 for 5. Down the leg side, bad line. And it's put away nicely for 4 there by Thomas.
Yeah, that's the first loose ball there by Carrie Pierre in his 9th over now. And that one just drifting down the legs. It was short, it was into the pads, and Aldine Thomas getting down on one knee and stroking it quite nicely behind backward square for 4. Good control, rolling the wrists, keeping it on the ground.
Well, he knew exactly where the fielders were. Trinidad and Tobago will be looking to press further here. Jamaica will be looking towards these two for a bit of a partnership. So in that difficult period, the twilight period they call it, Vishram, where the natural light is replaced by the artificial lights. And I remember when the night test cricket now started, there was so much discussion around losing wickets. Teams that were batting were losing wickets in the twilight period. I don't know if that's the case here at the moment, but the way Carey Pair is bowling, I'm telling you, he'll get you out in the morning, in the afternoon, and in the night.
He continues to bowl well through this tournament, and today is no different. Brian Charles to continue from the sudden end. He hasn't had the same luck, but there's a slip on a short leg. Has turned the ball, but hasn't shown the same control.
He hasn't been at his best, but now he'll have a lot more bowling to do with Karaya off the field.
That can be a very big blow for the Red Force.
Jason Mohammed has done a lot of bowling this season as well. Mohammed, a golden arm, he may have to come in. Remember, Jid Gooley's not in the final 11, so that's an option that they can't use. But Brian Charles is no stranger to being the workhorse of this team. I think that he will relish the opportunities to turn his arm over and continue pressing from that end.
And stroking this one to long on for one. Came in looking very, very attacking, but has just started to build his innings. He's done well. He's 25 for 52, striking at just about 50 runs per 100 balls.
What he will need to do here is to take leadership, show leadership, and get Thomas to stay there with him, and probably set small targets. Let's get up to 150, then let's go to dinner together. What he needs to do is to invite Thomas to have dinner with him, so that he will stay out there. And when they come back, you set small, as you bankers like to say, incremental targets, and you work on that.
It's important to always have a goal and make sure that those goals are reachable.
And it makes no sense just looking down the barrel, of a gun. At this point in time, let's say the team would have held a meeting last night, as is customary, and they might have targeted, let's say 300, 350. You can't look at that at this point in time. You have to think the cricket. You have to play the cricket on your feet, so to speak. You adjust accordingly. And I've always found it easier when teams set smaller targets, and all of a sudden you're back in the game. You can then think further down the road.
Yeah, definitely adapt to situations. As the short leg comes out and comes into a straight mid-on, short mid-on.
It's very peculiar. It's very straight, as you said. They must have noticed something.
Field spread quite a bit, allowing Javel Glenn to get the single. He just strokes it back. Cooper picks up. Long on and long off in play. This one given a bit more air and stroked all along the ground to Kamel Puran at long on.
Yeah, Purana's had a good day in the field. And these two would like to be there for the next 15 minutes or so, and go to dinner, having not been separated. But Trinidad Tobago will be having other ideas. They will want to at least eke out one more before tea.
Especially having won the toss earlier today. Not a well bowled delivery, well left by Aldine Thomas. So what are your thoughts on the Scorpions innings so far? They were 9 for 2 at a point in time. They're now 144 for 5.
Well, they seem to be losing wickets in clusters because they would have lost 2 earlier on. And has another beautiful delivery there from Carey Pair. Seems as if Thomas is batting with a donut. And he's just beating that edge. Backed up excellently by wicketkeeper and captain Joshua De Silva. And, there was a partnership. And then all of a sudden that was broken. They lost 3 wickets in quick succession. So another over comes to the end, 144 for 5. So it has been an innings of patches, so to speak.
Yeah.
No Joshua James since that brilliant spell this morning. Mightn't hurt giving him an over 2 before dinner.
Like those thoughts. Continues with Brian Charles.
Probably you may want to think about giving Charles a bit of a break, because he will have a long haul should there be a fight back.
Charles to Glenn. Seems very controlled now, Glenn, in his innings.
But what he wants to do, he knows that instinctively Glenn is an attacking batsman. So you want to tantalize him. You want to give him something to go at. At this point in time, he's just a little too wide outside the off stump. He needs to come closer to him.
Yeah, slow it up, give it a bit more air, drift. But too quick and through the air there again. Glenn just easily playing it out into the offside.
And Charles is one of those bowlers who normally comes quick through the air. I take your point. You slow it up a bit. You hold back some, and it allows for the ball to grip and turn, because you're seeing turn in this second session. Even in the first, you saw turn.
Not a single to Glenn. Just stroking it on the ground. Playing very risk-free cricket at the moment. Javel Glenn building an innings, 28 of 60. Aldine Thomas, 4.
A very attacking field for Thomas. I like this.
Yeah.
There's a slip, a leg slip, and a forward short leg. Striving. Again, knocked down there at cover. Django was in the outfield. Django's been in good form this year as well.
Yeah, normally has glove in hand on the field. He'll be excited to bat on this wicket as well. Yes, there's turn, but it's... This one stroked on beautifully all along the ground for 4.
I love that shot. That was controlled. You can see him. He did not. He knew exactly where Joshua James was. And look at that. He checked it. It was all timing.
Yeah, that's the right word, control. Finding the gap.
That's an excellent shot there by Glenn.
Yeah, he's grown into this innings, and I've been impressed thus far because he came out ultra attacking, going over the top, hitting a 6 over the fielder at deep mid wicket, and that got me concerned because there is a deep fielder on the boundary rope, and he's still attempting to hit for the maximum. He was successful on that occasion, but since then he's decided that he's going to hit the ball on the ground, build an innings, and he's done quite well to the 2 of 61, 150 for 5. Carry pair from the northern end. Once again, partnership developing here. Its partnership is now 14. But they've batted in excess of 5 overs.
That's a good delivery. You can see Pierre just holding that one back a bit. So Pierre showing the variety from this end. This is the media center end.
Should definitely be looking at a bowling change from the southern end.
I think it's an ideal time to get Joshua James back into the attack just before dinner.
Yeah, give him a couple overs, let him steam in. Pierre. Misley as always. There is turn, but it's slow. It's not very...
Yeah, and once there's slow turn and the batsmen adapt the attitude that Thomas has adapted here, playing late, playing him off the pitch, he's playing very late. Then he, like that, he's able to negotiate it. So it then taxes carry pair.
Yeah, very comfortably played.
So the artificial lines have taken effect here at the Brown Lara Cricket Academy.
This one rushing on with the arm.
Yeah, the variety shown there. Quicker delivery. End of the over. 150 for 5. Let's see what the Silver does now. Will he continue or will he make a change? Probably Joshua James, probably Jason Mohammed. You never know. It's going to be Jason Mohammed. The man with the golden arm is going to get a bowl just before dinner.
The over rate hasn't been too bad as well today. We're just 10 minutes away from the end of the second session and finished about just 55 overs have been bowled.
It hasn't been bad. Let's say they get in this over because normally Mohammed goes through his overs pretty quickly. And let's say they get 3 more. So that's 58. They would have targeted 60. So that's very good indeed. So it's going to be Jason Mohammed. No stranger to taking wickets to Trinidad.
Man nicknamed Shadow.
That's the man. What a season he's had with the bat as well. Yes, recently just took a bit of a dip, but he want to regain that sort of form.
What's your
in
thoughts?
This match
What's your
to end
thoughts?
strongly.
Sorry, what's your thoughts on the possibility of seeing Jason Mohammed in a West Indies Test team again?
Well, once he can continue to address the selectors, you see, it's a situation where guys like Mohammed, who would have been out of the system in terms of the international system, that is, if they want to get back in, they can't just knock on the doors of the selector, and in this case, selector. They need to break it down. So, should he end strongly, probably another century in the last 2 games, I see no reason why he should not be included and given an opportunity.
Yeah, he's the leading run scorer of the tournament thus far.
Yeah, and in a West Indian batting lineup that he strikes him on the pan and he's gone. The man with the golden arm. Barakpour erupts as Jason Mohammed takes 6.
Beautifully bowled. This one just drifting away and turning him, beating the inside edge, striking the batsman in front of middle and off, and would have been cannoning into the wicket, into the leg stump, and that's the fall of the 6th wicket. The Red Force takes another one. Jamaica Scorpions 151 for 6.
Nothing wrong with Aldane Thomas feeling bad about that, because Lance Gibbs would have been proud of that delivery. As you rightly called it there, Vishram, it drifted it in the air and then gripped and struck him right in front of the timbers. It's going to be Mansingh who is going to come in now, and Mansingh started this first class series with the with the CCC, and of course he would have played for Jamaica previously, and now he transitions back into the Jamaican team. What's your thoughts on that? Do you think if we allow players to move around like that mid-season, like the English Premier League football tournament that Liverpool dominates so often, do you think it waters down the competitive nature of it?
I would prefer to see them stay with their team, especially in the environment that they'll be in. They would have been set out certain goals at the beginning of the season, so you would know that, okay, I'll be batting in a particular position. Now you change from one team to another. It's a huge transition because now your team has a different objective, a different perspective on the game. So now you have to transition your style of play. So therefore, it does make a difference in terms of the player. But I would like to preferably see these players stay with the team that they're originally assigned to.
That's a very good point. And you're playing in the same competition.
Yeah.
So you're still getting to meet good opposition, the same opposition that you would meet if you transition back to your native country, so to speak, which is Jamaica in this case for Mansingh. So at the end of the over, the end of 56, the man with the golden arm has responded. It's 151 for 6.
Yeah, very well done there by Shadow. Taking a wicket in his first over.
The man has done absolutely nothing wrong for this entire season.
Car repair to continue. Both economically as well as wicket taking deliveries. This one just guided out. Shannon Gabriel comes across but unable to prevent two. A direct hit there by him. It's two more to the total, 153 for 6 in the 57th over. Just a few minutes away from the dinner break. Me just getting one more. I'm sure the Red Force team would be pushing to try and get in that over.
Well, Jason Mohammed, I think he would have relished the opportunity to get a bowl before dinner. Not a brilliant delivery there from Carrie Pear. It's been absolutely superb. Everyone wants to get a bowl before dinner.
Yeah.
Some even take it into the dinner.
It's as if it's a 3-course meal.
So, 153 for 6. Jamaica would not be happy with this current position, but Javel Glenn is still there, and he's batting purposefully.
That's well bowled by Pierre. Shown good variation in speeds. He's stuck to bowling wicket to wicket, and that's been impressive on this occasion.
Hence his miserly economy rate.
Good control. It's been impressive throughout. As the strong breeze continues to blow across this beautiful lush outfield.
So Glenn showing that he has the ability to score runs. He has a big job on his hands here, because they're falling like 9 pins at the other end. Mansingh, who's no slouch with the bat, but want to stay with him. Oh, that's a lovely shot. He seems to have mastered that. Another check drive through the covers into the boundary for 4.
Oh, that's just elegance personified there. Just stroking it neatly into the gap between mid-off and cover, all along the ground for 4. That's classical. So we will get one more over before the dinner break.
And it's going to be that man from Barkpaw. Very favourite son of the soil down there. Has his own ground named after him, the Jason Mohammed Recreation Ground. Have you ever been to it, Bishram?
No, I haven't been to the Jason Mohammed Recreation, but quite a few excellent cricketers coming out from South Trinidad.
Oh, another brilliant delivery. Did he get something onto that? Mohammed, you beauty.
Yeah, this one just drifting in and just going along with the arm, not turning in this time. Wow. It's a beauty.
Oh, what a delivery.
This bowling is definitely underrated.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, look at the delivery that got rid of Thomas.
Continues. Does have a bit of a slingy action with his off break. Doesn't come right over the top.
This is excellent. Excellent lines being employed here by Mohammed.
Just a couple deliveries remain in this over, possibly for dinner.
Well, the clock says 5:20. Mohammed would have wanted to keep Mansingh on strike. But he's off and running.
Always a good feeling to get off the mark.
Yeah, any form of fashion in any cricket. pushed away on the offside, looking for a single. It's not there. And the players turn and they head towards the pavilion. And at this point in time, they're going to have dinner. As we look back, 158 for a loss of 6. 61, a forthright 61 from Jermaine Blackwood. 39 not out from Javel Glenn. Kirk McKenzie, a patient 31. But Joshua James with 2 wickets. Carrie Pair, of course, with 2. And Jason Mohammed also got in the act. He had 1. Yannick Karaya, who is out at this point in time with a slight hamstring injury. He got 1 as well. As the players walk towards the pavilion, they just have a little chit-chat amongst themselves. But Trinidad Tobago should be very proud of their efforts so far. Captain De Silva leads them off at 158 for the loss of 6. We take a break for dinner. We'll be right back with you.
Right, so welcome back here to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Turuba. Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss earlier today and sending in the Jamaica Scorpions. The Scorpions are 158 for 6 after 58 overs. As we see, Kari Pierre continuing from the northern end, facing up his Abhijay Mansingh. As I welcome back Mr. Liam Mamchan.
Good afternoon to you, Bisham. Good afternoon to all of our viewers. And what a spell we've seen from Kari Pierre this afternoon. He's done everything right, and we spoke about him being the man with the golden arm, and he's showing us why. Now, we'll look to pick up. Trinidad to be good, want to bat tonight. They'd want to get these guys out maybe before 200 if possible, but Glenn has put up a good resistance. He's on 39.
Yeah, he's batted really well. Javel Glenn started off ultra attacking, but has slowed down and just set his stalls out to bat long. He's anchored his innings quite well, pieced his innings quite well. Javel Glenn, 39 of 70. As it's now just after 6 o'clock here in Trinidad. Kari Pierre continuing. Yes. Bowling wicket to wicket. $158 for 6. He's bowled well through, did he? I mean, the only concern I would have had is that he came into the attack pretty late.
Yeah, I think it might have been part of the plan as well to get him in as a bit of a, I won't say surprise. It's not that they don't know that he's going to bowl, but just to get him in and try to pick up wickets quickly as Joshua James is going to take over. He started off from the northern end this morning, but he's going to switch ends now. Bowl well, 6 overs, 2 wickets, 7 runs. And he was the main strike bowler for Trinidad early on, before Kari Pierre was brought into the attack. Mansingh, some work to do here. He's on one of just 13 deliveries, new to the crease, but he has gotten himself some valuable experience at this level playing for the CCC team over the past 2 seasons since they came back into Regional 40 and Super 50. He's been a part of the setup, so I believe it's since 2022, maybe 23 was when he was in the squad. Here is James from the southern end now. And Glenn quickly off strike. Glenn, as I said, coming off some good scores, Bisham. He got 68 and 39 against the Academy in the last game, and he's on to 40 here, so he's definitely hit a bit of a purple patch.
Yeah, continuing his good form. Just want to see a special shout out to Leo Parmasa, who's watching on live at home. Wishing you the best as end of term exams are coming around. So good luck to Leo Parmasa. It's Joshua James continuing from the southern end.
Good delivery. That's the area that he wants to hit, especially with that angle that he gets back into the right-hander.
Yeah, definitely a bit of nip into the right-handed batsman there. Good seat movement. So what do you expect this afternoon, Liam, with conditions, ping ball in hand? It's going to get a bit dark sooner rather than later. Ball.
Well, we're into the 60th over now, so the ball is not going to move around a whole lot in the air. It's probably going to get something off the seam, which is what James has been so good at. As Mansingh cuts this one straight to the subfielder, Tion Webster, who is on for Shannon Gabriel. Jet Gully's also on the field. He's down at mid-off. He's on for Yannick Karaya, who picked up an injury.
Joshua James opening the bowling this morning, and this is now his second spell. Bowlers being given extended spells throughout the day.
And I think that's due to how good the wicket is for batting. That, you've got to really get settled into your spell. You're not going to just come in and pick up wickets just like that, unless you're Carey Pay at the moment, too. He seems to be able to do it on any surface at the moment. But yeah, it's one of those wickets where you really have to dig in, and as a bowler, that is, you really have to work plans well and be consistent if you want to take wickets.
Yeah. I think the success Curry has had is he's bowled wicket to wicket, and he's whatever turn that he's been able to extract off the surface because of him bowling wicket to wicket, it allows him to bring both edges into play, both the inside edge and the outside edge, and batsmen are consistently in doubt because he's hitting that wicket every ball. So he's continued to do well. The Red Force definitely will miss Yannick Karaya, the mystery of his leg spin.
Yeah, 100%. And we saw the man with the golden arm, Jason Mohammed, come in and have a short spell right before dinner. And he did what he does so often at this level. And that's find a way to pick up a wicket when Trinidad and Tobago need it. They're going to use him in short spells. He's not going to really bowl extended spells either. And other than him, you've got your fast bowlers. You got Terence Hines, who bowled well. Created some chances in his 7-over spell earlier on. Shannon Gabriel obviously bowled 8 good overs. And then you got to lean on Carey Pay and Brian Charles for the rest of this game.
Yeah, Jason did bowl 2 very good overs. Wouldn't mind seeing him again. It's looked very. Yeah, he himself was getting a bit adrift and was bowling quite accurately. Scary Pierre to continue. Scorpions 159 for 6 and 60 overs. We have 30 overs remaining in today's play. Scheduled closer play was 8 o'clock, but definitely may go beyond that, depending on the over rate, which hasn't been too bad at all today. Carey Pierre bowling around the wicket, hoping to bring in the first slip into play. And short leg. This one neatly tucked into mid wicket. Cooley comes off the boundary and limits it to 1. So Glenn continue to just, as you said, he's in this purple patch and he's just building an innings, patience.
Well, this is good to see because he's an aggressive batsman. So he's showing the selectors, he's showing the world that he can do both things. He can really take the game away from you as an aggressive batsman. He could also build an innings nicely and consolidate when wickets fell around him. And he's done excellently.
Yeah, I've been very impressed by the way he's pierced his innings. Django in mid-wicket. Pierre to continue.
Pierre knows that he needs to work on Mansing. Glenn is pretty much set. He's settled. And Mansing is the wicket that you want to get. And that's going to lead you into the tail. So I think you'll be focused on that.
Solid defense by Mansing. This one, another solidly played out to mid-off for no run. Carey Pierre 2 for 22 in his 14th over. It's been economical. This one just drifting onto the pads. Neatly played into the onside, but no run. Reminder, the 2 umpires, on-field umpires, Mr. Lyndon Rajkumar and Shannon Crawford. Match referee is Mr. Rion King.
Good delivery to finish from Pay at the end of 61, 160 for 6. And the big Joshua James is going to continue. Look at Mansing's first class career, 16 games now. He's just 27 years old, still young. And he's played 16 games. He's got himself 5 half centuries, so he's a pretty capable batsman. He's more of a bowling all-rounder. So he will know that his role here, batting at 8, maybe a bit lower down in the order, but he does have a role as a batsman on this team as well.
Yeah, we've seen the lower order wag on many occasions in the regional 40 competition.
I think Trinidad and Tobago came up against the Academy. I think it was in round 4, was it, or round 3? I think it was round 4, where they really struggled, and the team pulled them through. Jaden Seals, Brian Charles, and Anderson Phillip got them to a respectable total, and they managed to win that game. So it's the way that cricket has developed now, where everybody can bat, everybody from 1 to 11 can have some sort of contribution with the bat, and a lot of guys, some of those top order batsmen, they're no longer just batsmen, they bowl as well.
Extravagant leave there by Javel Glenn, the ball before. He faces up, and this one onto the body. Just coming off the thigh, mid rib cage area. No run. So slow progress here since the dinner break. Two slips and a gully await. Backward point, cover, mid off. 6-3 field. 3 on the onside is a mid on. Man in front of square and a fine leg.
Guiding this one, but straight to Siva Scooper at gully.
Flirting with danger. Leaving bat outside off stump there. And, I mean, any inconsistent bounce could have easily see his demise.
The wicket has seemed to held up. 61 overs have been bowled, and it seems to be pretty much the same. I think I just saw one ball from Carey Pair that kept low, but other than that, it's been a good wicket, and it shows no sign of really deteriorating too quickly going into day 2.
It's been a good fight back by Jamaica as well. 9 for 2, a good partnership of 94 between Blackwood and Mackenzie. Men with West Indian pedigree. Then we saw a loss of 3 wickets quickly. A smaller partnership, and then the fall of the 6th wicket. So it's both teams have been on top on different times during the course of day 1. As Joshua James changes his angle, coming around the wicket to Glenn.
Good delivery. That's around where he wants to be, maybe a bit closer. But Glenn had a thought about it. He wanted to play at it and held back at the very last second. And James continues to impress. He's had a good first class season. Picked up wickets against Barbados. And throughout the entire tournament, really, he has done well.
Big burly man. Very smooth run up. Definitely can generate a bit more pace, but just looking to control ball at the moment as we come to the end of the 62nd over. Scorpions being put into bat, a 160 for 6.
Back in round 5 that was, against Barbados. Picked up 3 for 8 in 7 overs. And in the second innings he was excellent as well. Picked up 3 for 16 in 12. So he's in some good run of form himself.
Pierre to continue. That one drifting it into the right-handed Mansingh, who plays it out to short cover for no run. So very slow and steady progress here. Not much being added to the runs tally as Mansingh holds up Carey Pierre in his bowling stride. Umpire Crawford signals dead ball. Pierre continues, and nice loop inside edge into the backward square. And Shannon Gabriel coming off the boundary, allowing 2 more.
They're not happy with him at all there, Shannon Gabriel.
as we see umpire Crawford just mentioning to Carrie Pierre that might be entering into the danger area, so just to stay off. This one spinning pass and taking the outer part of the bat goes out to short third man for 1. So strike just rotating a little bit more now. Chevelle Glenn on 41. Abhijay Mansingh 4. But he's dug in deep. He's faced 27 deliveries. Oh, that one just going on with the arm. And he's done well throughout the day with that delivery, that arm ball. Going past the outside edge, well taken by Joshua De Silva. He's had a good day behind the stumps.
Yeah, it's been pretty regulation. It's a good wicket to wicket keep on. There's a consistent bounce. There's no real demons in it. It makes it pretty easy for De Silva to just do his job efficiently. That's that one. Glenn down to Hines at long off for a single. We spoke about that arm ball that Carrie Pierre has been able to execute so well. He's had a couple of LBW appeals that look pretty good. We're using that arm ball as well, so a really good day out for him so far. He'll be looking for another 5-wicket haul. I see some of the security guards here at the Branagh Cricket Academy.
Yeah, for today's, we would have experienced a lot of overcast conditions, but it's cleared quite nicely this afternoon. The sun has sets to the west.
So some batting to come. Odin Smith, you all know what he's capable of. He's had a couple of half centuries this season in the West Indies Championships, so he would understand that his role is going to be to get them some quick runs later on. It's James. Ooh, that one cut him in half. And Joshua De Silva was sent the wrong way. Had to go back. And could not complete the catch. I don't think there was any bat on it. But it really was a good delivery from Joshua James.
Yeah, that's a rip-off a delivery. Hitting him in the inner thigh area. And deflecting, sending De Silva, but still not conceding any bye, doing well. Getting a glove onto it. This is a beauty of a delivery there by Joshua James. He's bowled well throughout. 2 for 8 and his 9th over. Strong lad. This one well played, and it's a bit of a mix-up. It is a chance button, unable to hit the stumps. What a chance there for the Red Force team to get a breakthrough.
I think Gully threw at the wrong end there. Because Glenn was halfway out, but Mansingh was also, I think either end was a good shout actually, looking back at it now. Good work from Jet Gully. Fortunately missing the stump, and good backing up from De Silva, who's feeling the blues now.
So pressure building as Joshua James just building on those dots.
Oh, Glenn wants a quick single, but Abhijay Mansingh is in no mood.
Mansingh ensuring that his partner turns and goes back safely into to take strike for the 4th delivery of this over. So definitely some chances for a run out here, so just have to be careful with the calling. That's another beautiful delivery, a rip-off a delivery, just angling in and just at the very end, just slightly straightening, and the only thing that it didn't do was take the outside edge.
Here, top from James in that area, that corridor of uncertainty. We're not quite sure what to do with that one.
It's a line that we've seen Jaden Seals have a lot of success with throughout his career. Anderson Phillip as well, both men missing from this Red Force team as they're now in England.
Oh, that's a beauty again. Joshua James is having a great time in this second spell. Let's have a look at this again. Just beat everything, and Javel Glenn looks around as if he doesn't know what's going on out there.
Another Jaffa by Joshua James. He's really bowled well in this over. You can see that Javel Glenn is definitely uncertain of which way it's going, and he wants to get off strike. Hasn't been successful to date, so it's important that the fielders stay tight, prevent him from getting off strike, so that Joshua can continue bowling. Another good delivery, no run.
I mean, Glenn has done all the hard work. He won't want to give it away now, but the way that Joshua James bowled in that last over especially, there's not much more he could have done. At the end of 64, 164 for 6. Glenn's on 42. Physio is coming out now. Just lending some attention to the skipper and the wicketkeeper Joshua Da Silva. You hope all is well with him. They're lucky to an extent where they have an extra wicketkeeper in the lineup as Amir Drangu. If Da Silva can't continue for now, or even if he just needs a little break, but he seems to be in good spirits.
Would have felt awkwardly when attempting to take a ball from Joshua James in the previous over. It seems to shake it off and fulfill his duties.
He's a tough guy, Joshua Da Silva. He's not gonna falter too easily. And he's back up and he's gonna fight, and that's what he is. He's a fighter. There's been a couple of times in his career so far where he's been, struggling on the verge of maybe getting dropped from the West Indies team, and he's found a way, fought and fought to save his place. He's one of those cricketers. You're not going to get him out without a fight. So, pair to continue into over number 16 now. He's picked up the 2 important wickets of Jermaine Blackwood and Orlean Thomas. Just a quick single there, good running. Manting getting Glenn back on strike, and I think Manting's role here is to let Glenn face the majority of deliveries while he gets himself settled in.
Field spreads quite a bit for Javel Glenn. Now have a deep backward square, deep mid wicket, a long on and a long off. Glenn just stroking it into mid wicket for no run. Maybe consideration to bringing up one of the fielders, encourage him to go over the top.
Well, we saw early on in his innings when Yannick Karaya was bowling, there was 3 guys out on the leg side boundary and he went over mid wicket. So I don't think that anything would encourage him more.
Doesn't need encouragement. Loves to hit boundaries. Does Javel Glenn. This one he strokes it quite nicely down to the long off for 1. So he continues to build his innings slowly. Carripier doesn't seem to be getting the same kind of perches that he was getting earlier. This one just stroking it and gets another. So rotation with strike happening quite easily now. Scorpions ticking along, 166 for 6. And that's gone over the top. As mid-off came up, he decided that he'll go inside out over long off for 6, and that's a maximum for Javel Glenn. He moves on to 48, and that's a beautiful shot.
Well, he was over pitch from pair, and Glenn had no problem getting that one over the boundary for 6. So 48, he moves on to 49 in fact. At the end of over number 65, it's 173 for 6. And the Jamaica Scorpions forming a bit of a partnership here. Moves on to 22.
For the last ball of that over, Carripier deciding to bring up his long off into mid off, and Javel Glenn seeing that, deciding that, and it was slightly over pitched going over the mid off, but it would have also gone over the field if he was at long off. And 6 more to him. So well played, Javel Glenn. He's on 49. He's done well. He's batted really well. He's built his innings. Started off ultra attacking. Now he's just pieced it quite nicely. As Mansingh faces up Joshua James.
Down the leg side. Good carry though. James working up a sweat there. He's into his 10th over. And most by all of the fast bowlers today. It's about 24 overs between them.
It's a beautiful ground under the floodlights here in Turuba, Brana Cricket Academy.
Driving well. Mansingh is going to get his first boundary here. A pitch shot from James, and Mansingh threw his hands at it outside the off stump, and he picked up 4.
Yeah, that's a glorious shot. Over pitched, but the best part of that shot was finding the gap and all along the ground for 4. That's beautifully played. Well played by Abhijay Mansingh. That moves him on to double digits. You would have been very pleased with that shot. As a batsman, sometimes you go home, you know, there's one shot that you just always remember. It's like it came off the middle of the bat. It's a feeling that just doesn't go away. It's one of the best, most special feelings that you'll ever have as a batsman. Scoring runs, that one particular shot. This one nicely tucked into the leg side. Gets another single, so he moves on to 11.
Yeah, it's good from Mansingh. It's exactly what he would have wanted to just get himself going, get his confidence going. And he's now all to 11. He's looked apart though. He's not looked out of sorts by any stretch of the imagination. He's played Carripier excellently. And now he's seeing opportunities to score off of James, and he's taken it with both hands.
Joshua James had a very good over to Glenn previously. So this one he'll be looking to target him again, and outside off. Extravagantly left by Javel Glenn. He's on 49. .178 for 6 in the 66th over. Joshua James. Short of a length. Just played out into the onside, no run. Very solid by Javel Glenn.
One short of a half century would be his third first class half century once he gets there. And his 5th game, so good start to his young career.
Yeah, very good. He's quickly climbing up batting order of this Jamaican Scorpions lineup.
Scored a brilliant 100 back in the regional Super 50. Son from James. Not much in it. A bit too wide, and Glenn in no rush to play at those. So at the end of over number 65, 178 for 6.
Game just drifting by a bit here now. Partnership developing. It's 178 for 6, 66 overs bowled. Carripier to continue from the northern end. Not much happening. Ball seems to not be turning as much as it was in the previous 2 sessions. This one
Oh, that one too. Right on cue. Just as we spoke about the ball not turning as much, Carey Pear produces a delivery like that. Mansing lucky not to get the outside edge. A bad delivery there from Pear, was going down leg. Mansing would feel like he missed out there.
Drifting onto the pads. Trevor Glenn taking up strike again, one away from a very well deserved half century.
Straight back to Pear, and he's misfielded that one. Bit too soft for my liking. And with that, Javel Glenn brings up his third first class half century, and he points to the badge to show that he's fighting for Jamaica here. What a young player he is. He's really improved in recent months. And he gets half century number 3. Takes the score now to 180 for 6.
Very solid effort here by Javel Glenn so far. Very well played 50.
Wears his heart on his sleeve, and that's what I like about him. Mansing. And it's dropped there by Cephas Cooper. Well. Just short of Cooper in the end. And missed out on this occasion. Mansing lives to fight another day. Trinidad Tobago in the field today have not been great.
It's well played here by Mansing on this occasion. One before he was pushing at it. Cephas Cooper just falling short of Cephas Cooper. As I take my leave and welcome Mr. Vinud Mamchan to the commentary box at the end of the over.
Trinidad Tobago need a wicket here. This partnership building nicely. Mansing has been in complete control, and that's the end of over number 67. It's 180 for 6. James to continue. Bowled 4 overs since coming back from the break. 10 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 13. He's been excellent. And he's back in here. Mansing's on 12. Glenn just getting to a half century. 3 fours and 2 sixes in his innings.
So at the moment, as I say, very good evening to Liam. It's 180 for 6. Trinidad Tobago looking for that elusive breakthrough again. It's a situation where, well, Glenn on that occasion was trying to help them. It's a situation where, as Pamisa and I were discussing earlier on today, Liam, this innings has been decorated with something called patches. So there is a small partnership and then a flurry of wickets. A small partnership and again a cluster of wickets. Here comes a partnership again.
We know what happens next. Here is James to Glenn. Driving. Nice shot there. Jed Gully has some work to do. And does well. They pick up 3. So good running between Mansing and Glenn.
I can understand it was an overpitch delivery, but I understand what James is trying to do. He's trying to get the ball to swing. He's seam off the track, sorry. He's pitching it up and looking to get whatever assistance he can. Now, the Q factor is never really a big factor here at the Brandlar Cricket Academy. So normally in these day-night matches, the ball skids on by the time dew kisses the surface, which I think there's still some, as I say, it's not a big factor, but it is a factor. And
no ball signaled.
In addition to that, I think that a good possibility at this time is Terrence Hines.
Yeah, I agree with his ability to skid the ball on naturally because of his bowling action.
It's going to be magnified.
Yeah, 100%. So yeah, he is an option, and I'll probably go for him before I go for Shannon Gabriel again, because of that same factor.
He was excellent also earlier on today. He was excellent.
Yeah, I think all the bowlers, especially the fast bowlers, have been great. I think just Brian Charles really was not as penetrative as he usually is, but the fast bowlers were good. Karaya was excellent, and even Carey Pay has been really good. So unfortunately for them, they've lost Karaya now. So Jason Mohammed might have to bowl a few more, or Brian Charles would have a more magnified role. Or maybe one of these fast bowlers are going to have to bowl a longer spell than expected.
Well, you have James, who bowls pretty quickly, so it takes a lot of effort out of him. He's a strong man, though. He's a man from Wim, Wim in Tobago. Wim produces strong people. This is clipped away. And then you have Gabriel, who will bowl in short bursts. So if there is a player who would have to bear that workload, it'll have to be Hines. But you have to keep in mind as well, Hines is coming off injury. So I think more often than not, it might be a spinner who would have to bowl the majority of the overs. Carey Pay has put his hands up, so he could plug an end. And of course, he's penetrative. He's looking to take wickets as well.
And this is one of those games where you miss Jaden Seals, who he's been bowling sometimes 8, 9, 10 over spells and picking up wickets throughout the entire spell. But he is now over in England, playing for Sussex.
Trinidad Tobago looking for that breakthrough, but this has been a good effort by Mansing and Glenn in particular.
Clipped away. Hines has some work to do on the fine leg boundary, gets around quickly. And a chance for a run out, but the throw from Hines a bit too high. De Silva unable to get it down in time. At the end of 68, it's 187 for 6.
Yeah, they're not very happy at all. You can see out there Trinidad Tobago players. And this partnership was taken from them. You look at them and their shoulders are starting to drop.
See Amir Jangu warming up there.
I can tell you a million things wrong with that action. He was bowling chest on as well. The ball was going to go down the leg side, Amir. So Jangu will be looking forward to batting on this track.
Yeah, definitely not bowling.
Well, his very good friend Jesse Bhutan, I see, is now opening bowling in the Dream 11.
It seems like anything is going on in Tobago at this point in time. I saw Kai Ram do bowl yesterday. And Mikel Govaya, his brother, hit him for 6 over cover.
Well, they will have a discussion over dinner, definitely, about that.
In Fifth Street Bar.
Well, I know Jesse Bhutan. There's a particular over that I don't think Jesse would want to remember. Anyhow, it's 187 for 6.
James is off the field at the moment. We're just going to come off and get a quick breather. Tion Webster is the substitute fielder. He's on. And obviously Karaya out of contention at the moment. He's on the bench at the moment.
Fizio is busy. Carey Pay, 2 for 37. He's in his 18th over. Trinidad Tobago will probably be thinking to themselves that if they can get a breakthrough, then they can run through the rest of the batting. Just wide off slip. Deliberately played there by Mansing, and it's running into the boundary now for 4.
Run starting to flow for the Jamaica Scorpions here. And Abhilai Mansing has been really impressive since he's come in. He's looked the part. And I think that's on the back of him having a full first-class season with the combined campuses and colleges team. He's coming into this game having played at this level for the entire season.
Well, I've said it before. I said it earlier today. Mansing is no slouch with the bat.
He's got 5 first-class half-centuries in.
Oh, that's a
his career.
lovely shot. That's a shot worthy of any top-order batsman.
And if Cephas Cooper couldn't get there, then I don't think much players could have. He's very quick. Oh, good work there from Mansing. He moves on to 21, a couple of boundaries in a row now. And he just seems to be quite comfortable with Gary Pay. So 18 fours in this boundary, 4 sixes. Oh, it's not one. Kamil Puran doesn't get there. Shannon Gabriel was off the boundary in a flash. By his standards.
Good old Gaby. Mansing, 44 deliveries. He's contributed 22 in this partnership.
At the touchdown, Campbell said if he wanted to toss, he would have had a bat first. And I'm beginning to see why. He says it's a pretty dry wicket. It doesn't seem like it's going to have any issues in terms of them batting first. I think the only reason the Silver decided that they were going to bowl first was because of the overcast conditions. I think they were expecting rain as well, but no rain so far today. At the end of 69, 196 for 6.
There was just a slight drizzle. And that time, the period where they could have had tea. And you show up at Branlara today and it was overcast. And every time it's overcast here, you'll definitely get rain. Not today. Not really. So it has been a good day in terms of that. The weather has held nicely. Tomorrow, of course, is day 2. And they'll be hoping for a similar type situation. As there's a change in at the fire, and it's going to be Terrell Hines. He's going to come into the attack, and let's see how he fares earlier.
Yeah, I think this is a good change. Maybe forced a bit as well, as James has left the field of play for a moment. But Terrence Hines is someone that we've been speaking about for him to come on sooner rather than later. 7 overs for 35. And as we both agreed earlier, it's not been reflective of how well he's bowled. So he has an opportunity now to pick up some wickets. He has been a real difference maker in this team throughout his career playing for Trinidad and Tobago. Here he is from the southern end now. On the right on spot. Two sips and a gully for him. Amir Django at first, Brian Charles is at second, and Cephas Cooper at gully. Would have been a good time to have Yannick Karaya on to replace Gary Pay, maybe. So they miss out on that, unfortunately.
So just looking to line it up here. Hines taking a delivery or 2. One wonders if he prefers to bowl from the northern end. And there's the president on right, as Ambassador.
And is that his bodyguard?
That's the man himself, Amar Samaru. And they seem to dress alike.
Do you think that's planned? Do you think they call each other in the morning and decide what to wear?
I think out of mere respect for the president, the general, I think Amar will wear the same thing. Pushed away through in the covers. That's a single. So at the moment, things are pretty quiet here at the Brown Isle Cricket Academy as Jamaica approaches 200. Partnership approaching 50 as well. Very stubborn. It's good to see the Jamaicans not giving up.
And partnership now on to 46. Here comes Hines again. Round the wicket. Glenn. Down the leg side. And straight to Kaipe. Down that fine leg.
And that's all over the place in this over with his line. But he'll settle down, He's one of those players who always demands excellence from himself.
We just recently played for the West Indies for the first time. Played 2 T20s against England. He got selected in that tour to Sri Lanka. Didn't get to make his debut. Debuted against England. And did not play in any of the T20s against Bangladesh, but he was on the squad.
Started his career at Queen's Park. Standout all-rounder. They tell me he's one of the best, what we call in Trinidad, win ball players.
I think he is the best. Maybe not anymore, as he's given more of his time to hard ball cricket, good delivery. But I think he was labelled as one of the best win ball players in Trinidad and Tobago for years and years, alongside Sunil Narayan, who is his very close friend.
At the end of 70 overs, it's 198 for 6, so just 20 overs in the evening again, and at this point in time, it's what's the time? 6:46. They're well on course to finish within the stipulated time.
It's going to be Brian Charles to replace Carrie Pay from the media centre end or the northern end. Charles has put in a shift today, and there's still a lot of time to go. 17.1 overs, obviously he had to finish that over at
pushed away. Charles probably thinking it's about time he gets into the wicket column as well. Again, lunging forward but not carrying through the shot, just checking the shot. Safety first. So the Windward Islands, they have struck back against Barbados. After making 186, they have the Barbadians 96 for 5. At the end of the day's play.
Well ball there from Charles. 199 for 6. Abhijay Mansingh 23 of 50. How impressive has he been coming into this team? And as I said, it was a bit easier for him. It's not his first game of the season. An appeal for caught behind and not out, says umpire Crawford. I think it was more for a wishful appeal than anything. That one was down the leg side.
Let's see. Oh, it's difficult to tell from here. Good old Crawfy says not out.
Coach Emmerich.
Very stylish Riyad Emmerich. RE51. A good man.
I think if it's one thing that Trinidad and Tobago would want to improve on going into tomorrow, it's their fielding. I think they've been a bit lackluster in the field. They've allowed a lot of quick singles. They've allowed a couple of chances to go. And I think it was pretty easy for Jamaica after a certain amount of time to score runs. So behind to continue from the southern end. Jamaica going along nicely. The partnership now 48. I saw Kirk McKenzie on screen not too long ago. He'd be disappointed. He did a lot of hard work and then got himself out to a pretty much nothing delivery.
Quick single, looking for it at least. Hines says no. He's right up in Glenn's face. And that is what you get from Hines. He's rough. He fights. Not physically, but he fights in this game of cricket.
Kamal Puran on screen there. He's another option that Red Force can use if need be.
A little medium pace, a little dibbly-dobbly.
You can't call Kamal a dibbly-dobbly bowler. He's bowling quickly these days. I saw him recently bowl for Central Sports. He's bowling with some good pace down the leg side. But see for Cooper there at a sort of leg gully. Then now really looking to cash in on this. He got 68 against the Academy last round, as well as a 39 in the second innings. He'll want to cash in and go big here. That man Terence Hines would have something to say about that. Cut away, and that's going to be 4.
Well, that's a beauty, isn't it?
It was short and wide from Hines, and Javel Glenn not letting that one go at all. 4 runs. Theon Webster was at backward point. He just turned around and retrieved it. He knew there was no catching that.
I want to say very good afternoon to all our viewers out of Jamaica. Welcome to Trinidad, where your team, they're fighting. Nothing to be disgraced here about. They're fighting nicely. They're fighting back. Glenn has played a gem. I want to say that I've enjoyed his offering, and that's 4 more. Oh, that's a lovely shot again. There good old Jerry takes a little stroll to retrieve. He had a line around the wicket. His line has suffered, and he needs to understand that.
It's been a bit expensive, not for 45 into his 9th over now. Just about 5 runs and over.
He normally bowls those outswingers where he gets it to come into the away from the right hander, and it's an in-swinger to the left hander. I think that is what is affecting him. That, as well as the angle from coming around the wicket, and he has to check on that. I think he's having a conversation with Gooley. Gooley's probably suggesting to him that he goes.
No, Shannon Gabriel actually.
Sorry, Gabriel, that he goes over the wicket, but. Speaking about Jamaica, very good night to Andrew Chan, our Cricket 360 commentator out in Jamaica. He's logged on.
That last boundary for Javel Glenn. In fact, the first boundary in the over would have brought up the 50 partnership. Let me see Brandon King. Didn't get off the mark today. But he'll be looking to cash in the second innings, maybe, and that last round as well.
Hines striving for a better line at least. Too wide. So it's been down the leg side or too wide outside the off. I think De Silva might or should consider switching him, because he bowled beautifully from the northern end. There's Keon Otley, you can see in the dugout there. Yes. Do you know a guy by the name of Andrew Christopher Chan? Man from Kingston in Jamaica.
I'm sure he's locked on. Not quite sure who he'd be supporting. He's Trinity born, but he lives in Jamaica nowadays. Sure, he'll be talking to his good friend Dylan Biljo Sharma.
Those two guys are inseparable, very great friends. Outside the off stump, they share a lot of things in common. .207 for 6.
Driving, and a good work there from Tion Webster.
Yep.
It's never easy coming on as a sub fielder. You have to switch on just like that. And he's done well there.
Well, good old Sharma was at the wheels of the production in St. Kitts today with another top man. Also good friends with Andrew Chan. They all have things in common, and that's attorney at law Kesha Bahadur Singh. Not outseas. Crawfy.
Mansing just not offering a shot there. That's why Charles would have appealed, but it was way outside the off stump. Wasn't gonna crash into any stumps there. Mansing. It's been a while since we've seen players use the good old pad off.
Yes. Back in the day, you had what was called padams. When West Indies captain Jimmy Adams, a Jamaican, went to India and dealt with them with his pads. Scored a lot of runs as well.
Better delivery from Charles. He completes his 19th over at the end of 73. It's 207 for 6.
Trinidad Tobago, they need to make something happen. They just can't sit back here and hope that something will happen. They need to make something happen. 17 overs to go. That'll bring us to the end of play on day number 1 here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Down the leg side again. Hines still unable to get into his rhythm here from round the wicket. You could see he's frustrated with himself.
And what a take there by wicketkeeper De Silva. He has caught everything. He could even catch a coal today, the way he has performed.
Let's hope he doesn't. He still has to bat.
And he will want to continue that exquisite form that he has displayed.
He didn't get off against Barbados as much as he would have liked, but I don't think anybody did in that game, especially any of the Bajan batsmen. And speaking of Bajans, Craig Brathwaite obviously resigning as the West Indian captain. There's been some chat with you and Visham earlier talking about possibly Alec Anthony's. I think Joshua De Silva's name would be in the ring for sure.
Yes, yeah, Vishram Pamisan, not to be confused with Visham. It's Vishram.
Then also, I think the wild card is going to be Shea Hope for all formats. I think Darren Sammy has seen some level of captaincy and hope. Beautiful from Hines.
And he just turns. I like this. I like this. I like this fire from Hines. Just turns. I don't care if you broke your ankle. He just turns away and goes back. Good delivery. It's a slinging action that Visham was speaking about earlier on. And that helps a lot when you want to bowl those Yorkers. Remember Waka Yunus and his slinging action?
And in more recent times, Lassit Malinga.
Yes.
Fidel Edwards. And now it's become so much more of a trend. There's 2 Sri Lankan bowlers that model their action completely after Lassit Malinga. That's Nuwan Tusara and Matish Patirana.
Well, the name slips me now, but I remember back in the 80s, you weren't born yet, Liam, but back in the 80s, There was a Pakistani fast bowler who modeled himself after Malcolm Marshall. His run-up and everything was just like Malcolm Marshall. When he reached into his delivery stride, it was the same. When the ball came out, it was a different story. I say good afternoon to one of the top producers at Cricket 360, Ronnie Bikram Das. The professor was at UE today.
Seems
Hines.
about right.
He finally went to work. End of the over. It's 208 for 6. We take a short break. We'll be right back. When we come back, you'll hear from Vishram Pamisa. You know Vishram? Vishram is he worked a couple of times with us. He was a liaison officer in Trinidad.
Yeah, that's
Welcome back after that drinks break. I'm sure that if you are at your home, you probably had a coffee break. As I say, welcome back to Visham Pamesa after his cup of coffee. Good night to you, sir.
Good evening, viewers. Good evening, Vinud. It's been a splendid fight back here by the Scorpions. Excellent partnership between Javel Glenn and Abhijay Mansingh. At this point in time, they've put on 57 for the 7th wicket. It's now 209 for 6. Javel Glenn pacing his innings quite well indeed, starting off ultra attacking. He's now on 67.
It's been an excellent innings by him. One of the better innings I've seen him play.
Abhijay Mansingh would have started off shakily, but he's also grown in stature.
Just over the head there of, it seems to be Puran, but one will never know if he got back onto that. But I like what I'm seeing from Charles in this spell here. He's giving the ball some air. He's slowing it up a bit, trying to get some purchase off the track.
Yeah, in this probably final hour of play, we haven't seen the same amount of turn that we saw earlier on when the sun was beating down on the wicket. Maybe the ball just skidding on if there's any dew. Doesn't seem to have much. Another tidy over. 15 overs remain in the day's play. Scorpions being put into bat earlier this afternoon, and they've recovered quite well from 9 for 2 to 209 for 6.
Yeah, they've done very well. They've had 200 runs for the loss of a further 4 wickets.
Me too.
We haven't seen a lot of creativity from the Red Force team when it comes to the partnerships that has developed, to get wickets. It seems as if they're just waiting to, in hope rather than trying to create something.
Well, there is a change in bowling at the southern end, and with that change comes the rain. Shannon Gabriel was about to take up the attack from the southern end, and the rain came out of nowhere. The sky is black, so we can't see, but the rain actually has come like a thief in the night. So we will take a short break with Jamaica fighting back 209 for 6, and here comes the rain.
18 overs of day one in this 4-day clash between the Jamaica Scorpions and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force earlier today winning the toss and deciding to bowl first. Scorpions are now 209 for 6 after being 9 for 2 earlier on. 61 by Jermaine Blackwood. And now a very, very good innings here by Javel Glenn, who is on 67. Aided manfully by Abijay Mansingh. As you see, Shannon Gabriel taking up the attack from the southern end. As I welcome Mr. Vinud Mamchan back to the commentary booth.
Yep, Shannon Gabriel from Woodland is going to take up the attack from the far end. And Shannon has been very good today. Just hasn't gotten a wicket. But my word, he has really bowled superbly. Here he is. No ball. He starts with a no ball. Had no indiscretions earlier on today. He starts with a no ball. Today, most of his bowling was done from the media center end.
Something that he would have struggled with earlier in his career.
He's now bowled what? 7 overs for. He had 8 overs this morning, conceding just 7 runs. And now he starts with a no ball.
Yes, 2 slips and a gully.
And the idea here for Gabriel will be to angle the ball across. Glenn at peace. Here he is. It's a good delivery.
Very well played by Javel Glenn. Getting a single out to cover point. Handing the strike over to Abijay Mansingh.
Mansingh will be facing some serious pace here now from Gabriel. It's night time. He got a good rest, Gabriel. So just a couple warm-up deliveries and I think he'll be ready to fire. Here's Mansingh. Ooh, that was a quick delivery. Came back into the right-hander as Gabriel normally does. Gets it to come in. I don't think he's happy with the pop increase. That's just that area that Cooley is paying attention to. Cooley's trying to rough it up a bit for him. You see, as a bowler, Mishram, you don't want to be thinking about these things, where my feet are going to land and all these sort of things. You want to focus on the target, which should be the stumps, the batsman at the other end. You know, you want to be confident that your foot doesn't shift or slip or slide when it lands.
Yeah, definitely. With a moisture now, with a little bit of rainfall around. This one angling down the leg, well taken by Joshua De Silva. So not the start that Shannon would have liked in this final hour of play.
There may be an option now with Shannon taking over from the southern end to switch Hines from the northern end. He bowled beautifully from this end today. Regional 4-day season nicely poised here this time around. So they're going to pay some attention to that pop increase area, some loose dirt. So we'll wait to see what they're going to do.
Shannon has been very economical today, but without much luck, unable to get a wicket. Carripier once again in the wickets, taking up 2. Was unlucky not to get a third. It's a huge appeal for caught behind. Deviation seen off the bat, but wasn't given by umpire Crawford. Some sawdust being placed on the pop-in crease. Some additional sawdust placed by bowlers run up. Really has been a splendid fight back here by the Scorpions. This partnership has now 60 runs. It's 211 for 6.
It's good to see the fight. You know, they haven't just allowed Red Force to go at them 130 odd for 6. You know, one might have thought then that by now Red Force might have been batting. But Mansing had other ideas, and of course Glenn was already in there. And they batted beautifully in a partnership of 60.
It's really been a splendid performance by these two. Let's continue to have a delay as a bit of. Now we see Javel Glenn getting a bit of attention. So slow proceedings since rain break. Just a few deliveries bowled. Physio giving some attention to forearm of Javel Glenn. Spotted well. Paced this not quite nicely. He's on 68. Very impressive. Definitely want to carry on and get to triple figures. We're finally ready to resume play. Shannon Gabriel charging in from the sudden end. This one a big in swing on it, getting a thicker inside edge, and it goes down to the final leg boundary for 4.
Well, Mansing didn't know too much about that, I can tell you that. Look at this. Woo! Big booming in swinger. Gabriel has been brilliant today.
Yeah, definitely. That one just jogging back in and taking the inside edge, and unlucky for Shannon not cannoning into the stumps, but going into the boundary rope for 4 more for the Scorpions. 215 for 6.
The 3 fast bowlers for the Red Force have been brilliant. When you think that Anderson Phillip and Jaden Sears would be missing this game because of their English commitments, one would have thought that, as this has eased the way down to third man, one would have thought that Trinidad Tobago would have been depleted in that sense in the fast bowling department, but it just goes to show just how many good fast bowlers there are in Trinidad Tobago.
Yeah, very good depth that we have. Not just in fast bowling, but in the spin department as well. But yeah, Trinidad Tobago, a lot of excellent cricketers. Great depth. Very good foundation. A lot of youth development programs. School cricket. Shannon Gabriel, final ball in the over. Hoping to get the breakthrough here for the Red Force.
This back of a link, and Mansing jumping into line. Mansing has been in there for 71 deliveries, so seeing the ball well. End of 76, 217 for 6.
After winning the toss and deciding to put in the Scorpions, what are your thoughts on the Red Force performance so far?
Well, all in all, 217 for 6. Red Force would still appreciate the fact that it's a good effort, a good bowling effort. I think with a little bit of luck, Jamaica would have been far more behind. But take nothing away from Javel Glenn. They just ran into Javel Glenn in superb batting form, and he has found an able partner in Mansing. So, all in all, I don't think they'll be too disappointed. Probably disappointed now because of the fact that they are Jamaica 9 for 2 and 140 odd for 6. You know, it's a stubborn partnership here between these two, and they want to break that before the night is through. These two then will be looking to bat out the next, 13 and a half overs or so.
Yeah, definitely. And you also have to know that Trinidad Tobago would have lost their wrist spinner, Yannick Karaya, due to a hamstring injury. So that definitely would have affected him. He is bowling well, a bit of mystery about him. Wrist spinners generally create more chances, so that would have been a loss as well. Nicely stroked by Glenn, down to long on, gets a single. See the rags now in play, so therefore a bit more moisture on the outfield. There was a very short break due to rainfall. Maybe a bit of dew as well. This one gently played into the onside. The mid wicket, no run. Strong onside field with a short leg, a deep, short, fine leg, deep square, mid wicket, long on. This was nicely played, caressed backward a point, and it's hauled in there. 2 more to the total. So you can see Abhijay Mansingh growing in confidence. Good footwork. Rocking back onto the back foot and just guiding it backward of point. Confidence growing in the young man. Started this competition playing under the CCC.
Yep. Switching back to Jamaica, his native country.
He's on 31. This one, solid defense. Plays it out into the offside, and that's the end of 77. After 77 overs, Jamaica Scorpions being put into bat at 220 for 6 in their first innings. Very, very gentle breeze blowing across our screens.
It's been a pretty good day, despite the threat of rain. Rain hasn't really been so much of a factor today.
We've done well to get in the amount of overs we've bowled thus far. 13 remaining. Red Force would be desperate to get a breakthrough here now. This partnership has grown. It's 220 for 6. Gabriel into his workload. Sending back a man. So he has a fine leg and a deep backward square. Probably hinting to Javel Glenn that I'm going to bowl short at you. This one is nicely a chaff outside off. The angle taking it across him, further across him. And unable to get any bat on it. It goes through to the keeper, the silver. Shannon just disappointed, but turns his back and gets back to his mark slowly. Short ball will be coming, it seems. Deep backward scare. Fine leg. Still 2 slip on a gully. Ball is angling across Javel Glenn. He's on 69. Set. Nice steady head on him.
Again, no ball.
Just worked into the onside for a single.
Gabriel continues from the far end, and a very good over the last over. A big in-swing and delivery that could have knocked out the stumps of Mansingh. Double Nelson on the board.
I think you'll be targeting the stumps and the pads here of Mansingh. At high pace. Shannon Gabriel. One thing that he has always had was raw pace. Charges in. Oh, that's a glorious soft drive.
Mansingh is leaning forward and square driving that into the boundary. I think you'll particularly enjoy that, Mansingh. Look at it. Over pitch. Just taking the hands through the shot into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, I definitely enjoyed that one. That's a beautiful shot indeed. All along the ground as well.
Gabriel will not be too happy with that.
Mansing has grown into his innings. It's been very impressive so far. 35 of 76. It's just the beginning for him. It's a young career. Very side on as he faces up. Just short.
Easy to play, really, because it's angled into his body. No one just behind square there in a catching position, so you can just easily get bat onto it, whether it goes in the air or not. He knows that he's safe.
Yeah, he's in full control at the moment. And so are the Scorpions at 227 for 60. Have done well to fight back into this game. From 140 odd for 6 to now 227. A brilliant partnership of 76. Seen two good partnerships so far today. One between Mackenzie and Blackwood. Now we see Javel Glenn and Mansing. Experience and youth. Rising delivery.
Not menacing though. Pitch is not as quick as Gabriel would like it to be, I'm sure. So just stood up there. It was easy to push it away. One wonders if Gabriel is a bit preoccupied with the problems with that prop increase.
Just a waiting ball from fielder at mid-off. Using the rock to try it as best as possible. Continues the ball from the sudden end.
This one goes down to third man. And it's into the boundary for 4. We were delivery there by Gabriel. So that's 4 more. Glenn goes on to 70 now.
It's full and wide. And
all he had to do was to open the face. And that is exactly what he did. Found the gap. Mohammed diving away at gully. Can't stop it.
4 more for Javel Glenn.
So Gabriel is going to go around the wicket. I remember when Gabriel played against England in the Test series in the Caribbean, in which the West Indies won. Gabriel was very impressive. And one of the innings, he took 8 wickets. And the English left-handers had a lot of problems with him bowling around the wicket. So I think that move to have him bowl to the left-hander around the wicket is a good one.
We see now Gabriel changing his line of attack round the wicket to Glenn. This one on and outside the off stump, and it's well left. So Shannon Gabriel in his 3rd spell, conceding 19 runs so far in this 3rd spell of his 3 overs. It's 231 for 6 and 78 overs. Excellent fight back by the Scorpions, but game evenly poised at the moment. There's excellent batting conditions here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in South Trinidad, Tobago. Ground beautifully lit under the floodlights. It's an excellent facility, named after one of the greatest to have ever graced the sport, Brian Charles Lara, world record holder. This one is Brian Charles, continuing. Certainly named after the great man himself, Prince of Port of Spain. Brian Charles continuing. This one given a bit of air, and it's well driven. It's beautifully driven. The outfield is slowing down, but that one still finds its way to the boundary. That's a glorious shot again. Abhijay Mansing. 4 more to him. He's definitely grown in confidence here now, and he's just playing his strokes beautifully along the ground for 4. Cephas Cooper valiantly making an effort, but in vain. Abijay Mansingh moves on to 40. Very, very impressive knock, along with Javel Glenn. Jamaica Scorpions 235 for 6. In the 79th over, Brian Charles, short of a length, worked into the offside, no run. Brian Charles in his 22nd over, wicket less. Alright, as I welcome Mr. Liam Mamchan back into the commentary booth. He'll be here with me till the end, to the close of play. And it's over pitched again and driven, but straight to Joshua James at cover, no run. Liam, what's your thoughts on the game thus far?
Partnership building once again. Trinidad Tobago have to find a way to break it. Can't allow this to continue for much longer.
Worked into the onside, no run. Yeah, definitely desperate to get a wicket here. It's been a solid partnership. It's now 84 runs as this partnership. Abijay Mansingh contributing 40, Javel Glenn 41, both of them evenly contributing to it. Solid defense of the back foot.
I've been especially impressed with Abijay Mansingh. I think with Glenn, there's some expectation of him now. But Mansingh coming off playing for the CCC team he's in now to obviously Yannick Carrier with the physio still. Yeah, Mansingh coming into a new setup. Not that he's not been with the Jamaica team before, but you know, midway through the season, it's impressive that he's coming. He's batting a bit higher than he did for CCC, and he's scoring freely and confidently.
He's batted well. It's been a wonderful partnership with the Scorpions. So you see a bowling change now from the sudden end. 3 over spell for Shannon Gabriel, costing him 19. Or is it? No, it seems as if they will persist with Shannon. And he's coming around the wicket to Javel Glenn. 4th over of his spell.
One thing about Gabriel is he's looked like he's been creating things. He's finding edges, be through the slip cordon or whatnot, but he's still finding a way to cause some sort of discomfort for these two, and we've not seen that, especially for Mansingh. He's been so comfortable since coming in. There's been nothing that really troubled him.
You can see definitely both batsmen growing in confidence and seeming a lot more in control in the middle.
Well, Vishal, the new ball is going to be available after this over, and it's definitely something that's going to be in the mind of the Silver, because you've got this partnership that's on 84 now. You've got two guys who are settled in nicely. It could work both ways. It could be that, you know, you get something for your bowlers to work with, or these two batsmen are already settled and the ball is hard. They're going to find it easier to score runs.
Definitely. It's well played by Javel Glenn. And that's excellent running between the wickets. They get a single, scamper through for another run.
Yeah, Skipper De Silva not happy with that. I thought James could have been a bit better there. I mean, it's getting in late into the day now. 10 overs to go after this in the day's play. And Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have been tardy all day. I thought in the field they've been a bit, I don't want to say bad per se, but I think they've let a lot of singles especially go, and then obviously those two missed chances early in Blackwood's innings cost them quite a bit of runs.
Yeah, they've been a bit lackluster in the field, it's true. I mean, Shannon Gabriel is now into his 3rd over of this spell, and yeah, I mean, he will be tiring. What are your thoughts on taking the new ball, Joshua James and Terrence Hines, or you think you would persist with spin?
Well, I would like to take the new ball if I'm Joshua De Silva around the 85th over. Get 5 overs of Hines and James. Well, I don't even mind if they go carry pair with the new ball as well, just to see what he can do, because we saw him with the ability to drift the ball to get that arm ball I think it could cause some problems for these two as well.
Yeah, he's known for taking the wide ball in the shorter version of the game. Carripier, Shannon.
Inside edge again, Mansing. But you could see that the confidence that Mansing is playing with at the moment is brilliant. He's batting on number 8, which in your mind could make you feel like, you know, these guys are considering me a tail ender, but he's showing that he's a genuine all-rounder.
It's been a solid performance by him thus far. Partnership now growing on, 86. The Red Force team tiring.
No, I think this innings from Mansing and Glenn has really set the foundation for a guy like Odin Smith to come out and do what he does. And, you know, he could give you a 15 less than 20 deliveries the way that he bats. And that could just boost Jamaica going forward. If he came in a bit earlier with, say, 160 for 7, then he would have had to play a different way. But now he's got a bit of a launch pad. So that's the importance of this partnership from these two. I've been really impressed with Jabel Glendo.
Certainly, Scorpions would definitely want this partnership to continue for as long as it can. It's 2:37. Game still evenly poised though, in day 1. But Scorpions would feel in a happier position after being 130 odd for 6. 140 odd for 6. This one going wide of the crease, and it's a no ball.
He struggled with that since he's come back into the attack. It's been something to note. No, you and I had a conversation earlier about should no balls be made free hits. Shannon Gabriel would have not enjoyed that
At all, definitely.
Congratulations are in order for Joshua Bishop. He was in action for the West Indies Academy earlier today, and he picked up 6 wickets. He is a guy that is a lot closer than a lot of us think to that West Indies team, because he has been a genuinely consistent performer in the last 3 seasons. It's just a matter of time. He's become a genuine all-rounder as well. Scored some hundreds this season, a couple of half centuries, some important 40s, batting at number 6, 7, 8, and he's getting wickets every game. So he's another guy to take note of.
Continues to bowl well. Yet another left-arm orthodox shining.
He picked up 6 for 78 today against the Academy. Against the CCC, sorry.
It's definitely not something we're lacking here in Caribbean. There's some excellent left-arm orthodox bowlers. Gudakesh Moti, Jomel Warrikan, Kari Pierre, Akil Hussain. Now Joshua Bishop.
Just a look through at some of his performances throughout the season. Joshua Bishop. In match number 2, he picked up 7 for 85 against the Leeward Islands. He came up against Barbados, scored a 26 ball half century. A 20 ball half century, in fact. Then scored 100 against Trinidad and Tobago. Picked up 5 against the Scorpions in round 5. And today in round 6, he's picked up a 6 wicket haul. So not much more you could ask for from an all-rounder.
Yeah,
He's giving you hundreds, he's giving you 5 wicket hauls, half centuries, everything.
Yeah, he's definitely had an excellent tournament so far. And we also know that later this month, we have the West Indies breakout T20 competition coming up right here in the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
He'll be in action there as well.
Yeah, great opportunity for these guys to shine. It's a platform for them to get into the CPL.
Some of these guys involved in this game as well would be involved. From the Trinidad and Tobago team, Amir Jangu, Cephas Cooper, Joshua De Silva, Jid Kohli, Kamil Puran, Navin Bidesi, who's not on the official squad for Trinidad and Tobago, but he's here with the team.
Tournament starts in about 3 weeks' time, just after the final round, round 7, in which we see more than likely a top of the table clash between Guyana Happy Eagles and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
That tournament runs from April 25th and straight until the 10th of May.
It's T20s live right here from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Javel Glenn, another player that we'll see in that.
So lots of cricket. Then later on in the year, we'll have Australia will be coming down to the Caribbean. As we see Gary Pierre continuing. He's bowled well, 2 for 46 in 19 overs. As the 81st over now completed, 238 for 6. Jamaica Scorpions being put into bat after losing the toss.
Just a note on some of the players involved. The Trinidad and Tobago team, Trinidad and Tobago Legions, Kamil Puran, Amir Django, Jade Guli, Christian Turton, Navin Bidesi, Mikel Govaya, Joshua James, who's involved in this game, Joshua Da Silva, McKenny Clark, Cephas Cooper, Damian Joachim, Sharon Lewis, Abdul Rahim Toppin, the 19-year-old, and Johan Lane. And Leeward Islands, Kenneth Pennyfeather, Casey Carty, Kofi James, Karima Gore, Mikhail Louis, the young superstar Joel Andrew, Micah McKenzie, Nathan Edward, Giovanni De Pisa, Anderson Mahis out of Trinidad and Tobago, Michael Palmer, Jamie Cornelius, Jaden Carmichael, and Jedediah Martin. Windward Islands, Daryl Cyrus, Shadrach Descartes, Shamar Springer, Alec Athanaze, Dylan Douglas, Teddy Bishop, Akeem Ogis, Rashawn Williams, Avinash Mahabir Singh, Johan Jeremiah, Kieran Phillips, Keon Gaston, and Lee John and Noel Leo. Lee John, another 19-year-old who represented the Windward Islands this year as well.
Just another platform for these players. We have to compliment West Indies Cricket Board, Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board for creating these opportunities for these young men to shine.
Here comes Gabriel. Edging, and it's past everyone in the slip quarter. And James has some work to do and can't cut that one off. It's 4 runs.
Very unlucky today. He's bowled extremely well. Just hasn't been able to get a wicket, and this one wide of the fielder or the outside edge, and it goes all the way into the boundary, rubbing salt in his wounds. Chevelle Glenn now moves on to 79.
Let's continue to name these under these breakout league teams. Guyana Rainforest Rangers, Niall Smith. Niall Smith is one that caught me a bit off guard. I didn't think he was so young. He's still just 29 years old. Kimo Savory, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, Kevin Sinclair, Ashmead Ned, Kevlin Anderson, who scored 77, not out for Guyana today, Riyad Latif, Rivaldo Clark, Jedediah Blades, Isaiah Thorne, Richie Luknat, Zainul Ramsami, Adrian Sukwang, Quinton Sampson. Barbados Pelicans, after this delivery from Shannon Gabriel, go through that team.
Yeah, Gabriel continuing.
Oh,
that's well played by Chevelle Glenn. May have kept a bit low on, but you can see how he's keeping his eyes on the ball and keeping it out. That's well played by Chevelle Glenn. He's definitely locked in here this evening. As we're nearing close of play, just about 8 overs or so remaining at the end of this one, as we continue to hear the players that will be on show.
Barbados Pelicans, Nico Bausha, Kadeem Allen, who has been in excellent form locally. He's been playing in Trinidad and Tobago. He's from Barbados, but he plays some of his club cricket here in Trinidad and Tobago. He's involved Joshua Bishop, as we mentioned, Naeem Young, Shakir Paris, who scored a half-century today for the combined campuses and colleges team. Cheyenne Brathwaite, Cyan Hackett. It's good to see Cyan Hackett back after he suffered a couple of injuries, but he's back into the teams now. Nathan Seeley, who was the captain of the West Indies under-19 team. Amari Goodrich as well. The Jamaica Titans team, a lot of these guys playing in this game. Dietmar Anderson, Leroy Logg, Ramal Lewis, Jivor Royal, who's not involved. He's on the bench, but he's part of this Scorpions team. Kirk McKenzie, who we saw earlier, Jordan Johnson, who's in action for the academy, Tamari Redwood, who's on the bench for the Scorpions here, Michael Clark, who's a good young upcoming fast bowler and batsman from Jamaica, Govasta Edmond, as we see Gabriel again. Beauty, an absolute beauty from Shannon Gabriel, and if he can do that, if he can bowl a ball like that to Javel Glenn, who's 79 not out of 133, that shows you how well he's bowling.
He's bowled well, but just hasn't been able to pick up one. And Glenn, who is set 79 of 133 balls, still finding difficulty to face Shannon Gabriel, spearhead of this Red Force attack.
The last couple of players not mentioned so far from the Jamaica Titans team: Rion Edwards, left-arm fast bowler; Anthony Dakers, Brian Barnes, former Jamaica under-19 captain; Andrew Amaran and Zion Bradtweet. In the air, chance of a catch. Jet Gully drops it. Well, it was a tough catch. It was in the sky for a bit, and Gully did not seem to see where it was. He put in a good effort.
Got there, but it just popped out at the final moment. Ball was angled in and going across the line, trying to flick it through mid-wicket, getting the leading edge, skying it to wide mid-off. Big effort, valiant effort by Chet Gooley, but just not holding on. Once again, Shannon Gabriel going extremely unlucky here today. In his 12th over, none for 44, but he has taken a number of edges yet to go to hand. And on this occasion, this one went to hand, but Chet Gooley unable to hold on. It's very, very unlucky. And that's a glorious looking square drive by Abhijay Mansingh. That moves him on to 45 all along the ground, rubbing salt in the wounds of Shannon Gabriel after a dropped opportunity of the bat of Javel Glenn. Abhijay Mansingh decides that this one is wide outside the off stump, and he square drives it through backward point for 4. Glorious.
Yeah, this insult to injury there for Shannon Gabriel. He's bowled so well. I don't think he's put a foot wrong today, and he's not had a great time. At the end of 82, 247 for 6. 8 overs left in the day's play, and Kari Pair set to continue from the northern end. Kari Pair is the man that you would think could get a breakthrough here for the Trinidad Tobago Red Force. 82 overs, as I mentioned, so the new ball is available.
That's the 3rd drop catch we've seen today by the Red Force. Really haven't had the best day in the outfield.
And I can tell you something. Gibran Mohammed is the assistant coach of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, and he is a stickler for fielding. He loves to make sure that his team is a good fielding team, which the Red Force have been throughout this competition, but today they've been off it. Glenn wants 2, and Joshua James quickly off the boundary, not allowing that. Pick up a single.
Good work there by Joshua. So the partnership continues to build. It's now pushed on to 97. Javel Glenn on 80. Abhijay Mansingh 45. Caribbean is 20th over.
We've stuck with the short leg here for Pair. Mansingh's on 45 of 92. He's really played a good knock here, a really good innings.
He's looked very solid in defense, and when attacking, he's been very clear in his mind of what he wants to do.
Partnership nearing 100 now. Just 3 runs away.
Stroking it out to Amir Django at short cover.
I think Django would be excited to bat on a track like this where there's no real anything well fielded there from Cephas Cooper.
Yeah, we saw earlier today that there is a bit of turn on offer, but it's slow turn. And Carripier continuing, giving it fair amount of air, lots of drift, but very solid defense by Man Singh. Tired bodies out there now. 83rd over.
Oh, that looked good. That looked good. An appeal, not out, says umpire Crawford.
Seem to have gotten an inside edge. See here on the replay.
Just maybe a thing outside the off stump as well. Brian Charles trying to be a bit cheeky there.
Joshua De Silva saying that might have clipped the inside edge as well. So good decision there by umpire Shannon Crawford.
Looks like it's going to be Gabriel to continue.
It's created chances in this spell, but just unlucky. Hasn't been able to. His team hasn't assisted with holding on to those opportunities.
Well, this is going to be his longest spell of the day as well. He's bowled 2 4-over spells. This is his 3rd spell now, and he's into his 5th. So Shannon Gabriel showing that he's 36 years old and he's still able to produce these magnitudes of spells. How fast he's bowling, how well he's bowling at this age. Despite having an injured career, shows you the character of the man.
Glenn works into the onside looking for 2, and very good running between the wickets. Even at this time of day, they're still in good intensity, ensuring that they got as much runs as that is an offer. That's 2 more for Javel Glenn. Joshua De Silva maintaining 2 slip on a gully. Shannon Gabriel round the wicket, trying to angle the ball into Javel Glenn. He has a deep backward square and a fine leg. Mid off, mid on. Shannon charging in. It's full on the line of middle stump, but well kept out by Glenn. No run.
I think the energy that Shannon Gabriel has bowled with today has been excellent, has been exemplary. And it's always hard, and I can tell you as a fast bowler myself, it's always hard when you're running in, you're putting all this effort, you're in good rhythm, which is it's hard to get into a good rhythm first of all. So when you're in that good rhythm and just nothing seems to be going right for you on the end product, you're bowling so well and you just can't get anything in that wicket column. It's one of the most frustrating feelings in any sort of cricket, I can tell you that.
Shannon Gabriel continues. This one short of a length, well played. Liad Mamchan, he's all-rounder. Pace bowling all-rounder. Represented Trinidad and Tobago at the youth levels. Still playing cricket.
Gabriel, 3 deliveries left in this over now. And he doesn't seem as tired, and I think the conditions around are definitely helping him. It's a pretty cool night here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. There's no sun draining his energy at the moment. And he's showing that, he's going to take advantage of that and bowl long spells.
We're in the 84th over here. That's Shannon Gabriel continuing.
Good delivery. No ball again. Signaled by umpire Raj Kumar.
That's his 4th no ball in this spell. He's definitely struggled a bit. Maybe a bit of the popping crease as well, causing some misuse, as identified earlier by Vinud Mamchan. See, it's been a bit more expensive in this spell as well. Let's see the sweat pouring out of his hands. Taking deep breaths. As gathers his thoughts and getting prepared to bowl to Javel Glenn. Definitely a bit more moisture around, a bit of dew. Almost no wind at the moment. very steady conditions. And another no ball. So that pushes on to the partnership. It's now 100. Excellent partnership here between Abijay Mansingh and Javel Glenn.
Yeah, pretty much level in terms of contributions. 45 for Mansingh, 50 for Glenn. And obviously a couple of extras. 4 no balls, in fact, in that, as mentioned by Vishram. Back-to-back no balls. In fact, what, 5 no balls now?
In his spell, yeah. Both batsmen sharing the workload, contributing quite evenly, as well as the balls faced as well. So it's been a an excellent partnership indeed. One that was much needed for the Scorpions, who were 140 for 6, now 252 for 6.
Yeah, brilliant comeback. Here comes Gabriel again from the southern end. And peeling off the outside edge once more, and James with a misfield. It goes from bad to worse for Shannon Gabriel. There's not much more he can do, and you can see he just looks like a defeated man walking back to his mark. And he's worked so hard today. It's not often you get Shannon Gabriel in this sort of mood, in this sort of rhythm, where he's bowling 13 overs in a day at good pace and getting the ball to move around. So you've got to take advantage of it, and Trinidad Tobago Red Force would go home tonight knowing that they have work to do.
Yeah. Definitely let a couple opportunities slip by. 253 for 6, the 84th over. They would have had intentions of closing the play with bat in hand. Doesn't seem that that will be possible anymore.
They want to, in their mind, know that they got to get Jamaica all out before they get to 300. 4 runs. Brilliant from Mansingh. He races on to 49 with that shot. It was purposefully played. There's 2 slips and a gully. He found a gap between slip and gully and picked up 4 runs. Let's have a look at it again. That's brilliant from Abijay Mansingh.
Yeah, that's very, very well played. Very deliberate, finding the gap. And that's what has been very impressive in his innings thus far. It's been, every time he's attempted to score a boundary, he's been able to find the gaps in the field and has been successful on that occasion as well. So another 4 to Abijay Mansingh. He moves on to 49 and on the brink of a half century.
That would be his 6th first-class half-century. Before this game, averaging just about 21. Looking to improve on that, and this innings would help that.
Started his tournament playing for CCC. Now with his form has brought the Jamaica Scorpions deciding to bring him back into their squad.
What a decision it was. Down the leg side from Gabriel. No run there. So at the end of over number 84, 257 for 6. Shannon Gabriel completes his 13th over. There we see manager, Sebastian Edwards. He's also the manager of the Merry Boys team.
That final spell by Shannon Gabriel, 5 overs, none for 40. Smeared with a number of no balls. So might be the end of his night with the ball.
We see Tion Webster heading down to Deep Square with a drink in hand for Shannon Gabriel. He's deserved it. He's worked hard today. And here comes Carey Pay again. Around the wicket to Glenn, who's on 84. Edging and just wide off Brian Charles. Diving to his weaker side. And not going to go for 4. They'll pick up 2. Glenn lives to fight another day. He moves on to 86.
Both batsmen being content with a double on that occasion. Possible opportunity for 3, but being so another fortuitous edge there for Javel Glenn. He's earned his luck on this occasion, as this one a solid defense into the onside. He's batted well. Sometimes you earn your luck. He's done the basics quite well. Built an excellent partnership here with Mansingh. This one is short and it's pulled into the onside. Deep mid wicket comes into play. It's Joshua James.
Mansing one away from his sixth half century. You want to get that out of the way quickly. Don't want to end up on the Henry display on right before a milestone. Plays on your mind all night. Oh, just played away from Puran, and that's going to bring up Abijay Mansing's sixth half century at first class level. What a welcome back to the Jamaica Scorpions team for him. He's had a good season with the CCC, and now he's back into Jamaica and doing well.
Wonderful knock there by Abijay Mansing. 50 of 100 balls, striking at 50 runs per 100 balls as well. So excellent knock, and building a very, very good partnership here with Javel Glenn, and cementing the Scorpions' position now. They are now 261 for 6. They'll be much pleased with this after being 141 for 6 at one point in time. In a portion of the bat going into the onside, no run there. Javel Glenn, he's on 87. Just about 5 overs remaining in this play. And that one, he goes downtown and into the stands. And that's a maximum. That carries him on to 93. He's definitely looking for that triple figures before the close of play.
He was in the slot from Carey Pay, and deposited for 6 by Javel Glenn. What an innings this has been, and he's looking at a maiden first class century here.
Started really, really well. Started off ultra attacking, pieced his innings quite nicely in the middle, and now at close of play he's looking to launch again, try and get close to that 100. He's almost there, very much deserving of it.
It's going to be the man with the golden arm, the man who picked up the wicket earlier and got the breakthrough for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and that is going to be Jason Mohammed.
.267 for 6 after 85 overs. The scoring rate hasn't been too bad at all. It's 3.14 runs and over.
Could see him just getting warm there. Just not seeing any Terrence Hines for a while. He's been a bit expensive. His second spell not the greatest. He struggled a bit to get to his lines and lengths, but it's worth a try. There's a couple overs left in the day's play.
Jason Mohammed, he starts with a slip on a short leg.
Short mid wicket, deep backward square, long mid off, short cover, regulation cover, and a backward point.
Might be a bit more difficult to grip the ball as it's getting a bit chewy. All is willing is Jason Mohammed. This one is a bit shorter. Punch off the back foot. Straight out to cover point, no run. Good footwork there by Mansing. Rocking back onto the back foot. Punching it into the offside. Unable to find the gap on that occasion.
I think what's hurt Trinidad and Tobago severely here, Vishram, and you and I spoke about it at the point of when it happened, was when Yana Caraya left the field. He was in the middle of an amazing spell.
Yeah, definitely. Mystery of that wrist spinner. And this one, again, rocking back on the back foot, but straight out to the fielder, no run. Yeah, definitely mystery of the wrist spinner. Would have created more chances for the Red Force. So a depleted attack. Now we see turning to Jason Mohammed. Good work there by Cephas Cooper in short, preventing the single. So at the end of 86, the Jamaica Scorpions being asked to bat first at 267 for 6.
I think the exclusion of Jake Goody from the 11, as well as Tion Webster, that's two all-rounders that they've got on the bench there. So it's hurting them a bit now. Obviously, with the unexpected injury of Yannick Correa. It seemed like they're searching a bit for that fifth or sixth bowling option to really get them back into this game.
Yeah. Red Force desperate for a breakthrough. See a bit of mist around. And this one played away by Javel Glenn. And it goes into the boundary. That's 4 more to him.
He's just a shot away now. 97 he moves on to.
What an impressive knock it's been by the young man. As you said earlier, he's been in a purple patch. And he's making full use of it.
It's something that I've heard a lot of cricketers say. And I've also just recently speaking to Amir Jangu. He said that when you in form, you've got to take advantage of it. You've got to make the most of it, because times like this don't come often. Form is something that, sometimes is few and far between, especially runs. You see the ground staff getting ready. What we thought was missed has actually turned out to be a bit of a drizzle. Glenn would look to get to 100 before that. Off the back foot, cutting. But straight to Shannon Gabriel. Now that deep point. Gets a single. Glenn moves on to 98.
272 for 6. Just a couple overs, 3 overs or so remain at the end of today's play. So Glenn will probably looking forward to getting on strike. Spear continues. He'll be bowling to Mansing. This one is short on the pads and worked nicely into the onside, and Mansing gleefully goes to the non-striker's end and rotates the strike back to Javel Glenn. 98 of 148 deliveries.
Yeah, top innings from a top young cricketer. Was a bowling all-rounder back in the days. Now he's completely turned that around. The drizzle is coming down a bit more than a drizzle at the moment, and I think if this rain delay comes, it's going to be the end of the day's play. They won't continue. Doesn't make much sense.
Long on a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square. Scary pair. Continues to Javel Glenn. This one is tossed up and it's worked into the onside, but short mid-wicket just comes over and collects. It's another dot ball. So 1 ball remain in this 87th over.
And they're going to finish the over, and the covers are going to come on after this. So is Glenn going to get to 100? Cuts away, and he will end on 99. And somehow that tells me we're going to see the end of the day's play with that. The covers are coming on. We're not quite sure what's happening just yet in terms of if it's the end of the day's play or not. But Javel Glenn is on 99 at the break. So we'll be right back when we have some more information at this point in time at the end of 87 overs. The Jamaica Scorpions are 274 for 6. Well, rain has brought us to a premature stop to today's play. Just about 3 overs left in today's play. So, a quick recap of what went down here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. At the toss, Joshua Da Silva won the toss, and he sent the Jamaica Scorpions into bat. Speaking to John Campbell, he said he would have batted first, so the toss didn't really matter to him too much after all. And after a good start for the Red Force at one stage, Joshua James got off to a flying start with the ball in hand. The Jamaica Scorpions fell at 2 for 9. A quick recovery from Kirk McKenzie and Jermaine Blackwood. They put on a big partnership of 96 runs before a couple quick wickets fell. Brad Barnes and Aldine Thomas didn't really add to that partnership, and at one stage they were 150 for 6, but they closed now after a brilliant partnership between Mansingh and Javel Glenn. They closed at 274 for 6. A quick rundown of the scorecard. John Campbell, the captain, he was caught Carey Pair, Bull James for 2. Kirk McKenzie caught Da Silva, Bull Karaya for 31. Brandon King batting at 3. He was caught Jason Mohammed, Bull Joshua James for a duck. Jermaine Blackwood, LBW Pair for 61. Javel Glenn unbeaten on 99 going into tomorrow. Brad Barnes caught Da Silva, Bull Pair for 6. Aldine Thomas, LBW Jason Mohammed for 5. And Abijay Mansingh leaving the CCC team to return to play for Jamaica. He's 51 not out of 107. The bowling for Trinidad and Tobago, James 11 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 20. Gabriel 13 overs, 4 maidens, none for 47. And a quick recap of his spell: his first 8 overs going for just 7 runs. His last 5 costing him 40. So he had a bit of a rough finish to his day. Brian Charles, 22.1 overs, 5 maidens, none for 59. Terence Hines, 10 overs, 1 maiden, none for 46. Karaya picked up an injury, a hamstring injury, that took him out of the game. 5.5 overs, 1 for 25. And he could not complete his 6th over. Carey Pair, 22 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 64. And Jason Mohammed, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 runs, 1 wicket. So that is it from us here for today. Join us tomorrow for day 2 between Trinidad and Tobago and the Jamaica Scorpions.